Hey everyone. Welcome back to another video. Here is part 2 of small changes. Quickly though, as always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. I really wouldn't be able to make any of these videos without your immense support. As always, the full story is already out over on Patreon for you guys along with a couple other stories as well. Anyways, I hope you all enjoy the video. Chapter 11, New Surprises. Weird isn't it? Shisui's whispered voice slightly echoed around the small clearing where 3 masked shinobi could be seen seated around a small fire. Less noticeable was the ever so slightly effervescent glow of the seal array surrounding them. It both masked their presence from anybody who might stumble upon them while at the same time protecting them from somebody powerful enough to see through the barrier. What? Naruto looked up from his meal of warmed rations. It definitely wasn't his favorite, but there generally wasn't much option for food out on a mission, especially for Anbu. Unlike regular shinobi of the hidden villages, Anbu weren't allowed to simply walk into other towns or villages in their uniforms, and removal of their masks on duty was strictly prohibited. Well, when was the last time us 3 were sent on a mission together, especially without Inu Taiku? Itachi just nodded his head once, seeming more in thought than his 2 comrades. I don't know why you're complaining, Tori. I thought you would be happy to have the team back together? Shisui nodded slowly with a small smile behind his mask. In truth, he was happy. Only seeing his friends in training in between missions had become too tiresome. He missed the thrill of working alongside his 2 best friends. Yeah, you're right, never mind. Naruto just smiled and returned to eating his food, never once removing his mask, which never ceased to amaze Anko when he did it at home. It was a skill all Anbu learned at some point or another, purely for the convenience it afforded them. Even so, the redhead began to think about Shisui's words. It was true the 3 of them had never actually gone on a mission altogether during their time in Anbu. To do so now, without their captain nonetheless, certainly was strange. We should get moving again. Itachi's calm voice interrupted both his musings and his dinner, and with quite a bit of grumbling from his bird and tiger masked friends, the 3 of them packed their dinner, destroyed their presence in the clearing, and shot off into the trees. Never once did they notice the set of steel-gray eyes watching them from the shadows. Deep in the land of rain there is a large field, famous for shinobi as the place where the 4th Kazekage, the 4th Hokage and the 3rd Tsuchikage all met to discuss the end of the 3rd Shinobi War. It was a miserable place, barren and lifeless from the copious amount of blood spilled across its muddy ground. Rain poured ceaselessly from the darkened sky, and not a single iota of healthy plant life could be spotted anywhere in sight. It was here that Itachi, Shisui and Naruto all appeared via their typical methods of shunshine. All 3 of them gazed around the place with a sigh, knowing full well the reputation of the land they were standing in. It wasn't long before they were joined by 3 more blurs, which quickly resolved into men in similar attire to their own. They too wore the staple animal mask of a hidden village's Anbu, as well as the gray body armor that marked them above regular shinobi. Good, you arrived. We were beginning to think you Konoha dogs wouldn't show up. The blatant slur was completely ignored by the 3 stoic leaf ninja. Instead, Naruto simply opted to pull the large scroll of his back, planting it on the ground with a small thud. Do you have the prisoner? His voice was cold and purely professional, which elicited a grin from the leader of the opposing shinobi, not that it went seen behind his mask. We had heard you Leaf Ninja were cold, but to see it firsthand. He made a tutting noise with his teeth after a small chuckle escaped his mouth. Do you have the prisoner? Naruto's voice never wavered, maintaining the perfect emotionless edge all Anbu were trained to use in situations like these. The leader of the other ninjas simply sighed irritable before motioning to one of his companions. Yeah, geez. The man to his right disappeared for a moment before returning with a limp form slung across his shoulders like a shepherd might carry one of his flock. There's your guy, happy? Now show us our man. His voice hitched slightly at the end in irritation and obvious anger, but none of the leaf shinobi acted on it. Instead, Naruto simply unfurled the overly large scroll in one smooth motion, releasing the captive ninja inside with a burst of smoke. Before the slightly dazed man could do anything, he had been grasped by Naruto and immediately had a tanto held to his neck. What's going on? The poor captive was too dazed to think clearly. One moment he had been in his cell, about to go to sleep, the next he was standing out in some forsaken field with the biting rain pouring down on him. Stay calm, we are trading you back to your forces in return for one of our own. The captive merely blinked in confusion again, his mind too muddled to properly take in the situation. The other Anbu seemed unfazed by the gleaming sword held to their comrade's throat. It was fairly standard procedure to keep the hostage from running. All right. We'll release your shinobi at the same moment you release ours. All he got was a curt nod from Naruto, who was more focused on keeping his blade no more than an inch from his captive's throat. When the man gulped, he could feel the razor-sharp steel brush his neck. There was a moment of silence between the two groups before the ninja carrying the leaf hostage began to walk forward at the same time Naruto did, still maintaining that inch of breathing room at all times. There was a moment when the ever-present noise of the rain seemed to dull for a moment as the two men passed one another. Now! Before anybody could blink, the ninja walking forward raised his hand, simultaneously dropping the leaf hostage on his shoulder. Naruto could do nothing as his tanto was wrenched from his hand by an unseen force. The moment of confusion and hesitation was all it took for the enemy shinobi to grab their hostage in one hand, throw him back towards their group and slash through the leaf hostage's throat in one fell swoop. Naruto could only stare at the spray of crimson arcing through the air for a single second before he was forced to suddenly jump backwards to avoid meeting the same fate. He landed back between his comrades who had both taken ready stances, their individual Sharingan flaring behind their masks. He adopted a similar pose as they all glared at the group of enemy ninja in front of them, all of whom were now smirking in a mocking fashion behind their masks. "What are you doing? Don't you know this could mean war between Konoha and Iwa?" Shisui's voice rang out clearly across the field, despite the pounding rain muffling everything else. Even now the three could only watch the steadily growing pool of blood beneath their comrade. "Ha, finally got you to break those cool and collected masks, did we? Whatever, it's not like anybody is going to find out about this once you three are all dead." Naruto settled back into his fighting stance. The oldest amongst the Iwa ninja immediately recognized it, his eyes swelling in eager fright. "I know that stance. But that should be impossible. Only one other man ever fought using that style." He stared excitedly under his mask as his companions glared at him and Naruto strangely. "So, you're the damn Flash's brat. Am I right?" He chuckled dryly behind his mask as he made a motion with his hand. "Oh, that just makes this all the better. Oh, I can't wait to make you scream my name." Immediately they were surrounded on all sides as 10 more Iwa Anbu suddenly appeared from where they had been hiding underground. All of them just seemed to stare at the redhead incredulously, not quite believing they were really facing against the Fourth's legacy. "Guys, what do we do? We're good but not that good." Shisui's voice was hushed so their opponents couldn't hear them. Before any of them could reply, the leader of the Iwa Anbu called out, "Hey! If you think we're just going to stand here and let you plan, then you sure do think us fools." Immediately the backup squadron of Iwa shinobi leapt into action, rushing forward to cordon off the Leaf group before they could escape. Suddenly, all three of them became locked into a flurry as they were all ganged up on by at least 4 different ninja. Gray and black blurs filled the air, earth technique slamming into the ground as Naruto, Shisui and Itachi duck and span. Quickly the already muddy and desolate battlefield was transformed into a compacted war zone as earth was uprooted and large gashes and trenches appeared across the ground. Naruto had managed to snatch one of the tantos from an enemy ninja's back and was using it to deflect kunai that seemed to come from everywhere around him. Normally he would have spared a glance at his comrades, but he was sure he would only get hit if that happened. He suddenly pivoted on one foot, only to slip slightly on the muddy ground. The slight stumble cost him as he felt the large slash from on his arm. He stifled a cry of pain as he jumped to the side, avoiding a more lethal gash that might have taken his head off. His grinning opponent didn't relent though, he just rushed forward again, intent on being the one who took out the 4th Hokage's son. Meanwhile one of his companions was rushing through hand seals at an impossible pace. Earth release, mudslide jutsu. The already unforgiving terrain under his feet became a soupy quagmire and his feet were immediately taken out from under him, slimy flows threatening to bury him in neck deep. It was only by sheer reflex he reached out with a hand, grabbing onto a nearby stretch of reasonable solid ground and using chakra to anchor himself before pulling up. At the same moment he lashed out with his leg, catching one of the other Anbu who had been trying to get close and take him out with a long katana. He landed back on solid ground but not without a wince. He had used his injured arm to soften his fall and was paying the price for it. His eyes widened as he suddenly dropped to the floor, narrowly avoiding the gleaming blade that passed inches overhead. Using his momentum he rolled before springing back up, pulling his hands together painfully to quickly flash through hand seals in a moment of respite. Wind release, Gale Shuriken Jutsu. All around him the wind coalesced into 10 rotating blades of wind that immediately dispersed outwards with a blast of pressurized air. Most of his opponents dodged out of the way, which caused Naruto to smirk behind his mask before leaping back from another precise attack, his hands never straying from the dog seal. The cries of pain rang out through the large battleground as the wind shuriken suddenly turned around midair, embedding themselves into 3 of Naruto's attackers. Unfortunately for him, They didn't hit any vital spots, but at least now he wasn't the only one with an injury, their flesh torn and mangled along the outside of their legs and arms, impeding movement with pounding agony. Damn you Namikaze brat. Earth style, devouring earth jutsu. Suddenly the ground shook as large boulders ripped themselves from the earth, forming into an enormous maw that quickly tried to eat Naruto. He jumped away, but the jutsu simply followed after him, clamping down around his body with a sickening crunch. One of the Iwa Anbu sighed in relief, glad that their fight was over relatively quickly. The sigh died in his mouth as they all heard a strange pulsating sound from behind them. Rasengan. Before anybody could react, Naruto suddenly appeared in their midst with a glowing sphere of blue energy. He slammed it into one of his faceless opponents, the sound of skin being torn and bones being grinded into dust echoing in everybody's ears. There was a moment of calm as Naruto stood there, panting from how fast he had to substitute with a seal-less shadow clone to pull that off. So you really are the fourth's kid? Naruto didn't answer as he looked at the man, simply dropping into a fighting stance and ignoring the pain in his arm. Itachi wasn't faring much better. While his Sharingan allowed him to quite easily predict their movements and act accordingly, their sheer numbers were causing him problems. While one would attack from the front and draw his attention, another would attack him from a blind spot, effectively countering the advantages the Sharingan gave him. While he had two of them under Genjutsu, it proved difficult to do the same with their comrades, as it took a lot of concentration to keep even that much up while fighting at the same time. To make matters worse, every so often one would break off and free their friends by pulsing chakra through their systems. Itachi was hard-pressed to just keep ahead of his opponents, and he couldn't even spare a passing thought to his friends, knowing they would have to just deal with it right now. He blocked another Tanto strike with his own before melting into a flock of crows, quickly encircling his attacker before having to break off to avoid his companion. His normally stoic face was marred by a look of pure concentration he only ever took in his most heated spars with Naruto. Behind his mask, his three Tomoe Sharingan spun erratically as he attempted to predict every one of his enemy's movements, only to be blind-sighted once again. He grunted in pain as he felt a slash through the back of his leg before he spun, lashing out with his blade to return the favor, only to see his opponent jump away. On reflex, he suddenly dropped to the ground, gulping slightly as an enormous ball of flame roared over his head. The heat alone made him sweat beneath his armor before it was swept away by the all-encompassing rain. He dashed back to his feet, jumping away from another well-coordinated attack before racing through hand seals of his own. You call that a fireball? Fire release, great fireball jutsu. He finished with the tiger seal and breathed out, expelling a concentrated stream of fire which quickly grew into an enormous sphere of pure flame, well over 3 times his own height. He sent it careening forward, digging out a small trench of earth in its wake. 3 of his opponents all dodged out of the way, one of them getting slightly singed by his slow reaction. Their Genjutsu-controlled comrade wasn't so lucky. He took the jutsu directly, his body being incinerated instantly. Itachi panted slightly as he regained his breath, using the momentary pause in the fighting to once again eye up his opponents, who only glared back with undisguised hatred. You'll pay for that, Konoha scum. Itachi did not respond as he rushed forward, Tanto gleaming in the weak light. Shisui was just barely having an easier time. Any time an enemy would get close enough to do damage, he would disappear in a surging tornado of leaves, only to reappear right behind one of their unsuspecting comrades. Already his opponents were covered in light bruises and various cuts that were slowly eating at their stamina. That wasn't to say Shisui was fine either. He was really exerting himself to keep up with so many highly skilled opponents, his muscles protesting after several awkward, hurried maneuvers. They had quickly caught on to his abilities and were now keeping their distance, launching long-range jutsu at him from where he couldn't reach them easily. He seemed to have drawn the short end of the stick as he found himself facing against the leader of the enemy Anbu group, the red patch on his mask identifying him as an Anbu captain. The fight was dragging on, and as time passed, Shisui felt more and more of his energy draining away while his opponent seemed hardly fazed. He vanished again, hoping to surprise his opponent as he reappeared in mid-air, a usually impossible stunt using the shunshine. His plan failed though, as he was forced to twist his body in mid-air to avoid a hail of shuriken and kunai before he could even think about attacking the Anbu captain. He was forced back again, doing his best to dodge or deflect the weapons being sent his way. Every so often one would get past his defenses, nicking his leg or scraping across his arm guards. He stood back, panting with his tanto held in front of him in a cross guard, wondering why his assailants had suddenly stopped. The answer became quickly obvious as the rest of the Iwa ninja reappeared, throwing the tired and bloodied forms of Naruto and Itachi down on the ground in front of them. Surrender, Konoha trash, or your friends will die. Shisui's eyes widened behind his mask. He never would have thought his friends would be captured. In fact, Shisui had always considered himself the weakest of the three, always trailing behind Naruto and Itachi in skill. To see them so defeated and helpless, it was paralyzing. The Uchiha could only gulp as he stood there, motionless. "Didn't you hear me? I said surrender or we'll cut their throats." As if to put that point across, his friends were suddenly wrenched into kneeling positions, blades poised in front of their necks ready to end their lives. Shisui didn't know what to do. If he ran in his exhausted condition, he would never get away before they caught him, plus he would never be able to live with himself. If he surrendered, then they would all be taken captive and most likely tortured for any information they had. Anbu procedures dictated he should kill himself in this situation, but they would still get Naruto and Itachi. He stood there, trembling slightly with frustration and rage as his knuckles turned white from gripping his tanto too hard. He didn't know what to do. His mind raced at a mile a minute and his Sharingan spun wildly, unconsciously reshaping into a shape reminiscent of a four-pronged shuriken. The enemy Anbu captain just smirked behind his mask, reveling in the indecision and pure fear of his enemy. Koto Amatsukami. It was barely a whisper, completely inaudible beneath the roar of the pouring rain smothering the field. However, beneath his mask the enemy captain's eyes suddenly dilated, his body becoming unresponsive for a single moment before he returned to normal. His hand suddenly shot up, shocking the rest of his squad as he motioned for the two-leaf Anbu to be released. "Let them go." The other Iwa ninja only looked on in shock, none of them moving for a moment before the captain rounded on them angrily. "Didn't you hear me? I said release them." A man to his left looked between his commander and the two prisoners, who seemed equally amazed. "But Taiku." His voice was as unsure as the rest of them felt. "But nothing, this is a direct order. We have what we came for now, release them." After a moment of indecision, Itachi and Naruto were hesitantly released. The two quickly used the opportunity to race across to Shisui, who continued to stare at the enemy captain with a level glare. "We're done here." He made another motion and the entire squad raced off back towards their own country. "What the hell?" Naruto was just as confused as he stood there, watching the enemy ninja retreat from sight steadily. His concentration was wrecked though as Shisui suddenly wilted where he stood, swaying slightly before falling backwards. Naruto and Itachi caught him quickly and gently lowered him to the mud-covered ground before removing his mask. It was fleeting, but both saw his Sharingan shift back from its strange pattern to the normal Tri-Tomoe design. As Shisui lost consciousness, both his friends shared an uneasy look between them. Later on, after the trio passed back into the safety of their own borders with Shisui and Naruto carrying an unconscious Shisui and the dead body of the captive they had been sent to retrieve, they made camp in a small out-of-the-way clearing. After they got a fire going and had some food, the two sat around the flickering flames in silence. Shisui lay off to one side with a blanket thrown over him for warmth, while the body of the former prisoner was sealed into the large scroll Naruto had brought. "Taka, what do you?" The stoic Uchiha raised a hand to motion for Naruto to be quiet. The raven-haired boy continued to stare into the dancing flames, the light reflecting off his Sharingan as they rotated lazily. "I don't know, Tora, I've never seen anything like it before." He sighed heavily before sitting back, using his forearms to prop up his body against the damp ground. "He wouldn't keep this from us, right?" Itachi shook his head slowly. It was really unlike Shisui to keep secrets from them, of any kind. It was an unspoken bond of trust between the three friends. They told each other everything. Naruto had already revealed he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. At first he was met with silence before Shisui managed to crack a joke about Naruto's stamina suddenly making sense. "No, I'm sure he doesn't know any more about this than we do." Even though he sounded confident, inside he was pondering those words with unease. "But what about that thing?" He just looked at the guy and it was like he was controlling him. Itachi sighed as he leant back forwards, this time propping an arm on his knee. "I really don't know, but..." He trailed off as he stared into the flames, unsure of how to proceed. While it was true they didn't keep secrets, what he was about to say was something dangerous to the clan. "But what?" Itachi looked around, gazing at Naruto softly behind his mask before returning his gaze to the flames. "I think it was the Mangekyo Sharingan." Naruto blinked owlishly at his friend before his gaze drifted to Shisui's unconscious body. "The what?" Itachi shrugged slowly, never tearing his gaze away from the fire, captivated by the randomly dancing wisps of orange. "I don't know all the details. It's a legend even among the Uchiha clan, but it's said to be a stage above even the fully evolved Sharingan, only unlocked by Madara Uchiha himself. Nobody alive today even knows what it does, but beyond that, what he did. I have no idea." Naruto sighed as he looked at his friend's body again. "I don't know how we're going to explain this to the Hokage, or Lord Danzo." Itachi's gaze steeled for a moment as he finally looked away from the fire and towards his red-headed friend. We tell them everything, that is our duty. Naruto glanced around in shock, only hidden thanks to his mask. But if word gets out that Shisui has that kind of power. He wasn't allowed to finish as Itachi cut him off again. We are Anbu, tools of the village, and it is our duty to report everything to our superior and the Hokage. Naruto sighed as he looked up at the sky, noting how out here on the outskirts of the country the stars shine more clearly. Right. He spared one last worried look at his friend before getting up to grab his sleeping bag. He had a feeling it would be a long night. It turned out that Naruto's fears seemed unfounded. By the time they returned to the village, Shisui was awake and had confirmed he had no idea what happened. One moment he was stressing over what to do and couldn't decide, and the next a word just seemed to appear in his mind. Apparently he seemed to leave his body and found himself looking through the eyes of the enemy captain. While he couldn't control the man directly, he just thought about not wanting his friends to be hurt, and the man just acted on his own. When they gave their mission report to the Hokage, he was saddened by the loss of one of the shinobi of his village. However, he couldn't risk a war with Iwa. Both countries weren't exactly strong at the moment, Iwa after losing the Third Shinobi War and Konoha due to the Kyuubi attack. He was willing to look past it considering Naruto and Itachi had taken out two of the assailants, and while Hiruzen generally wasn't a fan of the eye for an eye way of thinking, it was what was best for the village. When they finally got on to the end of the fight and Shisui's abilities, the aged Hokage seemed incredibly interested by the apparent new ability the young Uchiha possessed. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't demonstrate it. He couldn't even activate his Mangekyo willingly, he just didn't know how. In the end, the Hokage simply told him that if that ever changed, he was to inform him immediately, as such an ability should be analyzed if possible. Even so, being part of the Sharingan, the Uchiha would find a way to make sure such a rare and powerful ability would not become common knowledge and avoid it being studied if possible. Currently, Naruto was wandering through the village in his civilian clothes, an orange sleeveless hoodie with a navy t-shirt underneath and beige cargo shorts. He was mulling over what Itachi told him back in that clearing, about the village being more important than their own feelings. At least that was what Naruto took from it. For some reason he particularly disliked the idea that Anbu, or even shinobi for that matter, were simply tools for the village. While he would gladly die for his home and its people, that wasn't because he was some disposable weapon. He would do such a thing to protect the people he cared about because he never wanted to see his friends like Itachi, Shisui or Anko get hurt. He continued to think about it as he walked rather aimlessly through heat-packed streets, never noticing as he turned off into a quieter district, almost walking straight into somebody in the process. Oh, sorry about that. He looked up sheepishly only to blink for a moment as he saw a familiar shock of silver hair that he just couldn't quite place. Oh, that's no problem, Tora. Instantly Naruto was holding a kunai out in front of him as he dropped into a fighting stance on reflex. How do you know my code name? The tall man simply laughed jovially and waved a hand dismissively, which allowed the redhead a chance to take him in properly. He wore a mask covering most of his face while his headband was pulled over one eye, only revealing one which looked at him rather lazily. Now, Tora, I'm surprised you don't recognize me after all this time. Naruto blinked again, noting that the voice sounded incredibly familiar as he lowered the kunai. Taiku? The man just raised a hand and made a quick peace sign with what Naruto could only describe as an eye smile. Yo! Naruto completely put his kunai away, now confident that this man was in fact his captain. You can call me Kakashi Hatake if you want. Naruto just blinked, very confused at the moment at his captain's actions. Taiku, it is incredibly irregular to reveal your identity, even to comrades. Kakashi merely smiled again and gave another dismissive wave. Maybe. But it won't matter for very long. I'm retiring from Anbu. If Naruto was surprised he didn't show it, after nearly 7 years in Anbu and 4 of those as a captain, he would have been more surprised if he hadn't retired sometime soon. That's sad to hear, Taiku. It was a privilege working with you, and I hope our next captain is as competent and skilled. Naruto couldn't completely tell due to the mask, but he could feel that Kakashi was grinning at him almost too happily. I'm so very glad you said that, Naruto. Once again Naruto wasn't surprised. While knowing his codename would be unusual, his identity out of the mask and uniform wasn't exactly a secret. I was actually looking for you. Naruto raised a solitary eyebrow for a moment, regarding his, now former, captain with intrigue. Oh? Why? Kakashi beamed again, although the only outward sign was his eye curling up again in that strange way. You know I am your father's former student, right? Although he didn't like to dwell on that, he nodded curtly. Yes. Kakashi nodded with a small melancholic smile. Did he mention anything about me? Naruto thought back hard to the years before. It's hard to recall. I guess he did a few times. Again Kakashi merely gave a small nod of understanding. And what did he say? You can't remember? Naruto gave a small shake of his head. I'm afraid I can't. Kakashi had a faraway look for a moment. Well, you've done your parents proud. He had the courtesy to blush slightly at that. Thanks, Taiku. Kakashi, please. Naruto gave him a somewhat reluctant nod. All right, Kakashi-san. He gave a more pleased nod with another of his seemingly trademark eye smiles. You've done them proud. You're an excellent shinobi. With lots of room to grow, but still, excellent. For your age, there are few that are your peer. Itachi and Shisui. Naruto supplied, not liking the breach in Anbu policy, but feeling like his captain had something very important to explain. Maybe some others, I don't know about. Yes. Both of your friends are unusually skilled for their age. It's tempting to think you're all time travelers from the future. Naruto's brows rose high at that. What? The man simply laughed dismissively. Oh, nothing. Just, well, you're too young. Newest Icha came out. Anyway, my point is, you are skilled, and not just in combat. Tactics. Planning. Strategy. You are balanced, multifaceted. You don't have many apparent weaknesses. All good traits. You also work well with just about anybody and you know how to think on your feet. Thank you again, Kakashi-san. But I don't follow. You will my replacement. His perfectly serene smile never broke as he said it, and true to his Anbu training Naruto didn't even raise a brow. What? Why me? It was a perfectly valid question. In Naruto's opinion there were a few people who might deserve the position over him, those with more experience and probably ability too. Because I decided it should be you. People look up to you and respect your decisions, you have no qualms ordering people but still take others' opinions into consideration, and you have the power to protect your comrades. That time Naruto did blink, it was like he read it off a script. You certainly thought it through. Kakashi just smiled again, already looking like he was ready to take off, though I'm not convinced. It wasn't a decision I could make lightly. Naruto nodded at that. It was a position that took a great deal of responsibility and authority, just below the Jounin commander. What about Itachi? Kakashi nodded for a moment, apparently in thought, although from what Naruto had gathered on his personality so far he may have simply been bored. I considered him, as well as many others. Others who have many more years' experience than you. He turned back to Naruto, the wandering and lazy gaze gone, replaced by a look of a man used to carrying the weight of command. But you have to trust that I have made the correct decision. If you start second-guessing yourself now, then maybe I didn't. Naruto met his gaze evenly for a moment before nodding curtly once. Let's just say, you're like a certain someone I know. I know that you will succeed. Alright. And as if he had thrown a switch, the other, lazier and carefree Kakashi was back with his eye smile and everything. Good, it'll be official in a few days. See ya, Naruto. He quickly vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving a contemplative Naruto in his wake. Well, that was strange. He shrugged it off and carried on walking. He would find out what Anko thought about all this. It was her opinion that he actually cared about, his own just wasn't enough. Despite all Kakashi's praise, he wasn't entirely convinced. He needed to get her perspective, the only other person who might be able to settle his doubts. Chapter 12, New Wounds. Naruto jogged casually through the streets, the late night air cool on his exposed arms. Normally he didn't run through the village so openly in his Anbu armor, but it was a nice night and there weren't many people about. Those that did see him simply paid him no mind, treating him as the silent and invisible protector that Anbu were supposed to be. In turn he ignored them, maintaining his official non-existence to the general public. It wasn't a foolproof charade. Anybody that knew him even reasonably well would be able to recognize him from his hair, mask or no. He looked up briefly, watching the bright full moon as he jumped across rooftops on his way towards the outskirts of the village. He wasn't sure why Shisui had asked him to meet him by an old training ground, but the whole situation put him on edge slightly. His friend was never this secretive and the message was sent in the standard Anbu code. That alone was grounds to worry. That anxiety only increased as he dropped into the training ground to see Shisui standing by a fast-moving river, his back facing the redhead. Shisui? The black-haired Uchiha perked up a little as he heard his friend's voice ring out clearly in the still night. The dull roar of the waters in the river provided a constant background noise that mixed in with the other miscellaneous sounds of the forest. Hey Naruto. The Namikaze easily heard the slight strain in his friend's voice. It came out weak and lacked all the usual confidence. It's a nice night tonight, isn't it? Naruto wasn't sure what to make of this. His friend was acting strange and he had no idea what was going on. Shisui, what is it? What's going on? His friend merely held up a hand, holding it there as he cocked his head to the side like a dog listening out for something. Only a few moments later there was another rustle as Itachi dropped into the clearing, like Naruto fully decked out in his Anbu gear. Naruto couldn't tell explicitly due to his mask, but the other Uchiha seemed just as clueless as he was. Shisui, Naruto, what's this about? Naruto merely shrugged while Shisui continued to stare thoughtfully into the river, not turning around to his two friends. It's such a nice night. His sigh was audible, even above the harsh sounds of the water rushing along in the river. Naruto was seriously worried by now. This whole thing was so out of character for Shisui it had his nerves on edge. Shisui, what's going on? Why are you like this? Their friend sighed again as he finally turned around, painfully slowly. To their credit as Anbu, neither Itachi nor Naruto gasped or showed any outward reaction as they saw Shisui's face. Blood streamed down from his left eye, leaving a slow-moving river down his cheek, the moonlight only serving to show more contrast between his pale cheek and the dark stream of crimson. Shisui, what happened? To Naruto's shock, it was Itachi who spoke, his voice carrying far more emotion than he normally allowed people to hear, even in the company of his friends. For the third time that night Shisui sighed sadly, his expression somber and melancholic. I don't have a lot of time. I was able to lead them on a false trail long enough to get you messages, but I probably only have about 5 minutes. His weak voice was only met by uncomprehending silence from his friends, only broken by the occasional bird call or that ever-present roar of the river. I'm sorry guys. He offered a lame smile that only turned to a pained wince as he gently held a hand to his bleeding eye. I guess I just wasn't enough this time. Finally the silence and the tension got to Naruto, and the catch in his throat holding him back from speaking disappeared. Shisui, what are you talking about? What happened to your eye? The attempt at a smile finally vanished from the Uchiha's face as he took on a more sobering expression, trying and failing to look at both his friends with his one good eye. I don't know who it was, but they wore Anbu uniforms, except they didn't. It was like some kind of twisted version. Their masks looked more like demons than animals. But I do know they were from Konoha. They used our sign language. He winced again as he clutched a hand to his eye, the pain obviously tremendous even though he kept it hidden commendably. They were coming after my eyes. I got as much from their commands and the way they attacked me. They managed to pin me down in the compound and they got one of them, but I used a flash bomb and managed to get away. That alone was a sobering thought for all three of them. You're Mangekyo. Itachi's voice was quiet and contemplative but still loud enough that his friends heard him. Yeah, I figured as much as well. Again they lapsed into a brief silence, thinking about the consequences of what happened tonight. But that means... Shisui cut Naruto off with a raised hand, motioning for him to stop. I know, the only people who know about it are the Hokage, the clan and our superiors in Anbu. Itachi's brow furrowed deeply behind his mask, his eyes scanning back and forth rapidly as he thought. No, they wouldn't do this. It makes no sense. Why would they hurt one of our own? Shisui sighed as his face contorted into a brief scowl, his pointed gaze directed solely at his cousin. Itachi, you know as well as I do that right now the Uchiha clan are under just as much suspicion as anybody else. At that Naruto looked up from thought quizzically, a questioning gaze turned at his two friends. What do you mean? Why would your family do something like this? Shisui looked at Naruto with as kind an expression as he could manage before sadly looking away, his gaze drifting to the river. We don't have that much time, I'm sorry Naruto. His gaze came back up, a slightly pained expression clear across his features, but it wasn't from his injury. My power is far too dangerous in the wrong hands and they already have one eye. At least that means it will be greatly weakened, but it is still too dangerous for me to stay in Konoha. Naruto blinked in surprise at the implications of Shisui's words. You're leaving? Becoming a missing nin? Shisui shook his head sadly, the regret obvious in his eye. No, I would have nowhere to go, not to mention I would be no safer. Wherever I run, wherever I hide, as long as I have these accursed eyes, then I am in danger and a danger to everybody. Naruto could only look on helplessly, the words refusing to form for a moment. Then what? We can protect you, Shisui chuckled humorlessly, the action once again causing him to wince in obvious pain. Naruto, you can't protect me all the time, you are strong, but human. Even you have to sleep, eat and move on with your life. By now tears were beginning to form in the redhead's eyes as he stared at his friend. Then we go with you. Shisui smiled. Naruto had never seen a more saddening sight than his best friend's heartbreaking smile. Where I'm going, I hope you two will not have to follow for a long time. Before Naruto could ask what his friend meant, he slowly unsheathed the tanto from his back with another heart-wrenching smile. You two will always be my closest friends, remember that please. And without another word, Shisui drove the blade into his heart, his face eternally locked into a small smile as his body dropped lifelessly into the river, easily carried away by the strong currents. Shisui. Both Naruto and Itachi cried out together, already sprinting forward to the river. However, it was too late. Even if they could catch up to their friend's body, the strong currents had already pulled his body under, lost to their eyes. They could only watch helplessly from the riverbank, staring into the dark waters that perfectly reflected the many shining stars in the night sky. Naruto dropped to his knees, the whole situation finally catching up to him as he began to take ragged breaths between gasps. Itachi remained standing, his body rigid and frozen even as twin trails of blood slowly leaked from his eyes. The sound of a fist knocking on wood rang out clearly and loudly through the homely two-story house. Anko quickly vaulted the rest of the stairs she had been walking down to quickly run to the door, opening it with a small exasperated sigh as whoever it was kept knocking. She looked out in surprise at the two very gruff-looking Uchiha men standing in their front porch. One in particular seemed incredibly irritated. She knew they were Uchiha from the crests on their collars, although the Sharingan spinning lazily in their eyes was also a dead giveaway. Hello? The older-looking man of the two with silver hair and a distinctively arrogant look plastered over his face simply gazed at her disinterestedly. Naruto Namikaze lives here, correct? Anko frowned at his tone. It seemed, for lack of a better word, accusatory, and that didn't stand well with her. Who are you? The man sneered for a moment, obviously irritated he had to deal with a situation like this before grunting in annoyance. We're with the Konoha military police force to question Naruto Namikaze over Shisui Uchiha's suicide. The news hit Anko like a ton of bricks, making her gulp in surprise and shock, her eyes suddenly finding the floor as she blinked, her brow furrowed in pain and shock. She managed to just about look back up at the man who seemed nonplussed by the emotional display, not caring less about her reaction to the news he had so emotionlessly conveyed. Suicide? The man merely grunted in the affirmative, his irritated mask not budging for a second. Is Naruto Namikaze here or not? Anko was still stunned, but she did at least manage to nod at the question. What do you need with Naruto? She meant for the question to come out assertively, however her voice was quiet and subdued. She could only imagine how Naruto would take the news. Shisui had been his best friend, other than her. He had been strangely quiet and pensive recently as well. This wouldn't help things at all. None of your concern, our questions are for the Namikaze, not you. Even in her now emotionally fragile state, Anko gave the man a seething gaze, only saved from a scolding as Naruto suddenly made his appearance. Hey Anko, who's at the door? At his voice both Anko and the two Uchiha perked up, looking around as he jogged into the room, his hair still wet from a shower. Naruto Namikaze? The redhead eyed the two men critically but nodded all the same. He took note of their Uchiha crests and the shell-shocked look on Anko's face and instantly knew why they were here. Cursing softly in his head, he put on an air of total ignorance before joining Anko by her side. He knew this was coming. He hoped it wouldn't, but he was no idealist. After much debate, both he and Itachi agreed to keep what they knew about Shisui secret, respecting their friend's last unspoken wish. What's going on, Uchiha-san? The silvery-haired man sneered at the polite greeting, looking down his nose at the young Namikaze and sniffing loudly. We need to ask you some questions. Becoming slightly more serious at the tone, Naruto nodded warily before offering a hand for the two Uchiha to enter. Of course. They brushed past him quickly, both obviously wanting to get this over with soon. As they followed, Naruto sent a small glance Anko's way. The girl couldn't even look him in the eyes. After around a half hour of surprisingly intensive and all too accusatory questions, the Uchiha pair left, disgruntled and unenlightened. Naruto had kept the majority of his answers vague but reasonable, sticking to the truth where possible. He found it surprising how easy it was to lie to the two, although their general attitudes helped. All throughout the dreadful conversation, although interrogation may have been a more accurate description, Naruto had managed to put on a suitably shocked and disbelieving air. In truth, though, that was no problem. He was still in real shock over his friend's sudden suicide, and he had been bottling those emotions up since then. Wow. Naruto sat out his couch, staring up at the ceiling, the occasional blink the only sign he was even alive. Anko sat down next to him, naturally snuggling closer to his warm body even as she gazed at him worryingly. It pained her to see Naruto this way, so obviously devastated yet withdrawn and quiet. She couldn't even tell what he was thinking to even begin to try and help him. Instead, she pulled his loose hand into her own, holding onto it tightly, as much for her own benefit as it was for his. "How are you doing?" Naruto blinked a few times before taking a deep breath and turning to look at his oldest friend mechanically. Tears almost welled up in his eyes. Lying to the Uchiha had been one thing, but with Anko it was completely different. He wasn't been sure what he could tell her, or if it would be safe to tell her anything. He would have to talk with Itachi about it for later. For now he would simply have to maintain the act, although the edges of what was real and what was acting had already begun to blur. "I'm not sure, it's just everything." Anko nodded sadly, suddenly pulling herself forward to rest her head in the shoulder of Naruto closest to her. "I know, I just can't believe it, I mean. It was Shisui." Her voice held genuine disbelief behind the more noticeable sadness and shock. "He just always seemed so happy." Her voice became small with that and she unconsciously buried herself further into Naruto's shoulder. It made her wonder if there was something she had missed, some hidden sign that Shisui wasn't as right as he looked, something she could have done to help. Worriedly she looked back up at Naruto's pensive face, knowing that no matter how bad she felt, Naruto could only be worse. "What are we going to do now?" Naruto broke away from whatever speck on the ceiling he had been so intently staring at to look down at her sadly. "I don't know," he sighed with genuine regret and sorrow as he shifted on the couch to bring Anko closer to him. Right now he appreciated the comfort. "Just keep living, I guess." It sounded optimistic, but his voice carried deep undertones of depression. Anko looked up, swearing she saw something in Naruto break at that moment, being replaced by something much darker and colder. It nearly made her shudder. "Yeah." Both their gazes drifted over to a small standing picture frame on a nearby cabinet. The three smiling faces of a much younger Naruto, Itachi and Shisui, as well as the more neutral face of their sensei above them, shone back. Things had changed so much since those more innocent days. Naruto just wasn't sure how much more he could take. It was a quiet night and Naruto appreciated that. He liked that all he could hear was the wind rushing past his masked face and the occasional chirp of cicadas. Ever since Shisui died a week ago, his life had been one big blur of sympathizers and pity. He hated it. If anything, the mission he had suddenly been pulled away on was a blessing, although he didn't enjoy being away from Anko when she was so fragile. The girl had never really had people she could care for or who cared for her before meeting Naruto, and one of the most precious to her, her sensei, had betrayed her horribly. To see another of those people leave her so suddenly had taken its toll. In the same way, Itachi had become very withdrawn of late, never leaving the Uchiha compound except to train or for missions. In fact, Naruto hadn't spoken with him since that night. It was one of the reasons he was now gently roof-hopping through the still night air in the direction of the Uchiha compound. He had gotten back from his mission early and decided to go see his friend. They needed to talk and he had been putting it off for too long now. The mission was only an excuse. He ducked down into the streets, frowning when he saw the gate to the Uchiha compound at the end of the walkway. It definitely was not supposed to be open like that. Hurrying forward, he openly gasped as he saw what lay within. Blood was randomly spattered on the walls, kunai and shuriken littering the streets. Even with all his experience in Anbu, he was forced to support himself on a nearby wall. Even the civilians hadn't been spared. Itachi. Realizing his friend might be in danger, he took off in the direction of the clan head's house. He would find out what happened here when he knew his friend was safe. Rushing through the blood-drenched streets, he constantly had to fight off the urge to gag. The smell was sickening and the sights around him more so. He finally steeled himself as he vaulted the small wall around his friend's house, crashing through the door only to see something he never thought he would see. "Itachi?" His friend stood there, turning at the familiar and unwelcome voice, the fresh blood of his father still dripping slowly down the gleaming blade of his tanto. "Naruto." Itachi seemed genuinely shocked by his friend's arrival, his hand trembling where it gripped the blade. "Itachi? What's going on?" The Uchiha never got to answer as a high-pitched gasp was heard behind them. All three members of the room spanned to see the trembling and wide-eyed form of one Sasuke Uchiha, his eyes locked on the unmoving form of his late father, before they drifted up to Itachi's emotionless face. "And Ni-san?" Again Itachi was cut off as a panicked and desperate voice cried out, piercing the silent house. "No. Run, Sasuke. Please just run." It was Mikoto who cried out. She had been about to receive the killing blow from her son when Naruto crashed through the door. Sasuke's breaths came in small, startled gasps and his legs quaked uncontrollably, unable to move. Suddenly a switch flicked in his mind as he suddenly turned around, running out the door and back into the death-ridden streets. Naruto was still so shocked by all this he almost missed the black blur of Itachi's form racing past him in pursuit of his brother. Pulled out of his indecisiveness, he spared one glance at Mikoto to make sure she was okay before pelting after the two brothers. He caught up just as Sasuke dropped to the ground in the street, his pupils dilated and his body trembling in fear and pain. Bright red eyes with single tomoe circling the pupil could be seen before his eyes closed and he fell into fitful unconsciousness. Ignoring the boy for now, Naruto focused on Itachi, who calmly turned to look at him, their eyes meeting. "Naruto." The redhead just didn't know what to say. "What do you say in a situation like this?" "No." His voice was a hoarse whisper and his legs threatened to give out from under him. "Please no." Itachi gave no sign he had heard the softly spoke please. "I can't lose you too." At that, Itachi finally gave some sign that he had heard, taking a small step forward toward his friend. "Naruto." "Why?" He was cut off harshly as Naruto also took a step forward, tears of rage and betrayal falling unseen behind his mask. "After everything. After Shisui. What is this?" Naruto had no idea what kind of strain this put of Itachi. Even now his forced emotionless facade was cracking, shattering under his friend's betrayal-filled words. "I did what I had to, this was the only way." His voice was small, quiet and unsure, like he didn't truly believe them himself. In his rage and anger though, Naruto took no notice, only clenching his fists until his knuckles turned an unnatural white. You. He trembled in confusion and rage, unable to convey what he wanted to, not even sure what he wanted to say in the first place. "Naruto." Itachi never got the chance to finish his sentence as Naruto's head suddenly snapped up, his gaze murderous. This was only accentuated by the blood-red eyes peering at him from behind equally red hair. Naruto was always good at controlling his emotions, especially anger and rage, but at that moment every defense he had was down. There was nothing between him and the burning force of energy sealed within him. "You bastard." Itachi grunted in incredible pain as he looked down, his Sharingan eyes peering down at the fist forcefully punching his stomach. Naruto had simply been in one place one moment and standing in front of him the next. He didn't even get a chance to dwell on this before another lightning-fast punch was careening for his exposed face. Not one to be taken by surprise, twice Itachi leant back past the blow, letting it swing over his head before moving to the side as Naruto viciously brought it down. It was obvious that Naruto wasn't in a sound state of mind at that moment, and as Itachi dodged backwards to escape another volley of blows, he could only stare at his friend sadly. He had planned on Naruto being out of the village tonight. He couldn't have known Naruto would finish his mission early. He didn't want to fight his friend, not like this, not when Naruto wasn't even thinking clearly. He began to weave an intricate jutsu he hoped would give him enough time to get away, but Naruto's eye merely twitched in response before his face split into a vicious grin. "I won't be fooled by your silly mind games, you traitorous Uchiha." Even though he knew the words were not Naruto's own, Itachi couldn't help but feel the knife-like pain at his exclamation. "Naruto, this is not you but the fox." His only response was a snarl as the redhead dropped down onto all fours, using the extra traction from his hands to launch himself forward with even greater speed. This time Itachi had no chance to avoid the vicious rain of blows falling down across his body. His body armor took the majority of the damage, but he would still have painful bruises to show for it. Itachi tried to shunshine to get away, but Naruto was easily able to catch up to him, batting the normally stoic Uchiha out of the sky with an almost clawed hand. There were no visible signs of the fox's influence save for his eyes, but Itachi knew that as his anger grew, then he would begin to draw upon more of the tainted chakra. Using what little maneuverability he had in the air, Itachi swung round, catching Naruto's arm with a free hand before pulling their bodies closer together so their eyes were level. "Tsukiyomi." Instantly the colors in the world seemed to invert, a red sky taking the place of the darkness and the moon turning a foreboding black. Instead of the air, Naruto found himself on solid ground again, in a place he did not recognize. A field of black ground spread out in every direction, seemingly infinitely, as equally dark clouds passed overhead. He blinked, the world suddenly having more clarity now he was out of the influence of the malevolent chakra. "Naruto." He span on the spot, looking his friend in the face with cautious but still angry eyes, noting that he also had this strange color inversion. "Itachi, what's going on? What is this place?" Itachi sighed solemnly before he began to walk around Naruto, his hands placed behind his back in what he hoped was a non-threatening gesture. Even if Naruto had wanted to attack, he couldn't. It was like there was something holding his feet firmly on the ground. "This is my Tsukiyomi, one of my Mangekyo techniques." Naruto blinked at that, but said nothing, letting Itachi continue with his explanation. "It is the ultimate genjutsu of the Sharingan. Here I am master of this world, Even time is dilated, hours in here are mere seconds in reality. Naruto narrowed his eyes, subtly trying to move his feet only to find his legs once again unresponsive. Why did you bring me here? To kill me like you did your clan? He may not have been able to move his legs, but his hands were perfectly free to ball up into tight fists. And how dare you wear that Anbu uniform to do it? Itachi found himself fighting a losing battle with emotions, how desperately he wanted to explain, to justify his actions to his one and only true friend left in the world. To know the life that awaited him when he left the village, one of loneliness, he was frightened about extinguishing this last tenuous connection he had. Naruto, there is so much I wish I could explain, instead I merely ask you to look after Sasuke. He began to walk away from his red-headed friend, his form slowly becoming fainter and fainter as he walked. And Naruto. He paused momentarily, almost looking back to where his friend stood rooted to the ground, but he couldn't quite bring himself to do it. Thank you, for everything. And like that he was gone, Naruto was left alone in this dark, bleak world of dismal colors. Itachi looked down at the unconscious body of his last friend, unsure if he was even worthy of calling the redhead that after everything he had put him through. While he had done nothing to the Namikaze and the Tsukiyomi, almost 50 hours of information suddenly reaching the brain in a span of a few seconds was enough to knock anybody out. He sighed wearily, looking out over the place he had called his home his entire life, a single solitary tear leaking down his face before he steeled himself. If anybody had looked up that night, they would have seen a large flock of crows racing through the sky out of the village. Sasuke stared at the picture in his hands. It was an old one, taken when he was 5. He was in the foreground, smiling happily as he was held in his mother's warm and strong embrace from behind. To her right his father stood more solemnly, his regal air that he always held even radiating from his static visage. To Sasuke's left Itachi stood, almost a mirror of his father in his calm and proper demeanor, however his features held none of the same arrogance. It was taken the day Itachi became an Anbu, a day Sasuke remembered well because his brother had offered to train him in Shuriken Jutsu for the very first time. Sasuke only realized he was crying when a single tear dropped onto the picture before rolling lazily down the glass, leaving a small streak in its wake. He sniffed them back before more could join it, carefully rubbing his eyes. They had been itching strangely ever since that night. Sasuke suddenly shook his head to rid himself of the horrible images that swarmed his thoughts after that. However, nothing he did could erase those memories. Seeing the people he knew and had walked past every day lying in pools of their own blood would be etched into his memory forever. Whiny-san. He was forcefully pulled out of his memories and plied as a gentle knock reverberated on his door before an equally gentle voice accompanied it. Sasuke-kun, you should get some sleep. The young Uchiha sighed. His mother sounded so tired, he knew she was just as hurt and confused as he was. All right, Ka-san. His voice was a strained whisper, but it seemed to satisfy his concerned mother as he heard her footsteps slowly retreat from his room. With a weary sigh he replaced the picture frame on a dresser before moving over to the window to close the blinds. However, before he did, a light caught his eye from somewhere in the compound. Sasuke knew there shouldn't be any lights on anywhere in the Uchiha district. Worried that they might have intruders, Sasuke opened up the window quietly before dropping out. He rushed through the streets as fast as his small legs would carry him, having to glance away at places he vividly remembered dead bodies of fellow Uchiha lying. The bloodstains had been cleaned away quickly after the so-called incident, but Sasuke could remember them all like they were burned into his memory. Rounding the corner where he saw the light, Sasuke was surprised to find it was the house of one of his brother's old friends. Shisui would sometimes come over to their house for dinner. Cautiously and nervously he crept further in, walking around the house to the backyard where the light was casting eerie shadows. Finally he entered the garden only to see a single person standing in the middle of the garden, staring at a makeshift ring that looked like it was designed to hold spars in. Sasuke couldn't tell because of the mask the man wore, but he could have sworn his whole body showed sadness and melancholy. Who are you? What are you doing here? The man looked around quickly, his masked face settling on Sasuke's before he suddenly vanished in nothing more than a blur of red. Sasuke blinked in surprise, wondering if it was all in his head. The man had vanished so suddenly it was like he was a ghost. With more questions than answers, Sasuke began the trip back to his own house, a small yawn escaping his lips and his brow furrowed into a confused expression. Chapter 13, New Freedom. A solid smack rang out through the compact training ground deep inside the Anbu headquarters. The sound was of one snake-masked Anbu's face firmly meeting the solid concrete of the floor. His opponent gave him a few seconds to regain his feet, but when the man just lay there motionless for a while he grumbled and stalked off. The particular Anbu he had been beating down on quite thoroughly was still fairly green, only getting his mask less than a month ago. That was why he didn't know it was a particularly bad idea to challenge Tora to a spar on this particular day. Most knew today as the anniversary of the Uchiha clan massacre by Itachi Uchiha, leaving only 2 of his entire family alive. In the Anbu, however, it was known as one of the 2 days in the year when you did not approach Tora unless it was of vital importance. Hebi was now among the few that knew this sullen and exclusive fact, at least he would when he woke up 2 days later in the Anbu infirmary. Naruto breathed a deep sigh of relief as he walked out of the stifling air in the headquarters, lifting his mask up enough to pull in a lungful of the clean air. He disliked the building immensely, despite all the duties he had there due to his status as an Anbu captain. It had a much too utilitarian feel to it, all slate gray walls and simple desks for the various administration staff to work off of. Naruto had his own desk in the building, but it had remained untouched from the first day he had been made a captain, much preferring his private study in his home for that kind of work. Some of the tension he had been feeling today had been burnt off in his brief spar with the new Anbu who had been cocky enough to challenge the captain. However, he still felt slightly worked up. It couldn't be helped on a day that brought up so many bad memories. Pushing that to the side, he allowed a small grin to alight his face momentarily. Hopefully he could change today into a good day full of memories he wanted to remember. Behind him, a young frog-masked Anbu rushed up to him only to watch as his captain suddenly vanished in a flash of red light. Blinking in surprise at the sudden departure, he shook his head and stored away his question for later, turning back to tell his comrades what he had seen. There were a lot of rumors flying around about the captain, most of them revolving around the fact he never seemed to sleep. Patrols would leave for the night, passing him by as he trained only to return when the sun rose to find him still working through various exercises or practicing jutsu. The young red-headed captain reappeared a few hundred feet away from the headquarters, his eyes glancing around at his surroundings before dropping down to street level. He laughed as the young girl he had landed beside jumped up in surprise only to turn with a scolding look in her eye. Her irritation bled away as she looked at the blank tiger-themed Anbu mask staring at her dispassionately. "Hey Hana, you ready?" The young Inuzuka nodded uncertainly for a moment before her more natural nature kicked in, reaffirming her nod with more confidence. "Sure, everything's ready, but are you really sure I'm the right person for this?" Naruto chuckled, the sound getting slightly distorted through the mask as he placed a reassuring hand on the girl's shoulder. "We've already gone over this. If I didn't think you could do it, I wouldn't have asked." Hana nodded with her eyes slightly narrowed but eventually relented as she allowed the taller redhead to lead her away. A 15-year-old Naruto walked up to the high walls of the Inuzuka compound, his face set into a look of determination. Today he was dressed in his father's old tracksuit. He wasn't sure why he had gone with the change all of a sudden, but lately he just felt he needed the extra comfort they provided. Anko was out on a mission and that was perfect. He wanted to surprise her with this so nothing could be revealed yet. It was strange to knock on a door for a change. Usually as an Anbu he had unrestricted access to everywhere in the village, and as a captain that included the clan compounds. However, today he was a civilian and had to wait a moment before the large doors opened up for him, a gruff but kindly-looking Inuzuka woman staring at him oddly. After a short but informative conversation, she gave him directions and he walked through the grounds of the dog-loving clan. He marveled as he saw dogs as large as wolves bounding through the open space, happily following their partners. He had worked with a fair few Inuzukas and always appreciated their natural instincts for companionship and loyalty. Their incredible heightened senses made them second only to the Hyuga for tracking missions. There was also the fact he respected them immensely for being in such good control of their more bestial nature. It was something he could empathize with. Arriving at the small, nondescript building towards the center of the compound, he quietly let himself in, giving a small nod to the receptionist as he walked on by. He knocked on another door, waiting a few moments before a soft voice called him in. He frowned a moment, hand on the doorknob. The voice sounded awfully familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. The reason became evident as he walked in to catch a fleeting glimpse of long brown hair pulled up into a professional ponytail. Both teens stood there a moment, staring into the other's face with furrowed brows. "Naruto?" Realization dawned on the redhead's face as memories of the girl in his academy class rushed back. "Hana? You're the Inuzuka head vet?" The girl gained a slightly smug look as she put down the book she had been skimming through. "That's right, so you're the guy that pulled up a sudden meeting out of the blue. What do you need, Naruto?" The redhead shook his head for a moment before getting back on track, a more composed expression replacing the one of surprise. "Yeah, I actually came here for a rather unusual request." He pulled out a small scroll, unfurling it before handing it over. "Do you think you could manage this?" Hana quickly looked over the contents of the scroll, her eyebrows rising further into her hairline with each line she read. "I suppose something like this would be possible." A frown marred her otherwise flawless skin as she looked up from the scroll, breaking away from attempting to figure out some of the more complicated diagrams. Why me though? Surely this is something more suited to a medical ninja? Naruto shook his head quickly, he had expected the question. No, the chakra control needs to be perfect, there can be no mistakes, he sighed lightly, gaze drifting up to stare blankly at the cream wall behind her head. Honestly, if Tsunade of the Sannin were in the village I would have gone to her, but as it is you are probably the most qualified person in the village. The words sounded surprising even to him, especially as he remembered how she was in the academy. Luckily she seemed to have calmed down quite a bit since then. You're used to working with many different species of animals, that means your chakra is attuned to be ready for a sudden change dependent on circumstances. Medical ninja are too rigid in their practices, unable to properly adapt to the unexpected. He had already begun making his way out the room as he spoke, and trust me, if you choose to do this you'll be facing a lot of that. I'll understand if you don't, but I'll owe you a massive favor. Bye Hana. The young Inuzuka vet watched the redhead leave with a small sigh. She wasn't ashamed to admit that in the academy she had a small crush on the boy, most of the girls did anyway. Now with time only adding height and muscle as well as shaping his face into something that would have most women drooling, she found herself reverting to that time. She looked down at the scroll in her hands again, her lips turning up into a smirk as she pondered what she could do with a favor from Naruto. Come on Naruto, you know I hate things like this. Anko's rather loud pleas fell on deaf ears as Naruto continued to lead the purple-haired girl through the streets, blindfold securely around her eyes. Oh, I don't think you'll hate this. The girl huffed in annoyance, but inside she was actually rather anxious. It had been a long time since Naruto had seemed so. The only real word she could put to the feeling was excited, in that child wanting to keep a good surprise but bursting to tell kind of way. At least tell me where we're going. She heard a soft chuckling behind her, cursing this blindfold that had her so disoriented right now. At first she had tried to keep track of where they were going by the direction they took and the sounds that she could hear, however that didn't last long. She was much too impatient and she was pretty certain Naruto had led her in a few circles to stop her doing just that. No need, we're here. Anko let out a relieved breath. The general sounds of the streets had died down when they had entered a building and now she was practically dying to know what was going on. Finally. She quickly tugged the blue cloth from around her eyes, knowing that she must have looked like a fool being led through the village with it. However, as she looked around, confusion was the only expression on her face. They were in a medium-sized room comprised solely of slate-gray walls. There were no windows, and when Naruto closed the door behind him it seemed to melt away, seamlessly disappearing. Is this your idea of a surprise? Looks more like a prison cell to me. Naruto grinned, walking straight past the girl to stand at the center of the room. It is a prison cell. Anko's eye twitched as Naruto ignored her completely, instead focusing his attention on a ring of markings at the center of the room. Being around Naruto long enough she knew they were seals, but she couldn't tell what they did in the slightest. Okay, let me rephrase that. Why the hell did you bring me to a prison cell? Naruto looked up, still grinning fondly. Nothing could have dampened his mood today. Because today I'm getting rid of your curse mark. Time seemed to grind to a halt for Anko as Naruto's words sunk in, her throat suddenly going dry as sandpaper. And my mark? Naruto simply nodded happily, looking at the door like he was expecting somebody. Sure enough, a few moments later Hana walked through the door, carrying some equipment Anko didn't recognize. Sorry I'm late, I had to go and get some stuff, wasn't sure exactly what I would need. Anko just blinked at the new arrival, her mind still trying to wrap around the fact that tomorrow she might be walking around, free of the damn mark's influence. It's alright, we only got here a few minutes ago. Anko blinked again, gulping to wet her throat slightly. What the hell is going on here? Hana turned, not having noticed Anko in the corner as she walked in. Oh, hey Anko, long time no see. She smiled weakly, suddenly understanding a lot more of those diagrams, all of a sudden seeing Anko's hand rest on top of her mark. She was about to continue nervously when Naruto placed a reassuring hand on Anko's shoulder. It's alright, she's here to help, we needed a medic for part of the sealing. Anko just blinked, her head still spinning madly from all the information she was suddenly getting. Why, you're really going to remove the curse mark? Naruto nodded quickly, returning to observing the myriad of seals in concentric circles around the center of the room. At least he was, until he was suddenly tackled to the floor by a flying purple glomp. After taking 5 minutes to prise Anko out of her bear-like hug and another 3 minutes to wait for Hana to stop laughing, Anko was finally lying down in the center of the seals. What is it? Naruto was looking down at her with a small blush across the bridge of his nose, nervously playing with the ink brush he had in one hand. He looked away shyly, mumbling out something that Anko couldn't quite hear but had Hana, with her superior senses, blushing up a storm. What was that? Naruto's blush only increased as he turned around, still flipping the brush between his fingers. Need you to take your shirt off. His voice was barely a whisper, but Anko heard him loud and clear, her eyes going wide as her mouth twitched open. However, before Naruto could apologize, she was sitting up straight, struggling to pull her long navy t-shirt over her head. Naruto just watched in surprise, until he remembered what she was doing and looked away in embarrassment. After a few minutes, Anko coughed loudly, forcing Naruto to look back around. Are you going to do something? It's freaking cold in here. Naruto was worried when he looked around, but thankfully Anko had her arms crossed over her chest, protecting her modesty. Of course that didn't stop Naruto taking a small glance anyway, he was still a teenager. Right. And like a switch had been thrown, all the embarrassment and nerves were gone from the redhead, replaced by a much more professional and concentrated expression. He carefully pricked her thumb, letting a few drops of her blood drip into an ink container he had brought. Next he delicately and slowly began to trace out numerous kanji and seals across her upper body, centered around the mark on her shoulder, but never touching it. Occasionally Naruto would have to stop, either to carefully push chakra into the array he was constructing or to wait for Anko to stop giggling as the ticklish brush moved over her sensitive skin. Alright. Anko looked up in shock, careful not to move too much like she had been instructed. She may have been naturally energetic, but even she wasn't going to sabotage her only chance at freedom. That's it? Naruto had to refrain from chuckling as he shook his head slowly. No, that's just the sealing done, next we have to actually activate it. Anko just stared at him for a moment with unblinking eyes, straining to stay lying down at that moment. Well, get on with it then. Naruto grimaced as he looked away, making it seem like he was double-checking the seals even though he had already checked them at least 5 times before even bringing Anko in. It's going to hurt. Anko's eyes narrowed, she found his concern for her touching, but right now she couldn't care less what he thought. I don't care, just get this damn mark off of me, Naruto sighed wearily before looking back round, their eyes meeting for a moment as light caramel looked into deep purple. He gave a curt nod and motioned for Hana to come closer. They shared a wordless conversation as Hana's palm began to glow green. Alright, here goes nothing. With a deep breath, Naruto began to channel chakra into his hand until it erupted in blue flame like his own torch. Then, still holding that breath, he carefully moved his hand over the seal, trying not to pay too much attention whenever Anko flinched at the heat radiating from his palm. With one last bated breath, his glowing hand hovered over the Mitsudomi before he slammed it down roughly, twisting to the left. Uzumaki sealing style, Junjutsu release. Anko immediately screamed out in pain as the mark began to pulse a dangerous orange. However, when it tried to expand outwards, the sealing array Naruto had drawn began to collapse on it, spiraling in the direction Naruto twisted his hand, condensing first around the mark before slowly melding with it. Anko's pained breaths grew shallower the more the mark was subsumed by the newer seal. Even so, Naruto's concentration never wavered, as did Hana's. A constant flow of chakra, both directive and healing, entered her system, fighting the curse mark while wiping its existence out of her body. Suddenly Anko's scream started anew, her body arching up in uncontrollable pain as the mark burned a deep and sickly orange, pulsing dangerously. Naruto's hand began to lightly shake as he felt it fighting him, pushing back on his seal like a snake backed into a corner. He grunted in concentration, forcing more of his chakra in to suppress it, but it fought back just as ferociously, parts of the seal entering it also beginning to turn a dark orange. Damn it! Naruto's hand was shaking much more uncontrollably now, his connection to Anko strenuous at best. Quickly as he could, he channeled a small amount of chakra into his right hand, his index finger lighting up in the same blue flame. In practiced motions he began to draw directly into the air, a small wavering line of blue light following in the wake of his finger. When he was done, he seemingly grabbed the floating mass of kanji and intricate lines out of the air, slamming it down onto a nearby scroll where it imprinted onto the paper line of burn. Just as swiftly he repeated the process, drawing a thin line between the new scroll and the curse mark. The effect was immediate. The seal stopped fighting back as all the sickly orange light began to seep out, traveling up the faint blue line in the air before amassing in the scroll. Once again Anko's screams died down into a muted whimper. Her eyes, however, were wide open, staring straight up at the ceiling. Soon enough though, her eyelids began to droop as a soft, soothing sensation overtook her entire body like a balm to her aching form. A few minutes later, although it seemed significantly longer, all of the orange light had been transferred to the scroll and Naruto was finally able to pull his hand away. He winced as he felt the chakra burns on his palm, knowing it was a small sacrifice in the long run. His hand would be working again by tomorrow as it always was. Hana took that as her cue to pull her own hand away, but not before quickly running a small diagnostic sweep across the unconscious girl's body. Naruto didn't get to ask her what she found as she gave him a small smile before passing out from chakra exhaustion. Anko groggily blinked her eyes open, groaning in annoyance as light streaming through the partially open curtains hit her in the eyes like a mallet. In response she flipped over. Unfortunately there was something resting on the side of her bed that she managed to send crashing to the floor. A loud grunt of pain was swiftly ignored as Anko tried to stretch out the morning, basking in the strange, almost unsettling peace that she had this morning. Suddenly and without warning she shot up into a sitting position, her eyes opened wide as she realized she couldn't remember what happened last night. That alone was strange. Normally her ever-present nightmares were incredibly vivid and she would remember them long into the morning before suppressing them with the rest of her pained experiences. Suddenly a flashback to unbearable pain crossed her mind, quickly replaced by two orbs of purple filled with caring and concern. She blinked as she realized they weren't in her head and there were really two eyes looking into her own. Ah! She flew backwards in shock, crashing her head painfully into the headboard before letting it droop forward with a pained moan. Anko, are you okay? She looked up blearily, looking at Naruto properly and realized he was probably the thing she displaced earlier. Urged, Naruto, what's going on? What did I drink last night? A warm expression overcame Naruto's features as he settled back down on the corner of her bed. You don't remember? Anko shook her head with a small frown before suddenly image assaulted her mind, of seals in pain and a desperate voice crying out in agony that sounded familiar, and loathed. She gripped her head in concentration before suddenly looking up with widened eyes, her hand grasping the spot over her neck. She couldn't believe it, there was no constant dull ache, no throb of pain when she thought about him and the slight whispering that was so quiet she almost couldn't hear it was gone. Anticipating this, Naruto quickly handed her a small hand mirror which she gladly accepted to look at her shoulder. With no small amount of awe in her eyes she lightly traced the slightly lightened skin where the Mitsudomi that had haunted her waking life since that day had been. All there was now was a patch of slightly lighter skin in the same vague shape, but even that would fade in time. For the first time in 3 years, she was completely free of him. Naruto didn't know what hit him as Anko suddenly launched herself off the bed, wrapping her arms around his neck and tackling him to the ground. She was laughing, tears streaming from her eyes out of happiness as she refused to let Naruto go. In turn the redhead accepted it, a warm smile on his face as he also wrapped his arms around the sniffling girl. Finally, after a warm and comforting moment for the both of them, Anko sat up, wiping away the last of her tears with the back of her hand. Thank you, Naruto. The Namikaze went to reply as he turned his head only to spot the compromising position they were both in. Anko was straddling his waist, supporting her body with hands either side of his head as she looked down on him, a lilting smile on her still slightly tired face. At that moment Anko seemed to realize her position as well, blinking once in surprise as she looked down, their eyes connecting. It was like some strange attractive force that neither really tried to fight against as Anko's face slowly moved down as Naruto leaned up. Neither blinked, too lost in the other's eyes to want to tear their gaze away for even a moment. Naruto felt a heat rush through his chest, warming his body as he saw Anko nervously wet her lips, their faces only inches apart. He could feel her slightly minty breath tickle his neck and the bangs on either side of her face lightly brush his skin. Hey Naruto, did you want me to? Both teens suddenly shot around so fast they swore they got whiplash. Hana was standing in the doorway holding a small glass of water, her eyes wide as she stared at the scene before a grin broke out over her face. Oh, I didn't realize I was interrupting, she giggled lightly as she backed out the door, enjoying the bright red complexions the two shinobi had gained. As you were. Anko scowled in her direction before a light cough caught her attention. Naruto was nervously looking to his left, a light smatter of red across the bridge of his nose as Anko realized she was still on top of him. In her own flash of purple she was standing up, gently rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment, also unable to meet his gaze. Oh right, sorry. Naruto quickly turned, his hands out in front of him waving almost frantically. No. I mean, it was me and, He let his hands fall limply to his sides as his head drooped pathetically, almost comically if the two weren't so incredibly nervous and confused right now. Suddenly he felt a hand lightly tug on his chin, pulling his face up so that their eyes met again. There was still nervousness in her caramel orbs, but there was something else, anticipation. It was. I mean, if you're okay with it? Despite her best efforts at making her voice strong, it came out quiet and meek. This was all very new, for the both of them. Except in the same way it made so much sense. Acting on that instinct, Naruto did the only thing that came to mind. He leant forward swiftly and stole a kiss. It was hurried and uncoordinated, their lips only finding a comfortable rhythm after a few seconds, but both of them were suddenly lost to a whole new sensation of joy as they took that brief time exploring the other's mouth. They parted with panting breaths, smiles adorning both their faces and a thin trail of saliva running between their lips. They didn't waste much time breathing though before they launched back into each other's arms. Naruto moved with a bit too much force and ended up pushing Anko back a little, causing her to stumble. They found purchase again as she fell back onto the bed, Naruto on top of her as they continued their impromptu makeout session. Naruto pulled back again, gasping for air with a stupid grin on his face that Anko quickly got rid of as she flipped him over so she was on top again, capturing his lips with her own. She almost gave a small yelp of surprise when she felt a tentative, probing tongue lightly push against her top lip. After barely a moment of hesitation, she allowed it entry and a whole new dynamic to kissing was found for both the teens. A veritable tongue war took place, each fighting for dominance as the moist muscles moved over and under one another, never staying in the same place for very long. Like their other kisses, it couldn't last forever and they had to part, although Anko took the opportunity to lean back up, pulling her shirt over her head in one smooth motion. That day Naruto found out that Anko did not wear a bra under her shirt, or anything else for that matter. After a few awkward seconds of Naruto staring up at her exposed upper body, which made the girl want to cover up out of sudden embarrassment, he seemed to catch on, shedding his own shirt as fast as he could. As quickly as it had stopped, Anko fell back on top of him, enjoying the feeling of their now exposed skin rubbing against each other. Naruto wasn't sure where his sudden spurt of confidence came from. Then again, he was never really one to sit still and do nothing. Either way, he found his hand, that had previously been moving up and down Anko's exposed back, move around to her front, softly grasping her breast. A small moan of pleasure and encouragement was all the invitation he needed to start moving the hand in circular motions. Spurred on by Anko purring into his mouth, he brought the other hand around as well. Anko's hands weren't idle either. She had them running up and down Naruto's hardened abdomen, occasionally squeezing them shut as another jolt of pleasure would rush through her lithe form. Taking another burst of initiative, Naruto broke away from their heated kiss, much to Anko's evident disappointment. However, that expression was wiped away as Naruto began to tentatively kiss his way first down her chin, then to her neck. Doing his best to remember where she had been most ticklish when he had been drawing the seals, he began to lightly kiss her collarbone in places. Without him suppressing her, her moans of delight were much more vocal, making Naruto glad he had privacy seals in every room in the house. Eventually, though, his adventurous kissing went further south, finally finding his mouth over Anko's exposed and hardened nipple. When he first kissed it lightly, he could have sworn Anko hissed in pleasure, her back arching back as if trying to further the contact. However, when he lightly sucked on it, she nearly lost control then and there, her inexperienced body proving too sensitive to the amazing ministrations of Naruto's tongue. By the time he pulled away, she was breathing heavily, looking just about ready to drop onto Naruto's shoulder to rest. "Anko, if you want, we can just stop there." His only reply was the sound of a zipper being pulled down so quickly it nearly snapped off. Two very sweaty and tired teens lay on an equally sweaty bed, the sheets rumpled and disorganized but at least covering the majority of their modesty. Anko sleepily lay her head on her new lover's chest, her hand gently running circles across his abdomen, a dreamy expression on her face even as she looked about ready to fall asleep. Naruto had his arm wrapped snugly around Anko's more petite form, a far-off look in his eye as he stared in no particular direction. "That was incredible," he laughed slightly as Anko merely nodded her head, her hair tickling him as it brushed against his skin. However, after a moment of thought, she lazily raised her head, slipping over Naruto's form with the sheet still on top of her until she was straddling him again. "Was incredible?" A sly grin passed over her features as she leant closer, her lips only a few inches from Naruto's. "Who said we were done?" Chapter 14, Same Old Life. Early in the morning in the Namikaze house, an alarm was heard ringing through every room. It didn't last long before there was the sound of metal flying through the air and the inevitable crash, halting the screeching alarm from further annoying a certain purple-haired kunoichi. Naruto cracked open an eye just as Anko resettled herself into the bed, placing her head on his chest as she normally did. With a small chuckle, the redhead shifted out from under her, replacing his body with a pillow quickly, much to the woman's disappointment. "Anko, what have I told you about destroying the alarm clocks? That's the 5th one this month." His response was a weary middle finger before the disgruntled woman flipped over, snuggling into the soft pillow once again. Stop setting them for 5 a.m. and I might consider it. Naruto simply sighed. They had this conversation a lot, it was inevitable when they slept together. We've been over this before, I need to get up early to do my morning patrol. Once again his response was non-verbal as Anko heatedly threw her pillow at him, knocking him slightly off balance as he attempted to pull on some pants. Then get a quieter alarm. Naruto smirked as he walked over to her side. She petulantly flipped over again, but Naruto simply pulled her back over, quickly plating a loving kiss on her cheek. Please, anything less than that and I would never be able to get out of bed with you. Caught off guard by the smooth answer, Anko could only stutter, giving Naruto an opportunity to plant another kiss, this time on her lips, and quickly jog into the bathroom. After a few minutes she regained her wits, blushing from the affectionate moment before flipping back over and attempting to return to sleep. As an Anbu captain, early starts were expected from her boyfriend, but that didn't mean she had to sacrifice her mornings. Emerging from the shower with damp hair, Naruto smiled as he saw his sleeping girlfriend cutely drooling onto her pillow. Even under the covers he could make out her curvy yet lithe form. At 19 she had grown into an incredibly beautiful woman. Although he would never admit it himself, the same was true for Naruto. Finally reaching what would probably be his permanent height, he now stood at a decent 6 foot 3 inches with a trained and toned body and wild spiky hair falling about his face. Quickly pulling on his Anbu gear, he gave Anko another kiss on the cheek, making her mumble his name in her sleep before darting out of the window onto an adjacent roof without a single whisper. He loved Konoha in the mornings. While dark it was peaceful, and if he timed it right he could sometimes catch a glimpse of the sunrise before he made it to the Hokage's office. Unfortunately today he was a little too early, but was content with hopping across the rooftops of the slowly waking village. Darting through a window of the Hokage tower, he patiently waited for the secretary to alert the village's leader of his presence. After a few moments he pushed open the door to see Sarutobi already wrestling with the paperwork that had accumulated since the other night. He gave the older man a few moments to finish what it was he was writing, at which point he looked up with a kindly smile. "Tora, it's good to see you bright and early as usual." His voice was calm and friendly, but there was an underlying annoyance there. It was no small secret with anybody working close to the Hokage that he was not exactly a morning person. "Hokage-sama." Naruto's reply was curt and polite with a small inclination of his head, the epitome of a professional attitude. "Do you have any specific orders today?" Sarutobi nodded, rustling about with the various papers and documents on his desk with no real purpose, a clear sign he was about to breach a sensitive topic. "I think we need to discuss it again, Tora." At that the experienced Anbu captain visibly tensed, as did the 4 Anbu operatives hidden in the various shadows of the room. "Hokage-sama, with all due respect." Hiruzen quickly leveled a gaze at Naruto that brokered no argument. "No, Tora, I have been very patient with you, but you must understand that I only wish the best for all my shinobi, yourself included. 9 years in the Anbu, while certainly impressive, is highly unorthodox, not to mention unheard of." The masked redhead was growing more and more uncomfortable as the Hokage continued. "But Hokage-sama." Once again he was cut off by a single gaze that held all the age and power Hiruzen still had within him. "Tora, remove your mask." At that the entire room froze, the implications of the request known to everybody present. With a slightly shaking hand Naruto complied, showing his face to the Hokage for the first time in over 3 years. Sarutobi's gaze softened as he saw Naruto's uncovered face after so long. His soft purple eyes had gained some steel in them after so long within his profession, but they were still full of compassion, so like his mother's had been. The whisker marks that were once such a prominent part of his appearance had faded and thinned to the point you could miss them at a fleeting glance, only strengthening the resemblance to his father. "As of this moment I am hereby relieving you of your command in the Anbu Black Ops, you have the rest of the day to find a suitable replacement." Seeing Naruto raise a hand to interject, Hiruzen quickly cut him off. "This is non-negotiable." "Naruto." And just like that, any basis for arguments Naruto may have had died on the end of his tongue. The Hokage had addressed him by his name, as such his identity was compromised. He was no longer an Anbu. For a moment he stood there, masking his indecision with an emotionless mask of indifference. His hands nervously fumbled over his tiger mask, knowing that he would never be able to wear it again in an official manner. Finally he curtly nodded once, leaning forward and gently placing the porcelain mask on the desk. "As you wish, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen sighed at the blatant resignation in the young adult's voice. It truly hurt him to do this, but such tenure in the Anbu Black Ops was almost asking for mental issues to develop. "As of now you are a Jounin of the village. You will be expected to join the other prospective Jounin sensei at the end of this week to take a team. Until then you are off missions." Any further objections or questions Naruto may have had were silenced as Hiruzen returned to his paperwork, essentially dismissing the former Anbu captain. Dazed and slightly disbelieving that this wasn't all just a dream, Naruto exited the room, his feet naturally taking him in the direction of the Anbu offices. By the time he reached it, his head had cleared enough that he could at least think straight. He knew there was nothing he could do at this point. The Hokage's word was law, and as a faithful and loyal Anbu, or at least ex-Anbu, he was expected to follow without question. Even so, he still couldn't help the lost feeling that overcame him. His life was just right at the moment. He had his career, he was good at it, he had subordinates that trusted him and would gladly fight alongside him. He had the love of his life and long-time best friend by his side night and day. Right now, though, he wasn't sure, he didn't know what to do with himself at this point. Hiruzen certainly had thrown a wrench in the works. However, the thing that shocked him most was the fact he was now going to have to take a team. He wasn't sure if he was ready for such a responsibility. Sure, he had to watch out for his fellow operatives on missions as their captain, but this was different. The people on his team wouldn't be trained and powerful shinobi that understood him and were ready for most situations. They would be rookie Jinan, barely out of the academy. He would actually have to teach them things, protect them. It was daunting. He was knocked out of his thoughts as he nearly walked into somebody in his distracted state, only his honed reflexes allowing him to quickly skirt around. He looked around, realizing he had walked into the headquarters without even realizing, and made a move to walk towards what used to be his office. On the way, he grabbed a random operative that was walking in the opposite direction. "Tenzo, I need you to go get Komachi, she'll probably be training with Toa, have her come to my office as soon as possible." The brown-haired, lion-masked Anbu nodded absently before double-taking, only now looking up at his captain. "Taiku, you took your mask off." Naruto smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head in an embarrassed manner. "Yeah, I can't explain right now, but don't worry, Komachi will explain it to everybody later." Tenzo nodded quickly, walking off to the training halls to do as he had been asked. Sighing, Naruto walked to his old office, hoping he wouldn't come across anybody else to avoid awkward explanations. He reached his room and collapsed into his comfortable rotating chair, holding a hand to his temple. He had to admit the Hokage had at least been patient with him up until now. It had been 2 years since he first brought up Naruto leaving the Anbu service. At the time, Naruto had fended him off with statements about how he wanted to surpass his mother's mission record. He did that last year. Then he wanted to have the longest and most accomplished mission record of any Anbu member to date. He did that 3 months ago. After that, it had been flimsy excuse after excuse, each growing weaker and less substantial than the last. In honesty, it was simply because being in the Anbu gave Naruto's life stability, although it also gave him an excuse for minimizing his interactions with the villagers. All his friends were in the Anbu Corp, he would still get to see them but not nearly as much. He didn't even know half of their names. He knew at least one person who definitely would not be happy with all this. He was pulled out for his introspective thoughts by a timid knock at the door. He knew it must be Komachi and couldn't blame her. Usually being called into a captain's office was for admonishment for a mistake, so no doubt she was out in the hall, going over what she could have possibly done wrong. "Come it, Komachi." Slowly the door opened, admitting a tall young woman with sandy blonde hair tied up with 6 large needles. She was dressed in the traditional Anbu uniform with a stylized cat-like mask with a few crescents descending down the forehead. She seemed slightly nervous, but other than that she held herself with the same bearing all Anbu were trained to adopt, professional and alert. "You called for me, Taiku?" There was hesitance in her question, but definitely an underlying curiosity. It was a trait she'd had as long as Naruto had known her. "Just ask Komachi, it's okay." He saw her visibly lose the tension in her shoulders at seeing she wasn't about to be reprimanded for something. "Why aren't you wearing your mask, Taiku?" Naruto sighed before leaning forward onto his desk, chuckling slightly as he realized he wouldn't have to do the paperwork already stacked up to one side. At least there was one good thing to come out of this. "Because I am no longer a part of the Anbu Black Ops." To her credit, Komachi didn't even flinch. "As of today, the Hokage has seen fit to relieve me of my command." He leant forward even more, a slightly saddened smile on his features. "Which means that you are now the captain." He couldn't see it due to the mask, but Naruto was sure Komachi had just blinked in abject surprise. He stood as she started spluttering, trying to deny what he had just said. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder as he began walking out of the room. "Congratulations, if you need any help just come and see me, alright. I remember how daunting it was when I first started out. Good luck with the paperwork." With that, he briskly walked out of the office, leaving a remarkable shell-shocked Komachi in his wake. With that out of the way, he hopefully wouldn't have to deal with the inevitable questions from his subordinates for a while, or at least he hoped so. Now he just had to go home and tell Anko. He was sure that was going to be a lot of fun. Yes. It's about damn time. Naruto stared at Anko with his mouth agape, a large drop of sweat on the side of his forehead as he took in her excited little dance. He had just told her about being dropped from the corporation and she had a slightly unexpected reaction. Hey, what do you mean by that? Anko stopped her excited jig for a moment, that huge smile still plastered across her features. Naruto had to admit he loved it when Anko smiled, genuinely, not that fake I will kill you smile she used on people who got on her nerves. It made her look radiant. I've been waiting ages for you to get out of Anbu. She looked down quietly, her happy grin morphing into more of a sad smile. I know you loved working in the Black Ops but... She looked away, red coloring her cheeks with embarrassment. Even after all this time she wasn't particularly good at expressing her feelings. I feel like you never have time for me, sometimes your missions take you away for weeks at a time and... I miss you. Naruto's face softened at that, his lips pulling up into a small smile as he wrapped his arms around his girlfriend in a comforting hug. Why didn't you say anything before? Anko shrugged meekly in his grip but snuggled further into his body anyway, enjoying the warmth his arms provided. Like I said, I could see you enjoyed it. It wasn't my place to take that away from you for something so selfish. Her out-of-character shy look was quickly replaced by a more usual expression of irritation as Naruto began chuckling, the vibrations from his chest traveling through her via their warm contact. What's so funny? I'm trying to be all emotional here. Naruto quietened down, wiping a non-existent tear from his eye. Anko, it isn't selfish for you to want us to spend more time together. He briefly pulled back from their embrace, a thoughtful look across his features. Well, okay, I guess it is, but in a good way. Sighing, Anko just leant back into his chest, once again shrugging non-committally. Doesn't matter now anyway, at least now I get to see more of you. She pulled back this time, a mischievous gleam in her eye and a playful smirk on her face. I think I like the sound of that actually, Naruto sighed but the smile on his face was unmistakable. Anko let out a small gasp as he swept her off her feet and into a bridal position before purring in delight as he carried her towards the bedroom. Good to see you have some initiative, Naruto-kun. A few days passed as Naruto adjusted to being out of the Anbu. It was strange to say the least, especially getting used to not wearing his armor. He still wore the same black pants and vest over a simple mesh shirt, but he stopped wearing the shin and arm guards, instead opting to wear black boot-like sandals and dark gray fingerless gloves with metal plates on the back with the Konoha leaf etched on. Over all that he wore the traditional olive flak jacket, its pockets filled with various materials for sealing such as blank scrolls and ink. Finally he had his personalized tanto strapped to his back, going horizontal just above his waist. Right now he was stood outside of a classroom with the other prospective Jounin sensei, waiting for Iruka to finish up with a speech to the fresh Jounin. He looked around, noting that he didn't recognize many of his fellow Jounin and by their curious looks towards him they didn't know him either. In fact the only one he did recognize was Asuma Sarutobi, and that was more by reputation than from actually meeting the man. Hey, is this your first time as a sensei too? He turned to see a tall, raven-haired woman with startling red eyes wearing an unusual but accentuating dress. The redhead just rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, inwardly annoyed at being caught off guard. He put it up to nerves. Yeah, in fact I've only been a Jounin for a few days. The woman nodded absently and Naruto noticed that despite her cool demeanor she also seemed nervous about all this. Yeah, I passed the Jounin exams a few months ago and my friend Hana told me it was better to get a team early. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, a smirk appearing on his face. You know Hana Inuzuka? She's a good friend of mine. The woman nodded, eyeing the redhead curiously but allowing the smallest of smiles to appear on her face. Any friend of Hana was all right in her book. I'm Kurenai Yuhi. Naruto smiled warmly, accepting the offered hand and shaking it firmly. Naruto Namikaze Kurenai's jaw nearly dropped off her face but before she could react the Jounin were suddenly called into the room, Iruka having finished up with his speech. She couldn't believe she had been talking to Naruto Namikaze, youngest Anbu captain in Konoha's history with the most accomplished mission record out of any active shinobi. She could only follow the rest of the Jounin into the room dumbly. Before straightening up, she didn't want to make a bad first impression on her team. Alright, in Team 7, your sensei will be... Iruka stared down at the clipboard, unknowingly reflecting the same shocked expression Kurenai had been wearing only a few seconds ago. And Naruto Namikaze. A few murmurs traveled around the room. The last name was well known after all to the younger generation, the owner of the name. Less so. Taking the initiative and deciding to treat this like any normal operation between shinobi, Naruto stepped forward with a placid smile, motioning for the 3 students who had stood up to follow him. "Alright Team 7, I will be your Jounin sensei for the foreseeable future, so follow me up to the roof." With that he vanished in a flash of red that had not only the students in the room surprised but the Jounin as well. After a few stunned moments, the 3 called students hurried out of the room, much to the envy of some of their peers. Naruto himself reappeared a moment after he vanished, a thoughtful look on his face as he stared down at the 3 folders in his hands. He had gone over them last night when he had been called over to the Hokage's office, but he quickly removed the 3 attached photos, checking them over again. Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's little brother. The cold and unwelcoming gaze of the stoic Uchiha stared back at him blankly, reminding him so much of how Itachi was when they first met. Sakura Haruno. On the other hand, her photo seemed much livelier with a kind smile, although to the redhead's concern she didn't quite have the body he was expecting from a young kunoichi in training, and Emi Uzuki, Yugao's little sister if I'm not mistaken. The final of the trio was another girl with long purple hair that was almost a mirror of her elder sibling. Interesting matchup. After a few minutes of lounging against the railing, the 3 fresh Genin finally joined him on the roof, disappointing him slightly with how long they took to get there. They didn't even seem to have run, if he was still in the Anbu. No, he had to stop thoughts like that. This wasn't the Anbu Corporation and he wasn't dealing with trained, disciplined shinobi. "Alright, as much as I'd like to say it's good to meet you all, that remains to be seen." At the confused looks of the 3 children in front of him, he continued quickly. "You may think you are Genin right now, that is not true." Quickly silencing the outburst from the pink-haired girl before she could even begin, Naruto leveled a calculating gaze on the trio. "You are not Genin until I say you are. The test you took in the academy was only to see if you had the skills to become shinobi. I need to test to see if you can actually put those skills to use." Thankful that the kids were actually listening right now instead of arguing, he gave a small smile that at least seemed to put Emi at ease. "Don't worry too much about it, just use everything you've been taught at the academy and I'm sure you'll do fine." He conveniently left out the part where the tests only had a 1 in 3 chance of passing. With that said, meet me at training ground 18 in 5 minutes or you all fail. With a final grin that would have made Anko proud, he once again vanished in a flash of red. A split second later, he watched from a nearby roof as the 3 fresh Genin scrambled from their seats and rushed off in a particular direction. 4 minutes and 52 seconds later, and Naruto was leaning against a tree, watching with amusement as his new team stood panting in front of him. Sasuke didn't seem too bad, but the 2 girls were visibly strained with sweat percolating on their foreheads. That alone worried Naruto. At their age he would have made it to the training ground not only faster, but neither he, nor either of his teammates, would have broken a sweat. Then again, he was an Anbu captain at their age as well. "Alright, well you guys made it, you passed step 1. His was only met by 2 heated glares from the 2 girls and 1 look of irritation from the Uchiha, making him chuckle at the weak killer intent. "Now then." He placed his hands in a well-practiced sign before a puff of smoke appeared next to him, quickly replaced by an exact duplicate of the smiling redhead. "This is a shadow clone, not your normal clone, for one important reason." He placed a hand on the clone and pushed, knocking his other self off balance, much to the Genin's amazement. Even Sasuke cocked an eyebrow. "These are solid clones, able to interact and even use chakra to a certain extent. They have other uses, but that isn't important right now." "What is important?" He quickly slammed a fist into the clone's gut, making it wince in pain before dispersing in another cloud of smoke. "Is that it only takes 1 good blow to destroy it." He smiled at the group again, intentionally taking it slow so that 3 could regain their breath slightly. "Your job is to destroy 1 before 12 o'clock, which gives you 1 hour. To illustrate that point, he pulled a random stopwatch out of nowhere, quickly set the timer for 1 hour and dropped it on a nearby tree stump. "You can use anything in your arsenal to accomplish this, but if you can't make that clone disappear in 1 hour, you all go back to the academy. Good luck." With that, he formed another clone before disappearing in a flash of red, leaving 3 shocked Genin and a grinning clone behind. There was a moment of pause as the Genin stared at the clone, who only idly looked back at them before everybody sprung into action. In flashes of movement that were almost painfully slow for the ex-Anbu captain, the 3 Genin vanished into the surrounding bushes. While their hiding is okay, I'm sure any Genin-level opponent would have some difficulty finding them, although those 2's chakra signatures are fairly weak anyway. Feigning complete indifference to the Genin's actions, Naruto casually walked over to a nearby tree, plopping down at its base before pulling out a scroll. The Genin looked on in confusion from their hiding spots, wondering what their sensei, or at least the clone of him, was doing. Internally, Sasuke was seething. He hated that the man obviously didn't even think of him as a threat. Something else was bothering him as well. He couldn't place it, but his new sensei seemed awfully familiar. Tearing the thought from his mind, he stealthily began to make his way through the undergrowth, trying his best not to make a sound, which was an incredibly good effort. When he drew his kunai, he held his breath in tension, only to see that Naruto still wasn't the slightest bit concerned. His ego swelled slightly that his hiding skills were good enough to fool a jounin before dropping down from his position, kunai poised to strike. He thrust down with as much power and speed as he could, feeling the cold steel meet resistance as he drove on anyway. However, he stood there, shocked to see that Naruto had defended against his surprise attack with nothing more than the end of his brush, the wooden handle apparently holding off the edge of his blade effortlessly. Taken off guard, he couldn't defend as his legs were suddenly swept out from under him in a flash of movement. Catching himself at the last moment, he pivoted on his hand and lashed out with his other foot, only for it too to be redirected with the end of the brush. Pushing back, he landed back on his feet, taking in the obviously amused expression of his sensei, who remained standing. I hope you aren't taking it easy on me just because I'm a clone." Sasuke saw the redhead's eyes drift about lazily, as if unconcerned by the Jonin's presence before his eyebrow raised. "Just you? Interesting." Sasuke quickly disregarded the strange comment before rushing back forward, intent on landing that one blow he need to pass and become a real Jonin. Naruto only sighed as he watched the moderately fast Uchiha approach him, brushing aside the kunai aimed for his throat with as little effort as he would need to swat a fly. "Don't underestimate me." Just like that, Sasuke's attacks doubled in intensity, his feet and hands becoming blurs to his two female teammates as they watched, both amazed and enamored. Naruto merely chuckled, taking his eye off of Sasuke to glance around casually, the ease with which he defended not decreasing in the slightest. "Oh, don't worry, I'm not, but this is good. If you don't come at me with the intent to kill, you'll never land that blow." Now if only, he smirked as he suddenly ducked low, allowing a surprised Ami to fly over his head, right into the path of the lone Uchiha, catching both completely by surprise. They landed back on the ground in a tangle of limbs, and by the time they both stood up and were ready to attack again, their sensei was gone. "Watch where you're going, Dobi." Ami looked back at Sasuke with wide eyes. She had only tried to help him by launching that sneak attack. But she was ignored as Sasuke turned from her, looking into the tree line of the training ground, trying to see where their sensei had gone. With that, he took off into the trees, intent on getting that blow so that he could finally start learning some techniques. His teacher was obviously very powerful, that much was obvious. He needed that power and nothing was going to stop him getting it. However, when he finally entered a clearing, he only saw Sakura lying unconscious in the middle of the ground. He didn't particularly care what happened to her, but she had obviously come into contact with Naruto. He jumped down and quickly shook her shoulders, trying to wake her up. She opened her eyes groggily before a mischievous glint alighted in her eyes. "Oops, you fell for my trap, Sasuke." The raven-haired Uchiha followed the pinkette's gaze down to the ground where his foot was inside a small loop of ninja wire. The moment his eyes widened in surprise, though the trap activated and he was violently wrenched into the air, dangling upside down by one foot. He looked around, noticing as Sakura burst into smoke to reveal a hinged Naruto. "What did the original tell you? I can use chakra, remember?" With that, he mock saluted and dashed off into the trees, leaving a disgruntled Uchiha hanging from a tree. A few moments later, he found what he was looking for, Ami carefully making her way through the trees, her eyes scanning the path ahead as she held a kunai out on front of her. "Well, she at least seems prepared, but she hasn't spotted." He jumped backwards in surprise as a small barrage of shuriken suddenly sailed past the spot he had been in. However, as he landed back on another branch, it instantly collapsed under his weight, forcing him to tuck into a roll to prevent being dispelled. A few moments later, and he was aptly dodging a few clumsy swings of a kunai as Ami tried desperately to attack him. However, her combat skills were sorely lacking in comparison to the Uchiha. Finally, else it took up too much of the time he had, Naruto quickly sidestepped a weak lunge before grabbing the kunai out of her hand, spinning her around and pinning her to a nearby tree by her sleeve. "Nice try, almost got me there." With a cheeky wink, Naruto vanished again, leaving Ami to struggle against the weapon, keeping her pinned to the trunk of the tree. "Okay, just one left. According to her file, she was Kunoichi of the Year. She should put up a good fight." Finding her a few minutes later running through the forest floor, he smirked as a plan came to mind. "Best grades in the year, huh? Let's see how she handles genjutsu then." It wasn't his strongest subject by any stretch of the imagination, but it was at least passable. You didn't grow up with two Sharingan users and not pick up at least a few tricks. Sakura quickly made her way through the trees, making her way in the direction she had last seen Sasuke heading in. She had already realized there was no chance of her ever landing that blow that would win them this test, so she was going to go and offer any help she could to Sasuke. She nearly shrieked though as she placed her foot down, only for it to suddenly melt into the ground. Her eyes widening in surprise, she tugged on the offending limb only for the ground to pull even harder. Soon her other leg began to descend and the bubblegum-haired girl began to panic. A few moments later and Naruto was standing over her unconscious body, her mind having shut down from the shock of being suffocated underground. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, a frown marring his features as he looked down at the girl. Well, that was unexpected. I thought for sure I toned down the genjutsu. Even as the words escaped his lips, a bell rang out through the forest, signaling the end of the test. Chapter 15, Same Old Dynamic. Well, that was. How can I put it? Naruto looked at his 3 fresh Genin, and he used the term loosely, with an emotionless mask, despite the myriad of thoughts running through his mind. 2 of them were tied to nearby trees while Sasuke sat rather solemnly between them, glaring at the man who he now thought would be sending him back to the academy. Emi and Sakura seemed likewise disappointed, but he couldn't tell if it was in themselves or something else. I had expected a lot more from you 3. At that, Emi looked up, some of the previous sadness gone, replaced by annoyance, a fairly common reaction in the face of defeat. How? You don't know anything about us. Naruto just gave a cold smile before pulling their 3 files out of seemingly nowhere, something that Anko often remarked he had a strange knack for. On the contrary, I know more about you than you think, but apparently not as much as I had guessed. I knew better than to blindly trust academy reports, but I still had at least somewhat high hopes for you 3. He turned to Sasuke, who heatedly returned the other man's cool, indifferent gaze. You were supposed to be Rookie of the Year, yet when you attacked me you let your emotions get the better of you. Not only that, but you fell for a simple trap. You lacked the concern for your teammate to spot the simple inaccuracies in my henge. Sasuke looked away at that, grunting his disapproval, but he couldn't meet the older redhead's gaze anymore, so he turned to Sakura. Likewise, you were the Kunoichi of the Year with the best grades and you fell for a relatively simple genjutsu. You were concerned for your teammate, yet you let that cloud your judgment. He made sure to capture her gaze as he continued to speak so that the full force of his words were clear in a real mission that would not only get you killed, but them as well. Like Sasuke before her, she looked away, obviously ashamed at her own performance. I honestly expected a lot better from you, especially considering who your parents are. The pinkette looked up at that, obvious confusion marring her features. You know my parents? Naruto raised a brow in confusion, a small smirk adorning his amused face. Of course, your old man was my father's main competition for the Hokage seat along with Orochimaru of the Sannin. The small grimace at having to say that man's name was lost on the 3 Genin before him, obviously more concerned with their own problems. However, the meaning behind the words wasn't lost on any of them as they took in their sensei in a whole different light. You're the son of the 4th Hokage? Naruto nodded idly as he turned to the last of his 3 Genin hopefuls. He was too used to the village treating differently due to his parents, he didn't need it from his potential students. And you are Yugao Uzuki's sister, right? The purple-haired girl nodded timidly. She had already seen her 2 teammates get chewed out and was dreading her sensei's words already. You know Yugao ne? The redhead nodded again, this time a more melancholic smile on his face. Yugao was one of his best friends along with Hana and a few others in the Anbu. He had plenty of good memories with the purple-haired sword mistress. Of course, your sister was the one to properly teach me kenjutsu, still can't beat her in a straight match. Emi smiled for a moment at the praise to her sister before Naruto's gaze became sterner. Yet I didn't see much of that in the way you performed. He looked at her confusedly for a moment. Don't you have a sword? Emi quickly shook her head, a sad look in her eyes as she refused to meet Naruto's gaze. They never taught it in the academy and, well, Yugao Ne's always so busy with her work in the Anbu, I just don't want to disturb her. Naruto's gaze softened momentarily before it swept back around to take in the whole group. Well, in any case, your performance as a team was really poor. Your individual skills are just barely passable as Genin. Even if Sasuke's taijutsu is above average, there is no way I should pass you 3. This time all 3 Genin hung their heads in defeat, even the Uchiha, at least until Naruto sighed loudly enough to catch their attention and ran a hand through his mop of hair. Luckily for you guys, or maybe unfortunately, I see potential in all 3 of you. Their heads immediately perked up with hopeful expressions in their eyes, except for Sasuke, who seemed to have the emotional flexibility of a teaspoon. I expect you 3 to be here at this training ground at 8 in the morning. He stared at them intently for a moment. I dislike people who are late. He mumbled something else under his breath, but they missed it. However, the words Taiku and Sulk were fairly audible. With that he got up, gave them a friendly wave and turned around, at least until Sakura's shrill voice cut through the peaceful afternoon. Wait sensei, if you were going to pass us, why did you tie us to these trees? Naruto just gave another cheeky smile before vanishing in a bright flash of red, leaving 3 very confused and grumbling Jinan. Naruto couldn't help the slight sigh that escaped his lips as he slumped into a comfortable chair in his father's office. Then again, the room could barely be called that anymore, as the red-headed teen had long ago moved out most of his father's notes and effects, save for the flame-patterned haori hung on a wall hook and a few seal designs the yondaime had left half completed. Nowadays it was mostly filled with hurried sketches and scribbles from his younger self, along with a neat layer of dust that hadn't been so much as disturbed for a good few months. As he looked over the various sheets he had left strewn over the old wooden desk, Naruto slightly regretted that he had somewhat let his Fuuinjutsu stagnate while in the Anbu. Absently he reached for the nearest sheet, almost coughing as he managed to send a small plume of dust floating into the air, which he quickly waved away. A small smile passed along his lips as he traced the small, intricate design that was only half complete. He was just reaching for a fine ink brush when a voice called out from the doorway. "I remember that one, the Kunoichi seal, right?" The redhead looked up to see Anko staring at him with a lopsided, bemused grin from the doorway. "Yeah, I was going to update Jiraiya's pregnancy seal for Kunoichi out in the field. His was too tough to remove on short notice, even for someone who knew how to deactivate it," Anko chuckled, slinking across the room and wrapping her arms around the back of the chair and across Naruto's chest. "Still is, you know." She lightly patted her side where underneath her tan skirt a small oval squiggle sat on her right hip. At that Naruto frowned, leaning back more on the chair to kiss his girlfriend on the neck before staring back at the half-finished seal. "Why did I stop working on it?" Anko's expression sobered at that as she slipped around the chair, nestling into his lap and leaning her back against the side of the desk. "You left on short notice for a mission in the Land of Water. You didn't come back for 3 weeks. When you did, you threw yourself into training your taijutsu. I haven't seen you even come in here since then." Naruto's frown just deepened. He had lost a teammate on that mission, a recruit to the Anbu. His mask was still shiny and his uniform pressed and clean. It had been Naruto's job as the captain to watch over him and make sure he got back safe, but he wasn't fast enough. He couldn't be everywhere at once no matter how hard he tried. "Maybe I should start working on it again?" It wasn't really a question to be answered, but Anko chose to all the same, playfully slapping him on the chest. "Never mind that though, how'd it go with the Gakus?" At that, Naruto's frown twisted into a look of exasperation that only made Anko's grin wider and a little more towards that sadistic side that made her so infamous around the village. "That bad, huh?" Naruto just groaned as he ran a hand through his hair. "I wouldn't call them bad, just. Ugh." His groans only made Anko snicker as she shuffled about on his lap, trying to get comfortable. "Why couldn't I get Jinan that are more, you know?" Anko raised an eyebrow, poking Naruto lightly in the forehead as he failed to come up with an answer. "More like your team?" Naruto didn't accept her accusation, but he didn't deny it either. "I mean, come on, at their age I was leading people twice my age on A-ranked missions. Itachi had mastered his Sharingan beyond anything the Uchiha had seen since Madara, and Shisui had managed to master the Shunshin to the point he got a moniker because of it." Anko sighed thoughtfully, a rare expression on her usually playful features. "Naruto, you can't have your expectations so high. When we were Jinan, Konoha was still recovering from both the war and the Kyuubi attack. We were fast-tracked through our education and immediately thrown out into the field. These kids aren't us. I mean, come on, you've seen Kakashi. Child prodigies don't tend to come out the most well-adjusted of people." This time it was Naruto's turn to raise a bemused eyebrow. "So I'm not well-adjusted?" Anko just snorted in that cute manner of hers, staring at the redhead incredulously. "You mean beside that massive hero complex of yours, your obsession with your father and your innate fear of women?" Naruto blinked and silence reigned in the small study for a few moments. "I'm not afraid of women." At that Anko couldn't help it and burst out laughing, nearly falling off Naruto's lap in her exuberance. Even Naruto was sporting a grin. "Oh please. I swear you still shudder every time we walk past that red-haired baker in the market street. Just what the hell did your mother do to you anyway?" Naruto grumbled something under his breath before rounding on his girlfriend. "Well, what about you?" Anko managed to quickly gather herself together and look at Naruto with false superiority. "What about me? I'm the picture of a well-adjusted kunoichi." To emphasize her point she cupped her chin with both hands and gave Naruto a heartwarming smile. Luckily the redhead had years to grow in immunity to such tactics. "What about that exhibitionist streak of yours?" Anko blinked at that, looking down at the clothes she was wearing, which, admittedly, was just a sheer top and her underwear. "I swear if I wasn't here to tone you down you'd be walking around in a mesh shirt and little else." Anko pouted and crossed her arms under her substantial bust, not exactly helping her point. I'm not that bad. Naruto snorted and poked her just above her heart, making her uncross her arms to bat his finger away. And you're obsessed with Dengo? At that Anko bristled, a vicious gleam entering her eye. You're obsessed with ramen. Naruto grinned and leaned in closer. You pick your teeth with Senbone. Anko rose to the challenge, bringing her face so close their noses were almost touching. You don't know how to use a damn door. There was another pregnant pause as the two shinobi gazed balefully into each other's eyes, daring the other to say anything. Suddenly, and neither knew who instigated it afterwards, the two slammed their lips together aggressively as hands began to quickly wander across clothing, shucking it where possible. The chair groaned beneath them as they lost themselves in their passion. Almost an hour later and the two found themselves naked, sweaty and panting atop the office desk, more than just dust having been disturbed during their bout of lovemaking, as Anko found when she peeled off a rather intricate seal drawing from where it had been stuck to her left ass cheek for the better part of the last half hour. Naruto was smiling happily next to her, an arm snaked around her waist while the other held his father's cloak across their lower halves, trying to conserve what modesty they had left. What were we talking about again? Anko chuckled humorously at the labored question. Naruto had after all been rather starved of oxygen for the past few minutes. Oh, you know, just how you have serious mommy issues while I'm just an all-round awesome person. She finished with a bright grin that only had Naruto flop his head back, chuckling breathlessly. Soon enough though he groaned and levered himself up onto his arms before turning and pulling himself up off the table. Anko made her dissatisfaction known when two slender arms snaked their way around his waist in an attempt to pull him back in. Come on Anko, I have to report to the Hokage that I passed my team. Anko murmured her dissent but let him go nevertheless, sighing as she got up, completely uncaring that she was completely naked, having let the Yondaime's Haori float uselessly to the ground. I suppose, you can't keep grumbling about how late Kakashi is all the time only to do it yourself. Naruto frowned as he went about collecting up his clothes, throwing Anko's bra out into the hallway in his own childish retribution for the comment. I don't always grumble about Kakashi. Anko simply chuckled as she slipped by him, making sure to press her assets against his chest as she did so and not even bothering to collect her clothes as she stalked off towards the shower. Sure, just add it to the list. Naruto simply sighed as he too moved out of the office, however it didn't take long before a smile snuck back onto his features. A few minutes later and Naruto was dressed and suitably freshened for a meeting with the Hokage. He had decided to take a more scenic route, so elected not to simply flash to a Hiraishin tag he had in the waiting room and actually left through his home's front door, if for no other reason than to prove to Anko that he could. However, not even 2 minutes out of his house and the young Jounin was forced to suddenly duck to one side, allowing a flash of steel to pass over his head with barely an inch of clearance, causing the air to hum menacingly. He quickly ran up a wall, drawing the tanto off his back that was standard issue for all Anbu in a flash to meet his assailant's next swing. Luckily she was a kunoichi, so he managed to overpower her, forcing her to flip back onto an adjacent roof, allowing her long purple hair to fan out distractingly. Normally in this situation Naruto would have immediately made some attempt to alert the village there was an infiltrator, but this time he simply sighed before running a hand through his hair, giving the kunoichi a moment to speak up. Why didn't you tell me? The redhead carefully slid the tanto back into its sheath on his lower back, hopping back down into the street as his attacker did the same. Hello to you too, Yugao. The kunoichi removed the blue-marked cat mask she was wearing, revealing piercing black eyes and a sharp but petite nose. Taiku. Naruto sighed, her clipped tone told him just how irritated she was. I'm not your Taiku anymore, Yugao. Yugao simply clicked her tongue, stopping the in the street and placing her hand on her hip. That's funny, you never told me anything. Naruto suppressed another groan but couldn't stop his hand running through his hair. Today was just turning out to be a roller coaster for his mood. It was short notice, Hokage's orders, and you were out on a mission at the time. Yugao's eyes narrowed at that as she exhaled derisively. And you couldn't have told me when I came back 2 days ago? I had to hear it from Hayate of all people, and he's not even in the corp. Naruto sighed and just kept walking down the street in the general direction of the Hokage Tower. I've been busy, Hokage-sama made me a Jounin sensei. Yugao followed after him, arms crossed across her chest armor. I know, Ami told me that she got the Naruto Namikaze for a sensei. At that Naruto had to chuckle and even Yugao had to suppress a flicker of a grin at the corner of her lips. She didn't even know who I was earlier today. Yugao shrugged and Naruto could see a little of the tension leave her shoulders. He had once been told he was a hard man to stay angry at. But then again that was Anko, and they had just had sex, so it may have been a biased argument. What can I say, she's impressionable. Naruto looked away sheepishly at that, remembering how the two kunoichi on his team acted around Itachi's brother. Yeah. I noticed. Yugao looked like she was about to comment when she suddenly looked up, noticing a hawk that began to circle over their position, calling her away to the Anbu headquarters. Quickly she replaced her mask and turned to leave, but not before suddenly flashing around, katana held up and at Naruto's neck, only held at bay by the tanto he had managed to bring up to deflect it. We're not done here, Taiku, you better take good care of my sister or I'm coming for you. And with that she sheathed her weapon in one smooth motion before vanishing in the Leaf's trademark sunshine. Naruto continued walking on as if he hadn't just been threatened but internally he was groaning, suddenly knowing how Kakashi felt every time he still called the man Taiku. Briefly he wondered if this was how Ansui-sensei had felt when he first took on him, Itachi and Shisui as a team before unintentionally quoting the man under his breath. Bothersome. Come on girls, just 5 more. Naruto watched with amusement as Sakura and Emi both doggedly forced their bodies to keep moving as they ran back and forth across the clearing. They were panting heavily and their arms had long ago lost their ability to move in any kind of coordination with their legs, but they were still going, so Naruto had to hand them that. There was also the small fact that every time they tried to walk Naruto just added on 5 more lengths. Sensei. Why? Are we just running? Emi rasped out as she finally completed her set, instantly collapsing to the floor as she desperately tried to force air into her lungs and sate the burning in her limbs. A few moments later and Sakura joined her, a light sheen of sweat covering both their bodies. Yeah. Shouldn't we be doing team exercises or something? Naruto let his body fall backwards only to hook his legs around the tree branch he had been sitting on and flip to his feet, a grin on his face as he watched both girls recover from the stamina workout he had both on. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and right now, in this team, it's you two. Emi winced at the brutally honest summation of their skills while Sakura couldn't find the energy to give a reaction, simply making a note to glare at her sensei as soon as she had control of her facial muscles again. That's why Sasuke isn't doing the stamina exercises, he's already far ahead of you on that front. The redhead motioned with a sweeping gesture to the other side of the clearing where Sasuke was sparring against a shadow clone of Naruto. But Sasuke-kun's the rookie of the year. Naruto simply cocked an eyebrow at that, noticing Emi seemed to have recovered enough to speak normally. It seemed she was the more physically fit of the two kunoichi. So? Do you really think any shinobi you face will care about that? I'm going to bring you up to the same level as Sasuke so, as a team, you can support one another equally. The Jounin then quickly ran a hand through his hair and added or so you can survive long enough to become Chunin. He smiled down at the girls before his eyebrow twitched as he heard Sasuke snort derisively from across the clearing. The look of irritation quickly turned to one of satisfaction as his clone managed a strong punch on the young Uchiha, making the dark-haired boy fold around his fist before being launched across the clearing. To his credit though, Sasuke managed to flip in the air and land somewhat steadily on the ground a few meters away. You think something's funny, Sasuke? The boy just scowled at his sensei, rubbing his stomach before settling back down into his taijutsu stance. However, to his surprise the shadow clone in front of him suddenly burst into smoke without warning and a hand lightly fell across his shoulder. I hope you weren't belittling my teaching methods. Sasuke leapt away in surprise as Naruto suddenly appeared from behind him in an instant. In his surprise at the man's speed he nearly tripped over his feet. Fast. Sasuke's eyes widened though when he turned around only to see a palm heading for his stomach. It was too fast for him to dodge so he simply moved with it, leaning back to disperse most of the force. It still winded him though, but he stayed on his feet, glaring at where his teacher stood, the man not even bothering to enter a stance of any kind. You know Sasuke, when I first saw your profile and saw that I would be teaching Itachi's little brother. At the mention of that man's name Sasuke's eyes narrowed dangerously and for a second Naruto could have sworn he saw a flicker of red in those black orbs. I thought you would be a lot like him. Sakura and Emi looked on in confusion from the side of the training ground, worried for the boy they both had a crush on but at the same time too tired to do anything. Sasuke on the other hand didn't want to hear any more and immediately charged the Jounin, launching into a flurry of fast-paced taijutsu move the two girls struggled to keep up with. But you know Sasuke, I've known you for less than a day and I already know you're nothing like Itachi. He easily swatted aside a spinning kick, diverting the motion so Sasuke flew over his shoulder. Itachi wasn't as powerful as people made him out to be but he knew how to use what he had and he perfected everything he knew. He grabbed Sasuke's punch in one hand, quickly catching the lead-up kick before spinning and throwing the boy clear across the clearing. He knew how to keep his head in the most stressful situations, never letting his emotions control him. At this point Naruto wasn't even sure Sasuke was listening as the boy flashed through hand seals that Naruto was all too familiar with. Fire Release, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke exhaled an impressive sphere of flames that hurtled across the training ground, scorching the grass as it passed over. However, Naruto was no longer in its line of fire. Itachi was always aware of his environment. The sudden voice made Sasuke recoil away as Naruto once again appeared behind him, grabbing his shoulder and flipping him forward so he impacted painfully on his back. He tried to pick himself back up only to feel a sandaled foot press him back down, making cracks appear in the ground beneath him from the force. Suddenly the sun was blocked out as Naruto leaned over, making sure to lock eyes with the young Uchiha. But Itachi was a traitor. Don't become like your brother. Sasuke couldn't help but wince at the pressure on his chest but still managed to grind out between gritted teeth. Who are you to tell me that? For a moment Naruto's hair fell forward across his forehead protector, shadowing his eyes. I was your brother's teammate. Sasuke's eyes widened as it suddenly all clicked into place. He remembered why Naruto's face was so familiar. When Itachi was still in the village, a red-headed boy would often come over to eat with them along with his cousin Shisui. Sasuke was still young at the time, so he barely remembered, but he even recalled that same boy joining him and Itachi, playing ninja or practicing shuriken throwing. Tomato Head? Suddenly Naruto's foot was hooked underneath Sasuke's side and with a fluid motion he flicked Sasuke back up onto his feet. I hated that stupid nickname. Shisui would always laugh at me whenever you called me it. Sasuke just blinked as he processed the fact that his sensei was the very same boy that would go toe-to-toe with Itachi and sometimes even win. At this point Sakura and Emi had recovered enough to walk over, sensing that the fight was over. Sensei? While Sakura had immediately gone over to see if Sasuke was okay, who was too shocked to shrug her off as usual, Emi just looked towards the Jounin in confusion. He simply smiled at her though, reaching across and ruffling her hair, much to her obvious annoyance. Don't worry about it, me and Sasuke just had something to talk about, okay? Emi looked uncertain, but once she looked across and saw the Uchiha looked back to his normal, sullen self, she nodded slowly. Naruto just gave her a bright smile and looked back around to the rest of his team, already feeling like he could actually do this now. Alright. I think I've gathered quite a bit on you all today. All three Jonin blinked at that. All the two girls had done was run and Sasuke had merely sparred with the Jounin without even causing the older teen to break a sweat. Sakura. The pink-haired girl jolted to attention at the firm, but warm voice, meeting her sensei's purple eyes quickly. You have an excellent grasp on chakra control and you're obviously the type that prefers thinking before action. Normally I would say that would make you dead set for the cryptanalysis department, but to be honest I think that would be putting your potential to waste. You have the makings for an excellent genjutsu specialist or even a combat medic with the right training. Sakura seemed surprised by the frank assessment and more than a little pleased internally to be praised. However, immediately she felt a sense of foreboding come over her. I suck at all that fine control stuff, so until I can find someone to help you along that path I'll be working on your stamina and increasing your chakra reserves, considering that is where you're lacking at the moment. Sakura groaned and her shoulders slumped at the thought of more running, only to look up in confusion when a thought struck her. You got all that from just watching me run, sensei? However, Naruto simply grinned sadistically. Nope. Leaving the poor girl confused, Naruto turned to his next student. Sasuke, hearing his name, seemed to snap the boy out of whatever daze his revelations had put him in, and he quickly turned to the Jounin. It's fairly obvious your taijutsu and ninjutsu are both strong, with a lot of potential for future growth, but I wouldn't neglect genjutsu. A lot of Uchiha have become incredibly powerful from that art. Naruto gave Sasuke a meaningful look that was missed by the two kunoichi, and after a moment of silent staring Sasuke begrudgingly nodded. For now I'll work you on those areas, but I'll also be working with you to unlock your Sharingan. As far as I'm concerned, you're behind. Sasuke scowled at that, but he couldn't exactly refute it. By his clan standards he was somewhat of a late bloomer in that regard, which infuriated him to no end. Emi. Finally Naruto turned to the purple-haired girl who had been avoiding his gaze up until this point. Like Sakura, you are lacking in both stamina and chakra reserves, but you are more conditioned for physical combat than her, something that I will be helping you work on, being a specialty of mine. He grinned at the three Jounin, standing up straight and nodding appreciatively at them all, not seeing what they were now, but the team they could become. Right then, we'll head off to the mission desk and collect our first mission as Team 7, okay? At that, even Sasuke seemed to perk up as all three felt themselves fill with excitement at the prospect of their first real mission as a shinobi of the leaf. However, as Emi turned to follow her two teammates, she felt a hand on her shoulder holding her back. Curiously, she turned to look up at her sensei who, to her surprise, was holding out a long, thin katana. "Here, I know what it feels like to stand in the shadow of your family, but the people you look up to are supposed to be surpassed. I'm not telling you to learn kenjutsu, but you shouldn't rule it out just because your sister uses it. A shinobi has to use every advantage they have." Emi looked up at the red-haired teen for a long few moments before tentatively reaching out and accepting the blade. She had often held her sister's various swords, but they were always far too heavy for her. This one felt surprisingly light and just correct in her hand. Thank you, sensei." To her surprise and mortification, Emi felt a little blood rush to her cheeks as Naruto met her stuttered words with a kind smile. She immediately turned away and ran off after her teammates, clutching the long sword to her chest. Naruto just chuckled as he walked off after her, wondering what the first mission as Team 7 would be like. Chapter 16, Same Old Training. D rank? Naruto looked on questioningly at the Hokage as the older man handed the red-haired Jounin 3 mission folders. He briefly glanced through their contents only for his confusion to grow. Painting fences? Manual labor at a farm? Catching a runaway cat? These weren't missions, these were chores you would get a neighborhood kid to do for a few ryo. Ah yes, I suppose you never would have come across these types of mission before, Naruto. I believe they were instigated a bit after your team became Chunin. Naruto just nodded absently. The first mission Onsui had ever taken them on was a C rank, and it was a real mission, not one of these odd jobs. However, he wasn't one to so overtly question the Hokage's orders, and if he said these missions were appropriate for newly instated Junon, then oh, who was he kidding? Seriously, Hokage-sama? These aren't missions. How could anybody ever rationalize using ninja, no matter how green, for such menial tasks? These kids should be getting experience, or at least exercises to hone their skills, not learning how to paint a fence. The Hokage remained quiet for a few moments, puffing on the pipe that now seemed to eternally rest in his mouth. "Could I talk with you for a few minutes, Naruto?" The Chunin to the Hokage's right, a man with a spiky ponytail and a horizontal scar across his nose, nearly spat out his coffee as he looked around at the village leader incredulously. "Hokage-sama?" "We still have." He was silenced though as the aged Kage raised a wrinkled hand, cutting the Chunin off. "It's okay, Iruka, it will only take a moment." With that he slowly got to his feet before walking to the other side of the mission office, Naruto quickly on his heels. For a few moments he simply looked out the window, steadily blowing out puffs of gray smoke as his eyes followed various people going about their day. "Hokage-sama?" Naruto gazed at the older man curiously as he seemingly ignored him, almost as if he was lost in a memory. "Naruto." The silence was broken so suddenly it nearly startled the newly instated Jounin. "Do you know what I feel every time I look out this window, down onto a peaceful and, dare I say it, happy village?" The redhead was slightly caught off guard by the question, but his own expression became thoughtful all the same, taking a moment to glance out at the same streets where the Hokage could obviously see something he was missing. "Pride?" A short, rattling bark of a laugh was his answer as the aged Hokage's eyes crinkled into an amused smile. "Yes, Naruto, I do feel pride as I look out on the legacy of my mentors that I like to believe I have helped maintain. But more than that, I feel unease." Naruto blinked but didn't say anything to interrupt the man. "I feel unease because I know better. I know that this peace can only ever be temporary. Unfortunately, I lack the optimism my own pupil displays for a better world." He turned around and for a moment Naruto caught a hint of true age in that man's dark, but still compassionate eyes. "I've seen too much, lived too long as a shinobi in the service of the village I love, to ever believe that this cycle of war and peace can be broken. I left that kind of idealism to my successor." He puffed out another smoke ring, watching as it floated toward the Junon on the other side of the room. "We are different to them, Naruto. We are shinobi molded by hotter temperatures and higher pressures, and, while those conditions may have created better blades, they also create ones much easier to break." Naruto stayed silent through all of this, not sure what to feel as the Hokage seemingly unloaded this onto him. The conflict of a Hokage is an odd one to picture. On one hand, I wish more than anything that this village remain safe, and the people within remain happy, for that we need strong shinobi to protect us. On the other hand, I do not wish away the childhood of those very same shinobi. I would rather them stay weak and blissfully innocent. The Hokage had a faraway look in his eye as he turned up to the Hokage monument, but after a moment of staring clarity returned and he tilted his head back towards Naruto with an easygoing smile. "What I am saying, Naruto, is that in these times of peace, allow the young ones to hold on to what innocence they have for what little time they can. We relics of war are still around to watch over them until it is their turn to accept that mantle from us and one day, surpass us. With that the man began to slowly move back across the room, but not before one last comment. You know, my own sensei, the Nidaime, once told me that the only way to truly learn about ourselves is to teach others. It was why he made it a condition that all Hokages take on a student or a Junon team before they can be considered as a candidate. Naruto's eyes widened at the subtle message the Hokage was trying to convey, but before he could say anything they were back and the older shinobi was settling back down into his chair, a small smile tweaking his features. Now where were we? Ah yes, so what will it be, painting fences, farm work or catching Tora? Sensei, this is boring. Sakura blew her hair out from where it had fallen over her face. She was sweaty, damp and dirty, not to mention covered in scratches from when they had to catch that demon of a cat. Right now she was wrist deep in the earth, pulling out various unidentifiable vegetables that may or may not have been trying to pull her back in. Yes Sakura, I heard you the first time. And the second and the fifth. The pink-haired girl looked up to where her sensei sat in a nearby tree, seemingly doodling on a scroll and only keeping an occasional eye on his students. Why aren't you helping anyway? Aren't we supposed to be a team? Sasuke had previously stayed silent through the other so-called missions, but it was only so long before his sarcastic, sullen tone drifted over to the others. Naruto just smiled though, still not taking his eye off whatever it was he was writing or drawing. Ah, but the mission brief clearly asked for a team of Junon for these tasks. I'm a Jounin, you see. It's always important to stick to the mission parameters where possible, Sasu-chan. The dark-haired Uchiha merely narrowed his eyes at the irritating nickname his sensei had decided to give him. It reminded him far too much of his cousin Shisui. Sasuke recently decided he didn't like his cousin Shisui all that much anymore. But it is pretty dull, sensei, even training is more exciting than this. Finally the last member of their quartet spoke up, having just emerged from a large shed, definitely not smelling as fresh as when she woke up that morning. However, once again Naruto was quick on the return as he flicked his brush into the air flamboyantly before sliding off the tree branch. Much to the Junon's chagrin though, when his feet touched the sodden, muddy ground they didn't so much as sink a centimeter in. But without them how would I teach you all these important lessons? With that he managed to get all three of his Junon to glare at him as one. If that wasn't some team coordination he didn't know what was. What lessons? All we've been doing is stupid chores. Naruto tilted his head at the pink cat as if he was genuinely confused by her words. What are you talking about, Sakura? Didn't you learn a lot about your teammates as you tried to hunt down Tora? The girl looked about to retort when she blinked, her fist falling to her side as she stared at a random spot on the ground incredulously. And that brings me on to one of the most important things I can teach you as a young shinobi. He paused, making sure he had the attention of all his students before grinning. Everything is training. There was silence for a few moments save for what sounded like a crow cawing some distance away. That's it? That's your big revelation, that everything is training? Naruto just grinned, nodding his head sagely. I can never teach you something more important than that. While Sakura continued to look like she was in a confused daze, Emi spoke up in her stead. But what do you mean, sensei? How is picking vegetables or painting a fence training? She purposefully left out catching Tora. Anybody could see that was training of the most hellish kind. Simple, even now I'm training my chakra control by keeping my feet above the mud with the surface clinging exercise. You'd all be a lot less muddy if you just thought outside the box a little. Even painting the fence should have shown you how economic planning can save you both time and effort if you coordinate with your teammates. At that Sasuke looked down, his brow furrowing as if he had just realized something so obviously fundamental. This applies to everything? Naruto grinned again, glad his students were so easily accepting his first real lesson. Everything. Sasuke nodded slowly before looking down at the ground. He suddenly flashed through hand seals before exhaling a small, thin stream of fire along the ground in front of him, instantly hardening the mud at his feet. Immediately he took off along the ground, jabbing his hand into the earth every so often to snatch out a vegetable. Naruto grinned as he watched the young Uchiha go, glad the boy understood even if he was confused by the inefficient way he was doing it. Ah, sensei? The redhead blinked as he turned to see Me standing rather close to him, alternating between looking over at Sasuke and down at his feet. What's the surface clinging exercise? Anko didn't even look up from her book when Naruto walked through the door at nearly midnight. Curled up on the couch she looked like a cat that had finally found a comfortable spot. She listened to him shuck his various trappings like the Jounin vest and his arm guards before finally speaking up. nearly causing him to jump in fright considering he hadn't even noticed her there. There was a reason Anko was one of the top infiltration specialists among the Jounin. If you're having an affair, she better be damn sexy to warrant missing movie night. Naruto froze in place, halfway through pulling a metal-plated glove off as he looked back and forth between the couch where Anko's voice was coming from and the open video box on the table in front of her. Crap. Anko snorted as she finally popped her head over the back of the couch, an amused yet slightly dangerous gleam in her eye as she took in Naruto's now rather nervous form. Crap is right, what's up? You're not usually this forgetful. Naruto groaned lightly as he slunk over to the couch, flopping down over the back of it so his legs were hanging over it limply and he was laying his head on Anko's lap. The kunoichi immediately took the opportunity to start running her fingers through his crimson locks like she had done as a kid, grinning as the spiky locks refused to be split for very long. This Jounin sensei thing just keeps getting better, you know? Did you know they don't even teach the tree walking exercise at the academy now? Anko paused for a moment with her fingers wrapped around his hair before continuing on, her momentary surprise passing. Really? Weird. Naruto shrugged rather awkwardly in his odd position before sighing. Actually, they might never have taught it. I learned it from To-san and you learned it from me. I always assumed Shisui learned it from Itachi and well, Itachi was. Anko nodded, a grim expression on her face at the mention of their rogue friend. He's Itachi. Naruto nodded lamely. It was never easy to broker the subject of the wayward Uchiha in the Namikaze household. The name alone was filled with such conflicting opinions. Well, in any case, now I have to go through and find everything that the academy didn't teach these kids and fill in their blanks. Who knows what other kind of basic knowledge has been left out of their education. Tonight alone I had them running up and down trees until they got the exercise down to a decent enough degree, and tomorrow I'm going to be having them move straight onto water walking. Anko just nodded absently, having lost herself in the spikes of Naruto's hair while he was talking. However, hearing that, a mischievous grin alighted on her lips. Ah, ditching me for two little Jounin girls? Why, Naruto Namikaze, I had no idea you were a lolicon. Naruto looked up to see Anko with a hand on her heart and what seemed to be a genuinely hurt expression on her expertly schooled features. There was even a tear percolating in her eye, which was just unfair. I suppose you must consider me hideous with these bulbous, unsightly curves. She made sure to make an extra show of running her hands along her body, paying extra attention to her chest that was currently only concealed by an all-too-thin t-shirt. Of course, Naruto wasn't one to be defeated so easily. He had lived with Anko too long for that. Of course, after all, what am I supposed to do with them, right? They aren't any good as handholds. Anko couldn't suppress the moan as Naruto suddenly flipped in place, straddling her waist and grabbing her breasts through her tight shirt, grinning as he kneaded them slowly. They just seemed so heavy and useless. He lifted them up only to let them bounce back down onto Anko's chest and causing a shudder to run down the woman's spine. They don't even taste all that good. The last straw for Anko was when Naruto leant down and with the touch of a pianist gently latched onto her nipple. She immediately grabbed his head, pulling him off her chest and up to her mouth, where she quickly slammed her lips against his. Naruto noticed she was a lot more forceful that night, so he let himself take the back burner, allowing his girlfriend to lead as she swirled her tongue around his mouth, greedy noises emerging from her own as she guided his hands back down to her chest. For just a moment she allowed them to separate, dry pants emerging from her moistened lips as a sadistic spark alighted in her eye. You missed movie night. Naruto simply grinned in response as his hands began to trail a lot lower than her chest. Well then, I guess I have some making up to do. His grin was met in kind as Anko suddenly turned the tables, flipping both of them off the couch so that she was the one on top, straddling his waist with her hands either side of his head. Damn right you do. Keep your guard up. Just because you think you might have your opponent off balance doesn't mean that they are. There are whole styles of taijutsu based around countering. Naruto lectured from his position above a mildly battered ME. He had been training her and the other Jounin in their various styles, or in the case of the two girls, actually trying to mold their styles into something usable. It was fairly slow going at the moment, but he believed that once they got a grounding and some fundamentals knocked into them, they would progress a lot faster. Yeah, sensei. ME simply seemed resigned to being thrown about the training ground by her teacher, and, looking over at Sasuke and Sakura, her teammates seemed to be getting the same treatment. Naruto could have had his Jounin sparring each other, but the problem with that was they were too far apart, skill-wise. Sasuke didn't know how to hold back, so putting him up against Emi and Sakura would have only lowered their confidence while frustrating him. While Emi and Sakura were of similar skill when it came to taijutsu, they were too similar. Neither would have improved at the same rate as if they had an opponent that would really push them. And so Naruto was filling in that role for each of them, using shadow clones that held back a great deal to push them but not to the point they were truly straining to keep up. In Sasuke's case, he consistently made sure to highlight the gap between their skill levels. The boy seriously needed a dose of humility that Naruto was slowly but surely hammering into him. In the girl's case, he just pushed them as any slightly superior opponent would. He could tell after the first few days under his tutelage that they lacked confidence in their skill, something that could get not only them, but their squad mates killed out in the field. Now come on, draw your sword like I taught you. A smooth sword draw is half the fight between Kenjutsu users. Catching it on the sheath is just inviting your opponent to take advantage. Emi nodded tiredly again, bringing the long katana up to her side and positioning her hands and feet as she had been taught. While it was exciting for her to learn the art her sister spoke about with such passion, and looked forward to surprising her with it, it was a difficult and time-consuming style to learn. However, every moment she spent with her hands around the hilt of that sword, she felt fulfilled, excited, even confident. Normally it was something that only a few weeks ago she had no trouble with, but after seeing the gap between her and Sasuke and truly understanding what that meant now she was out of the academy, her pride had taken a significant blow. Do you understand? Red flushed through her cheeks as she realized Naruto had been talking while she was lost in her thoughts and quickly imitated the stance he was showing her to the best of her ability. The red-headed Jounin looked over her with a critical eye, only inviting more pink into her blush as it looked like he was seeing right through her, analyzing every minute detail. Slowly he picked across her form, subtly adjusting various aspects like the bend of her elbow and the tightness with which she held the grip, until the stance felt comfortable and natural. Better, but you'll need to learn to recognize the slight flaws in your form before they become ingrained. When you practice, make sure what you are doing is comfortable and doesn't seem forced. As long as the movements flow, then you should be fine. He smiled lightly at that, the signal Emi could drop her stance, which was met with a thankful sigh. While the katana felt light at first, it quickly became heavy after holding it up like that. You know, your sister once likened Kenjutsu to a dance. It's all about reading the flow of your opponent and matching it. So Naruto winced slightly as a loud voice suddenly called across the clearing. Yo, what's up Team 7? Long time no see, eh? The redhead looked over along with his Genin as another Genin team walked into the training ground. The one who spoke was a rather excited-looking boy with spiky brown hair and a small puppy riding in the nape of his jacket, an Inuzuka then. What are you doing here, Kibabaka? The Inuzuka, identified by the red triangular marks resembling fangs on his cheeks, gained a small tick over his eye as he looked over to where Sakura had shouted at him from. However, it was his teammate, a quiet boy wearing high-collared gray jacket and similarly spiky brown hair, that spoke up for him, likely an Aburame given the dark sunglasses he wore. Why? Because we came to train, of course. It is only logical considering we are in a training ground, yes? Oh yeah, definitely an Aburame. The style of speech was unmistakable. Appropriately enough, the little group of clan children seemed to be rounded out by a young Hyuga girl. The pale white eyes couldn't have been anything else. There was also the rather emotionless exterior she exuded, which matched the Eri clan to a T, other than that she rather reminded Naruto of the woman his mother had been quite friendly with, Hyashi's wife. Ah, sorry, I didn't realize that another team would be using. Oh, it's Unamikaze-san. Finally the redhead's gaze drifted over to the Jounin sensei of the team, that same woman he had met when he had first been assigned his team. Oh, Kurenai-san, Naruto is fine. He looked back across at the assembled Genin and smiled. So you team came to train, did they? How about a few sparring matches? It'd be nice to know where my team is in the grand scheme of their year. Kurenai seemed thoughtful at the suggestion before finally acquiescing. A few minutes later and everybody other than Sasuke and Shino was lined up on the edge of the clearing with the two aforementioned Genin facing one another at the center. Both Genin were quiet all the way up until the point Naruto blew through his fingers, sounding off a loud whistle that marked the start of their match. Immediately both flew into action, Shino releasing a loud cloud of insects around his form while Sasuke pivoted his foot, vanishing before the Genin's eyes in a burst of speed that even surprised Kurenai. Whoa, Sasuke got a lot faster. What they didn't know was that Sasuke was simply using the surface clinging technique to provide extra grip and his newly found chakra control to marginally enhance his muscles. He had been honing it over the past few weeks of D-ranked missions, using Naruto's advice of taking everything as training to use almost everything thrown at him as a challenge. However, not knowing this, the others in Kurenai's squad could only nod at Kiba's exclamation. A few minutes later and it was over. Shino subverted Sasuke a few times with his insect clones, but Uchiha proved too fast and quickly bested Shino where he was worst, in taijutsu. The fight was painfully one-sided and Kurenai seemed a little down that one of her more powerful Genin was so easily beaten. Naruto on the other hand was rather proud of Sasuke. In a truly Naruto style, he had used speed as an overwhelming force without going so far as to humiliate his opponent. The boy was getting better at using the appropriate amount of force for the situation he was in. Maybe those D ranks had some worth after all. He quickly turned his attention back to the field though as Kiba and Emi walked out together only to feel a tug on his sleeve from Kurenai. "Are you sure about this matchup, Nami, Naruto?" Kiba was one of the more powerful graduates this year and Emi was, well. Naruto raised an amused eyebrow as he turned back to the field where the two Genin were squaring up to one another. "The dead last?" Kurenai just nodded lamely while Naruto chuckled. "Don't worry about it too much, Kurenai-san. Emi has progressed a lot since then." He was about to turn his full focus to the match when he caught Kurenai mumble something to his side. "Sorry, what?" The woman's eyes widened as she realized she had been heard. "Ah, Kurenai. You should call me Kurenai if you're letting me call you Naruto." The redhead tilted his head slightly before grinning, causing the vaguest hints of pink to creep up on Kurenai's features. "Sure, Kurenai." With that he turned back to the match that was just about to start, not noticing Kurenai turn her head away to hide the faintest of blushes. Out on the field he could easily hear Kiba complaining about the match-up. "Come on, why'd I have to get the dead last?" Amy's eye twitched at that as she slowly drew the katana by her side, holding it up as she had been taught. "I'm a different person than the one you graduated with, Kiba Baka." The Inuzuka simply snorted though, settling into a lazy stance that just showed he wasn't taking her seriously. "Ah please, so you got a sword? Big whoop, I won't even need Akamaru to beat you." With that said, the little white dog in his jacket bounced out of his clothes and scampered off to the sidelines where Kurenai picked him up. From the sidelines Naruto looked across at Kurenai amusedly only to see the woman with her face in her hands. However, he turned back as Emi suddenly shot forward, hoping to catch Kiba off guard with a sudden burst of speed. She managed it, but only for a moment before Kiba used his superior reflexes to narrowly move to the side. His eyes widened in surprise. "Damn, first Sasuke and now you. What's that guy giving you to make you guys so fast?" Emi grinned from where she had back off too, weary of counterattacks from the Genin. "You shouldn't be so surprised, Naruto-sensei is the fastest man alive after all." This time it was Naruto's turn to look sheepish as both Kurenai's and his team turned to look at him, making him wave awkwardly. He never remembered telling his team anything of the sort. Kiba was quick to recover though as he suddenly dashed forward, easily matching Emi as they engaged in a flurry of taijutsu and kenjutsu. It was quite clear Kiba was the superior fighter, but with the reach offered by her sword Emi was at least able to stave him off as she backpedaled. However, even that began to work against her as the young Inuzuka began to use his clawed nails to divert the sword, throwing the girl off balance. However, all the retreating turned out to be a ploy as Emi suddenly grinned, closing her eyes as she revealed a tag underneath her foot back where she had started the match. Instantly Kiba was blinded as the tag lit up and released a flash of bright white light, making the poor boy yelp in pain and clutch his sensitive eyes. Immediately Emi took advantage, skirting around the boy and striking at him with the blunt of her sword. In his disorientated state Kiba could only wildly swing out where he smelled the girl, his eyes still screwed shut. It was quickly over though when Kiba suddenly ducked low, sweeping out with a low kick that took away Amy's grounding and left her staring up at the sky with the wind knocked out of her. Kiba pounced like a predator, quickly getting Emi into a position where she was forced to sumbit or have her arm dislocated, ending the match. However, as the purple-haired girl walked off the field, the disappointment she was expecting from her sensei was absent. Instead, the older teen grinned at her, ruffling her hair affectionately. "That was great, Emi, good use of your surroundings." Despite the irritating ruffling of hair that she was now going to have to fix, Emi felt herself flush with pride as she turned around to watch the final match, Sakura vs Hinata. Unfortunately, it was almost over by the time she turned. Despite her increased speed, thanks to Naruto's training, Sakura was unprepared for the brutal assault from Hinata's Juken. In mere seconds the girl had half her body disabled and Hinata was already striding off the field, her face a mask of impassivity. To side, both Naruto and Kurenai were frowning. It had been an obscene overuse of force against an inferior opponent. Naruto had hoped to show Sakura how powerful a serious kunoichi should be at her age by pairing her with the Hyuga, but this might very well shatter her already shaky confidence in her skills. "Well, I suppose I should get Sakura over to the hospital then." The redhead picked the now immobilized girl up gently in his arms, wincing as she groaned at the contact. It had just been unnecessarily brutal. "Ah wait, Naruto." He turned back to see Kurenai still standing there as her team walked off, Kiba arrogantly consoling Shino on his loss as Hinata walked a few steps behind. "I was thinking, as we're all new Jounin sensei, that you, Me and Asuma could get together, talk about the teams, see if we're missing anything. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the suggestion before nodding with a shrug. Sure, how about at the Dangoya tonight? I need to get Sakura to the hospital. He jiggled the girl in his arms only to get a groan in response, so if you get Asuma I'll see you there. Kurenai smiled brightly at that, nodding before she blinked as she replayed his words. The Dangoya? You like dango? Naruto just grinned as he began to walk off, making sure not to jostle the Jinan in his arms. Let's just say I've had to acquire a taste for the stuff. He paused though, a frown on his face as he turned back to the female Jounin, the previous mirth gone from his features. If I might ask though, what's up with that girl? The way she acted in that match. He left it there, but Kurenai understood all the same, her expression saddening as she looked off in the direction her team had left by. Please don't hold it against Hinata, she used to be such a sweet and caring girl. Suddenly that sad expression turned into one of quiet rage as her delicate lips twisted into a scowl. Of course the Hyuga quickly saw to that. However, the rage quickly fled, leaving her looking a little helpless and tired. I think the final straw for her was having to fight her own sister just so she wouldn't have the caged bird seal. The raven-haired woman began to walk off to follow after her team with only a final remark. Her dream was once to unite the branch and main houses of the Hyuga, that was the kind of person she was. Hiashi just made her realize that she couldn't do that with that damn seal on her head, she's never been the same. With that she disappeared into the tree line, leaving a contemplative Naruto behind. That's horrible. The redhead quirked an eyebrow, turning to find Emi and Sasuke standing behind him. It was the Violette that had spoken up, but even Sasuke seemed a little disgusted. Naruto just sighed on the other hand, he knew all too well the mess that was clan politics. That's what it is to belong to a clan, I'm afraid. And with those tired words he led his team off to the hospital. Sasuke walked behind them, a frown of his own adorning his usually sullen features. Chapter 17, Same Old Pranks. Naruto smiled as he ducked under the flaps to the Dangoya, giving a friendly wave over to the owner who gave him a congenial smile back. The man had learned to be polite and friendly to the boyfriend of his best customer, as Anko tended to be a rather unpredictable kunoichi and didn't take insults to her or the things she cared about very well. There was one time the man had spilled red bean paste over him and Anko had refused to go there for almost a month. Of course that only meant she had Naruto running over to the next town every other day to pick some up, as the Dangoya was the only place in Konoha that made the stuff to her incredibly high standards. He spotted Kurenai and Asuma and waved at them too, quickly walking in and sliding into the booth next to the Hokage's son. He missed the slight look of disappointment crossing Kurenai's face as he settled in. He didn't have to order, as he had been here enough times that they knew what he liked. He almost absently raised his hand as he saw Asuma light his fingers with a small fire jutsu, blowing out the tiny flame before he could bring it to the cigarette he was holding. They don't allow smoking in here. After the older man had blinked away his surprise at the younger Jounin's reflexes, he grunted, putting away the cigarette and grumbling under his breath in a gruff voice. Then why'd I even bother coming? Kurenai, already seeing the situation deteriorate, quickly interjected with a slightly forced smile. We're here because I thought as new Jounin-sensei we should get to know one another, maybe coordinate a bit. She smiled brightly before realizing her gaze had lingered just a little too long on Naruto, quickly coughing into her hand and stammering out. For the Jinan, of course. Asuma cocked an eyebrow before shrugging congenially, sinking back into the booth to get more comfortable. Sure, I don't see why not, might actually get my guys a bit motivated. He paused before snorting into his hand, a grin alighting on his lips. As if ignoring the small slight on the man's Jinan, considering Naruto didn't know them, the redhead just chuckled before remembering something. Oh yeah, I told a friend they could come by, I hope that's okay. Kurenai and Asuma just shrugged, not really minding that much. It only meant potentially more ideas for how to handle their Jinan. In fact, I think Anko should be here any moment now. As Naruto looked behind him to see if his girlfriend had arrived, Kurenai and Asuma both looked down, racking their minds to try and think of where they had heard that name, before simultaneously looking at one another with wide eyes. Oh, if it isn't Thorny and Smokestack. An all too familiar voice cut in as Anko hoped over the back of the booth with a plate in one hand and a stick of dango dangling from her mouth. Naruto looked back around with an amused grin while Kurenai subtly shuffled a bit away from the boisterous woman. You know them? Both Kurenai and Asuma blinked in surprise. This was the person Naruto had invited? However, Anko blissfully ignored their looks of incredulity, gulping down her snack before grinning and gesticulating at the two with the now barren skewer. Oh yeah, I've been on missions with them before, a while back I think. Thorny really comes in handy with those illusions of hers, made my job so much easier. She snickered as she sucked up another dumpling before muttering with her mouth half full so her words came out muffled and almost unintelligible. Only had to take my top off once. A slight tick appeared over Naruto's brow before he forced it back down. He had accepting Anko's specialty as an infiltration expert and he wasn't going to let that old argument pop up again. I think anyway, I was pretty drunk, no matter how much she baited him. Forcing a calm expression on his face so his girlfriend wouldn't have the satisfaction of getting a rise out of him, Naruto tried to divert the conversation. And Asuma? The two other Jounin sensei seemed a bit irked that Naruto was so causally accepting the irritating nicknames they had apparently been saddled with. Oh yeah, he's pretty good with those fire jutsu of his. A sly smirk appeared on the snake summoner's face as she let her elbows rest on the table when he isn't alerting squads of Kumo shinobi to our presence with those death sticks. Asuma's eyes twitched violently at that as he muttered under his breath. It was one time. At that, Kurenai and Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, and with a start all three Jounin sensei had realized the ice was completely broken, just with Anko's presence. The woman could get a Leaf Nin and an Iwa shinobi to have dinner together if she really wanted. She had her own form of persuasion that was hard to say no to. Taking advantage of the suddenly warm atmosphere, Naruto decided to take the initiative. So Kurenai, you wanted to talk about the Jounin teams? Anko's eyes lit up at that as she quickly swallowed the dumpling in her mouth in a way that wouldn't have won her any points for grace. Ooh, the kitties? You know, I've been wanting a team for a while now, but every time I ask, the Hokage tells me that it's not quite my time. She blew out air between her lips in mock frustration. Whatever that means. The three sensei all just looked at her for a moment, before turning to each other and continuing on as if she hadn't spoken. Yeah, I saw how effective that spar between our teams was. The slight cry of indignation from Anko at getting ignored ironically went completely ignored, and I was hoping we could organize something a little more permanent. She chuckled good-naturedly. Shino's always been a hard worker, but I've never seen him train so hard as he did after being beaten by Sasuke. At that, Asuma let out a small whistle as he turned to Naruto. That's right, huh? You got the Uchiha kid, didn't you? Damn, getting the Rookie of the Year is pretty lucky. Naruto just nodded with a shrug. He didn't really like to think of his Jounin as so cut and dry, and he saw potential in all of them. Seeing his mild discomfort, Kurenai quickly cut in. But you got this generation's Ino Shikacho trio, that's nothing to scoff at. Their fathers were legendary after all, approaching the fame of the Sannin. At that, Asuma backed off Naruto, slumping back in his seat and rubbing a hand down his face. Yeah, they might have their father's potential, but all that means is right now I have a lazy genius who'd rather be looking at clouds than training. Some shy muscle who I can only motivate with food, and a bossy mindwalker who knows just a little too much about human psychology than is healthy for a girl her age. Kurenai, Anko and Naruto had to laugh at that. Each had worked with at least one of the original Ino Shikacho, and the latest generation really sounded like their father's kids. Seeing them laugh, Asuma felt like a bit of retribution, slumping back up and pointing lazily at the only female sensei. Well, you're one to talk about talent. Getting 3 major clan kids, 2 of which are heirs, is just cheating in my opinion. Kurenai blushed at that, having to admit that her team was rather weighted compared to most others. Plus you got that Hyuga girl. I heard she would have been top kunoichi if her grades had been more consistent and reflected her results towards the end. However, with that small declaration, any blush on Kurenai's cheeks vanished as she looked down at the cup she was holding, a frown creasing her brow. Feeling an awkward atmosphere descending over the table, Anko quickly butted into the conversation. So what's it like having a Jounin team? I bet it's pretty fun to be able to boss them around. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the purple-haired kunoichi in bemusement. You've led missions as team captain before. Anko just huffed playfully, downing another piece of dengo before waving the skewer about dramatically. Yeah, but that's with Chunin. They're no fun because they do everything you say. She grinned sadistically, making Asuma feel just a little nervous. I bet the Jounin have a little fight left in them. At that, each of the sensei looked down at their drinks, Naruto thinking of Sasuke, Asuma thinking of Ino, and Kurenai thinking of Kiba. Yeah, you could say that. All three looked up with slightly widened eyes as they realized they had all said that at the same time before the table broke out in laughter again, causing a few of the other shop's patrons to look over at them curiously. So, anyway. Naruto tried to suppress the grin on his features and continue the conversation. You wanted to organize some team events like spars? Kurenai nodded, trying to get her breath back from the laughing fit. Asuma too was affected, wiping once at his eye and sighing contentedly at the shared moment between the three sensei. Sounds like fun, to be honest. I can't motivate Shikamaru for anything, so maybe this'll help. I guess I'm free most Thursdays, we could do it then. He looked about the table to see Naruto and Kurenai looking thoughtful before nodding, agreeing with the suggestion. Well, great, plus it'll be good practice for when we enter them in the X. Suddenly the young Sarutobi was cut off as Naruto's eyes widened and he scrambled over the table, literally clambering over Anko before he could hop over the back of the booth. Wait, Kakashi Taiku. The redhead looked ready to flash right out of the Dangoya before realizing what he had done and turning back to the stupefied Jounin sheepishly. Ah, sorry, I've been looking for him for a few days now. Thursdays, right? I'll see you guys there, training ground 19. And with that he just seemed to vanish in a blur of red, leaving two shocked sensei and a chuckling Anko. Yeah, he does that sometime. Her words quickly broke the other two Jounin out of their daze, eliciting Asuma to get up from the booth with a sigh. Well, this was fun, and definitely a good idea, but I think that's my cue to leave. He coughed into his hand nervously as he looked down at Kurenai. Unless of course, you'd like to, maybe, go to dinner with me tonight, Kurenai? The woman in question blinked before realizing she had been asked a question. Her eyes were still fixed on where Naruto had disappeared to. Oh, no, sorry, I'm busy tonight. Asuma's posture slumped a little at that, but he shrugged it off soon enough. It wasn't his first rejection after all. He ran a hand through his hair, nodded politely at the two women and quickly walked out of the Dengo shack, grabbing a cigarette out of his pocket as soon as he crossed the threshold. Anko turned to talk to Kurenai only to see the woman looking down at the table with a familiar expression. Anko just couldn't help herself as a mischievous grin alighted on her lips. So that Naruto, one-of-a-kind guy, huh? Kurenai nodded before she knew what she was doing, blushing almost immediately at her lapse. Anko just chuckled, though, pushing the other woman gently in the shoulder. Come on, we're both girls here. Kurenai sighed at that before a small smile appeared on her lips. It's just pretty rare to find such a young, powerful shinobi with such confidence. Anko nodded, desperately trying to wipe the grin off her face by taking a sip of her sake. I went through my Chunin years hearing about what he did in the Anbu, at least the declassified missions anyway. Plus, it feels like when I look in his eyes he can just see right through me, almost like I'm staring into some kind of crystal, just reflecting everything right back at me in 1,000 different ways. At this point Anko was practically stifling her snicker as Kurenai reached for her tea. Naruto said you were friends, how do you know each other anyway? Anko's grin became solar as she waited just for the moment when Kurenai was sipping her tea. I'm his girlfriend. She couldn't help it, as soon as Kurenai spat out her tea in a long, continuous spray right over the table and into the back of the person in the booth in front of them. Anko's raucous laughter filled the Dangoya. Ah, Kakashi Taiku. Naruto skirted around a few people in the street before finally catching up to the man, not that he had been walking at any real pace, in fact he was going quite slowly so as to enjoy the little orange book he was reading. Oh Naruto, how's my cute, not so little Kouhai today? Ignoring the veiled joke at him always calling the man by his title despite them no longer working together, Naruto got right to the point. I was wondering if you would mind coming by a few of my training sessions and helping out one of my students. The man's one visible eye lit up in amusement as he carefully tucked the corner of his page and replaced his book in the pouch on his hip. That's right, you got yourself a little Jounin squad, how's that going for you? Naruto smiled sheepishly as ran his hand down the back of his hair, remembering his Jounins are over their last few D ranks. Pretty well, they seem to be coming along fine. A thoughtful look briefly passed over the redhead's face as he looked up at the taller Jounin. Now that I think about it though, didn't you leave Anbu so that you could pick up a Jounin squad? I've never seen you with one before. At that it was Kakashi's turn to look a little bashful as his eye crinkled up into that trademark smile of his. Ah well, none of the teams ever really met my expectations and it just didn't feel right, you know? Naruto blinked before his face became deadpan. You were too lazy to take one on when you realized how much work it would be, weren't you? It wasn't asked as a question so Kakashi just chuckled and shrugged carelessly. Well, the Hokage told me that maybe this time I should step back and let some of the younger Jounin have a crack at it. If possible. Naruto's face became even more deadpan, his voice matching the expression. He got tired of you sending perfectly good Jounin back to the academy, didn't he? Again, all he got was a sheepish chuckle as the man's eye managed to wander everywhere but at Naruto's face. So, you said you had a Jounin you needed help with? Young Sasuke finally unlocked those Sharingan of his? Naruto quickly shook his head, internally sighing at his former captain's sheer laziness. No, this isn't about Sasuke, and when the time comes I'll be able to train him perfectly well in the Sharingan, You forget who my teammates were and how much I trained with them. Kakashi shrugged noncommittally. No, this is actually about Sakura. I was wondering if you could give her a grounding in Genjutsu. You've picked up a little of everything in your time, and to be honest, aside from a few basic ones, I'm pretty terrible at it. At that, Kakashi could only raise an eyebrow, amusement twinkling in his black orb again. Really? The teammate of two Uchiha is terrible at Genjutsu? I would have thought you'd have picked up the basics through sheer proximity. Naruto shrugged lamely, remembering back to all those times Shisui and Itachi were trying to convince him of the validity of the ninja art. He was a lot more interested in bringing his speed up back then. It's amazing what a young kid can tune out when they're really not interested. At that, Kakashi chuckled. He supposed he had been the same when he was a young Chunin, barely caring about anything other than learning how to be a shinobi that would pull him out of his father's shadow. In that respect, he supposed there were more similarities between him and Naruto than he would have first thought. So will you help me with her? Kakashi shifted his weight to his other foot as a speculative look appeared in his usually half-lidded eye. I don't know, my little Kouhai, I am an elite jounin of this village after all. My time is pretty valuable. He wiggled his lone eyebrow a few times for effect, making Naruto sigh and reach into one of his pouches. Fine, I was hoping you'd be a bit more altruistic, but I should have known better. When his hand emerged, an enraptured gleam overcame the older jounin's face. This is he didn't need to say any more as Kakashi suddenly plucked the object right out of Naruto's hands, looking it over in wonder. A first edition copy of Icha Icha Violence. An uncharacteristic girlish squeal emerged from somewhere in Kakashi's throat before he coughed into his palm, righting himself and trying to regain a modicum of his masculinity. This isn't supposed to be out until next month. Where did you get it? Naruto sighed, rubbing his cheek lightly in exasperation. It was supposed to be a gift for someone else. Jiraiya keeps sending me the damn things for some reason. For a moment, Kakashi looked genuinely hurt at his favorite book series being referred to in such a way. I suppose I can find them something else though. He didn't tell Kakashi that he had more than 3 identical copies of the same book sitting on his desk back home, partly so the man wouldn't realize how worthless it was to him and partly out of shame for having them. However, now that Kakashi had managed to school himself, he began to look over the book with an obvious mock critical eye. Still, just one book for my services. I am. Naruto sighed and simply reached over to flip open the cover. It's signed by Jiraiya. That was all it took. Kakashi immediately flipped the book closed and smiled. Done. He quickly shook hands with the redhead before scampering off to read what would probably be taking up the majority of his time for the next few days. Naruto just stood there, a little disgruntled at the sudden departure as he turned to go back home. Idiot, I didn't even tell him when or where to meet. Finally though, he just shrugged, deciding to get some training in tonight. So Naruto is your boyfriend then? Kurenai gulped, desperately trying to rid her cheeks of their red flush even as Anko continued to snicker into her hand. The Violette hadn't stopped laughing for a good minute and Kurenai felt incredibly self-conscious with half the Dengo bar staring at them. Anko seemed to have no such reservations as she finally sighed with contentment, leaning back and kicking her feet up on the table. Yup. Kurenai nodded placidly, wondering if the woman was going to say anything else. However, it seemed Anko wasn't going to make this easy for her. So, what's that like? Anko tilted her head lazily towards her with a single brow cocked up in bemusement. She shrugged noncommittally, casually reaching for another skewer of Dengo before sliding the 3 dumplings into her mouth at once, seeming quite happy to just sit there and munch on them. That's nice? Anko's lips quivered slightly as she fought down her smirk, just nodding with her mouth still full. Kurenai's eyebrow twitched as she began to drum her fingers on the table rhythmically. She could tell Anko was just messing with her now. Noticing this, Anko chuckled, swallowing her mouthful before slinging her arms around the older woman's shoulders. Come on Thorn-chan, you really need to lighten up a bit. I'm just playing with you, after all, who wouldn't be attracted to my kick-ass boyfriend? At that, Kurenai's cheeks threatened to flame up again, but she forcefully quelled it by taking a sip of her tea. She really felt like leaving this slightly crazy woman right about now, but the grip she had around her shoulders was surprisingly strong. So how did you two meet? Hoping to get the conversation moving so she didn't feel quite so awkward anymore, Kurenai hoped to get Anko talking, and maybe stop calling her Thorn-chan. Oh, funny you should mention it, it's a pretty romantic story actually. Surprised at the hint of passion that had entered the eccentric girl's voice and being a sucker for a bit of romance, Kurenai actually found herself leaning towards the Violette. You see, we first met at the academy a few weeks after the Kyuubi attack, so at the time Naruto had just lost his family. Of course, I was a bit of a half-wit back then, so when I walked into that class and saw him sitting up at the back of the class, brooding like an Uchiha. Which is weird because we had 2 Uchiha in out class and neither were all that broody. What was I saying? Kurenai sighed quietly, any intrigue in the story suddenly lost as she remembered just who was telling it. The academy. Anko's eyes lit up and she nodded enthusiastically. Right. Well, I saw this flaky redhead with hair that just couldn't be natural sitting right up in the corner, barely paying attention to anything, so I just had to rile him up. Kurenai blinked but didn't interrupt. So I spend the rest of the day messing about and being the general nuisance that I am. Again Kurenai blinked, at least she admitted it. I'm not really getting much of a reaction though, so I follow him out to lunch only to see him walk up the side of the academy of all things. Another blink, that was a pretty advanced skill for a fresh academy entrant. So again, I follow him up to see him sitting on the edge of the roof, just quietly eating his lunch. Kurenai was actually a little surprised. This all seemed rather strange for a kid to do for someone they knew nothing about. Naturally I try to sneak up on him to give him a shock, probably not the best idea on a roof, but like I said I was a bit dense then. He spots me though without even looking up from his bento. We sat together, talked for a bit and then he offered me some of his bento because I hadn't got one. Then of course Ida. Anko looked ready to continue before a frown crossed her features and she trailed off, suddenly looking like she'd had the enthusiasm ripped right out of her. Oh well, anyway, to make a long story short, 5 months later and I was living with him. She smiled brightly but Kurenai was too shocked by the sudden turn to the story that she missed how forced it appeared. However, a moment later and the raven-haired woman was staring at Anko expectantly. And? Anko cocked an eyebrow. And what? Kurenai shrugged the woman's off her shoulder so she could turn around and face her. And where's the romantic part? Again Anko just looked at the woman strangely. He shared his bento with me. We were 6 women, what do you want? At that Kurenai's cheeks flared up again as she turned away, however Anko just chuckled, lightly punching her in the arm. Hey, you're okay Kurenai, I feel like this is the start of a wonderful friendship. Kurenai groaned internally at that, at least she had stopped calling her that irritating nickname. Oh, more Dengo. Scoot over Thorn-chan. Seems she thought too soon. I'm still not sure this is a good idea guys, Sakura whispered meekly to the others on her team as they all hopped over the fence into Naruto's backyard. Sasuke turned around to look at her with thinly veiled irritation while Ami just blew air out through her teeth. Come on Sakura, don't turn back into the baby you were during the academy, it's just a bit of harmless fun. The pinkette's eyebrow twitched at that. Ami may have mellowed out in their later years at the academy, not bothering to pick on her with those friends of hers, but that didn't mean Sakura had completely forgiven her. Yeah, but it's Naruto-sensei that we're trying to prank. It's never going to work. She tried again to convince them, nervous at the ramifications of if they got caught. Come on Sasuke, he finally agreed to take us on a C rank if we started showing some teamwork. Ami just turned and grinned at the girl as they finally got to the back door of the surprisingly modest home for Akage's son. Exactly, so show a little team spirit and stop complaining so much. Sakura just glowered at the girl as Sasuke worked at the lock of the door, thankful it was a simple mechanism and not one of those seals their sensei seemed so fond of. That's not what I meant, plus what is he going to say if at that moment though the girl's whispering was cut off by gentle click of the lock as Sasuke finally pushed the door open. Seeing Sakura's indecisiveness, Sasuke decided to cut right in before they went any further. Sakura, don't you want just a little payback against sensei? Seeing her crush talk to her directly made Sakura look up for a moment and think. In her mind she saw every time Naruto had sparred with her, leaving her tired and sweaty while he barely got a hair out of place. Not to mention the fact that his insufferable, easygoing smile never seemed to leave his face, even as he watched them doing chore after menial chore from the comfort of some tree branch or rooftop, doodling away in that scroll of his. Forget everything I said, let's prank him hard. Ami grinned and even Sasuke smirked a little at that, and quickly the 3 Genin darted into the house, wary for any security measure their sensei might have activated. What they weren't expecting to meet was a half-naked woman only wearing a long baggy shirt holding a bottle of sake and a stick of Dengo. The 3 kids and 1 woman stared at each other for a long few seconds before Anko decided to break the awkward tension. Hi? She waved slowly, making the last dumpling on the skewer threaten to slide off. You must be Naruto's Genin squad then. The 3 kids nodded slowly. Sasuke was already making plans to bolt and use his teammates as meat shields. He had seen angry Kunoichi before and he did not want to experience that one bit. I'm guessing you're here to prank him or something? Again the Genin nodded, but after a pause this time, no point lying to her considering it was pretty obvious what they were doing. After another uneasy pause, Anko shrugged before walking on through to the kitchen where her voice floated back to them. Cool, bathrooms upstairs to the left, bedrooms opposite, touch my stuff I'll kill you and don't try and go in his study. The three Jinan blinked in surprise before looking at one another incredulously. Who was that? The other two just shrugged at Sakura's question. I'm Anko, his girlfriend. It seems the older Kunoichi had heard them though as her voice drifted through from the kitchen, even if it did sound a bit muffled by food. Eventually, after getting over their slight shock, the three Jinan shrugged and darted off, Sakura to the bedroom, Sasuke to the bathroom, and Ami stayed downstairs by the stairs to keep watch. That was their original plan anyway. The purpose of keeping watch when they had already been discovered seemed redundant, but Ami just decided to go with it. Tonight was too strange as it was though. For a while she just kind of stood around, vaguely hearing noises from the kitchen and upstairs. At one point she heard a small explosion from upstairs only to see Sasuke walk down a few moments later scorched and covered in soot. Anko had also popped her head around the kitchen door, a skewer hanging from her mouth, only to laugh at the boy. You tried to go in his study, didn't you? Sasuke's response was to huff out a small cloud of smoke and pinch the small flame that erupted at the tip of one of his hairs. Don't worry kid, better men than you have tried. That didn't seem to quell Sasuke's annoyance though as the boy trudged towards the back of the house. Whatever, Ami, keep watching until Sakura's done. With that the boy darted out the back door while Anko disappeared into the kitchen again. A few moments later and Sakura skipped down the stairs, looking a little smug for herself, and followed him out. Just as Ami was ready to leave though she froze, hearing the door begin to open. Acting on instinct alone she suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke. When Naruto got home that night he had to admit that even for him he probably overtrained a bit. His eyes were half lidded from how tired he was and the various aches over his body told him that tomorrow morning he would be feeling this. He was a little surprised to see Anko there in the front hall, looking vaguely like a deer caught in front of a fire jutsu, but was more distracted by what she was wearing. Or in other words how little she was wearing. It looked as though she had waited up for him, which was uncharacteristically sweet for her. Then again she could have been raiding the fridge again, but he liked to give his girlfriend the benefit of the doubt more often than not. You didn't have to wait up for me. Anko's mouth worked uselessly for a few moments before she shrugged with a sheepish smile. Naruto simply smiled tiredly, leaning forward and capturing her lips for a moment, leaving the woman red-faced and breathless. She was more surprised though when Naruto suddenly ducked down and pulled her bodily onto his shoulder as he began to head for the stairs. Come on, I need some sleep, I'll make you some ramen in the morning if you're hungry. He never noticed the wide-eyed look of panic on his girlfriend's face. Ami was freaking out. Why had her first reaction been to henge into Anko? What kind of idiotic plan had that been? And now Naruto was carrying her upstairs to do who knows what. Briefly her face turned red as it began to wander before she shook herself out of it. So not the time. She was still reeling from that kiss though. It had been so warm and tender and so filled with passion despite Naruto's obvious exhaustion. Again her mind began to float away and... No. Bad me. So not the time. However, just as she was ready to try and get away from Naruto, she suddenly found herself back downstairs, watching in confusion as Naruto continued to carry his girlfriend upstairs. With a start he realized Anko must have seamlessly substituted with her when she noticed her plight and breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she turned to bolt out of the house as quietly as she could, she caught Anko mouthing a single word at her with a cheeky grin, patting Naruto on the back possessively. Mine. So Team 7, yet another successful capture of Tora, congratulations. I think it might be a new record for your team too. Iruka smiled happily at the obviously tired and grouchy Jinan in front of him, backed by their brightly smiling sensei. All three were covered in tiny claw marks, as attacks from that Bakaneko couldn't be called mere scratches, and a few dirty marks. Now, what will be your next mission? All three 13-year-olds groaned at that, the two girls turning on their sensei with the best pleading looks they could manage. Naruto only laughed in his head though. This was what they got for trying to fill his shower head with itching powder. Actually, Iruka. His Jinan all looked down, knowing that their sensei was likely going to continue torturing them with endless D ranks like he had yesterday. I think, after my cute little Jinan have been showing such good teamwork and improving so much lately, I'll take a C rank. Three sets of eyes widened about as far as they could go as the Hokage gained a small amused smile, flicking through the next box of mission folders over. A C rank it is then. Chapter 18, Same Old Mission. It was fairly standard affairs for Anbu operatives to move to and from their missions as quickly as they were able. This was both to show their efficiency to the client and so that they were able to perform more missions during their usually limited stint in the corporation. That was why, as Naruto found himself wandering at a rather slow pace along the roads of the Land of Fire towards Wave Country, he couldn't help but enjoy himself. It reminded him a lot of his Jinan days of laborious escort missions, parcel deliveries and the occasional bandit hunt. There was also the intense amusement he got from seeing the hopeful, expectant looks of his Jinan's faces. Briefly he glanced over at the old bridge builder they were escorting, Tazuna. He seemed to be an alright man, if not a bit heavy on the bottle. However, Naruto had been getting strange vibes from the man all day and he had long ago learned to trust that kind of gut instinct. Tazuna seemed to feel his gaze and nervously looked around, but by that point Naruto was already back to the scroll in his hand, reading over the Nidaim's original notes on the Hiraishin he had recovered. Or at least he was pretending to. In reality he was keeping a wary eye constantly on the road and the other on his students. When the Sandaime had first shown him the rather brief list of C ranks that were available to him, he had been about to choose a fairly standard envoy mission to the Land of Fangs. However, when he had spotted the dossier right at the bottom, stamped with the symbol of Wave Country, he just had to take it. Naruto normally wasn't one to believe in coincidences. There were rarely such things in the shinobi world, but having his student's first mission be to the same place as his own was too much. The fact that it had been pending for a few days before they arrived only sealed the deal. It was like this mission was specifically for him. After a few hours walking, though, it seemed his suspicions were for nothing, at least until he spotted a shallow puddle on either side of the road. On a summer's day. When it hadn't rained in days. A single eyebrow quirked, if only for a moment, before the tiniest of smiles lifted his lips. Perfect. Guys, you carry on ahead for a moment. His Jinan and the client looked back at him in surprise before he made a gesture towards the woods. I have some business with a bush. Sakura screwed her nose up in disgust at that, huffing as she turned back to the road. Sensei. We don't need to know stuff like that. Sasuke just rolled his eyes while Ami seemed a little nervous at the prospect of their sensei leaving them, even for a moment. Naruto just eased their concerns with a flippant salute as he veered off into the path, making sure to walk right over one of the puddles, slamming his foot right in the middle a little harder than he normally would have. Just keep your eyes open, guys, and protect the client. I'll be right back. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto just caught Sasuke looking at him strangely before looking down at the puddle he just stepped through, his brow furrowing. However, by the time he looked up, Naruto had already vanished into the surrounding forestry. I'll take point. The young Uchiha stepped calmly into the leading position. However, he couldn't help his gaze drifting over towards the other side of the road where another out-of-place puddle lay. His eyes must have just lingered too long, though, as, without warning, it seemed to raise up and transform into a man all in a single instance. Sasuke's eyes widened as he was suddenly forced to jump back, a gleaming metal gauntlet passing a few inches from his face. That close, every rivulet of virulent purple liquid that coated the claws were visible. Sasuke. Sakura stood stock still, her eyes widened as she saw Sasuke brush a few centimeters from death. However, the Uchiha merely flipped back, drawing out a handful of kunai and sending them in a flurry towards his attacker. It's poisoned. The attacker grunted at that, a horned Kirigakure headband on his head while the majority of his body was covered by a long navy cloak. He batted away the kunai with ease before turning straight towards the bridge builder, taking off in a dash any of the Jinan would be hard-pressed to match. However, just when Tazuna saw his life flash before his eyes, the assailant's attack was once again halted with the clang of metal on metal. Arg! Ami cried out in pain as she felt one of the dripping metal claws on the gauntlet tear a faint line across her shoulder. She had managed to interpose herself between the Kiri Nin and the client just in time, sword ready. However, the older man had proven to be stronger. She held him at bay with her strong stance, but he kept pushing, the weapon on his arm digging further into her shoulder. Luckily, her cry finally seemed to rouse Sakura from her panic-induced paralysis, having previously just been standing there with a kunai clutched in both hands. As quickly as she could, the girl went through her carefully memorized hand signs before directing her chakra straight at the attacker. For a moment she feared she had messed up, but a moment later and the man's eyes seemed to grow heavy and his arm lost its tension. Ami took the opportunity to push him off her, collapsing to her knees and clutching at her shoulder. It was bleeding but not too heavily. The man quickly shook off the small genjutsu on him, his eyes narrowing in annoyance as he turned back towards the bridge builder. All right, I think that's enough of that. The missing nin's eye widened at the new voice only to immediately close as he crumpled to the floor like a puppet with his strings cut. All three Jinan breathed a sigh of relief as they saw their sensei right in the middle of it all, his hand retracting from a chop. Over his shoulder was a man dressed very similarly to the one they had been fighting, and when Sasuke looked over, The puddle Naruto had stepped through was gone. Sensei. Sakura almost seemed to want to collapse to the ground in relief at the sight of that familiar shock of red hair. Hey guys, sorry I took so long. His tone was casual, but he was already moving towards Emi, a critical look in his eye as he glanced over the wound in her shoulder. It was shallow, her collarbone blocking the claw from going in too deep, but that wasn't the problem. Where were you, Naruto-sensei? Who are these shinobi? Naruto ignored Sakura's questions as he crouched down next to Emi, offering her a handful of what looked like dried herbs from a pouch at his waist. Here, eat these. Emi winced as she moved to take them, a trickle of blood escaping past her fingers. They'll help flush any poison from your system. Emi quickly took them and swallowed them in one go. Although I should probably warn you. Emi almost immediately swooned as her eyes became uncomfortably heavy and her body lolled to one side. They're fairly potent. He quickly caught the falling girl and hurried her over to a nearby tree, propping her up and bandaging her shoulder in short order as his other two genin watched on. While the young purple-haired girl was still in the land of the waking, Naruto gave her a bright smile and gently patted her head. You did great, Emi, you should feel very proud of yourself. The girl smiled weakly before her head nodded forward and she was out like a light. Naruto quickly got up and turned to where the two missing nin were propped up against one another in the middle of the road. Sensei? He turned towards Sakura, offering the girl a kindly smile as he walked over and hauled both men up and onto his shoulders. Don't worry about it, Sakura, I was always around. I thought this would be a good opportunity for you guys to test yourselves against some real opponents. The Pinkette's eyes widened at that. Don't worry, you guys did great. He briefly ruffled her hair with that usually confident grin, making her wince in annoyance. Good job with that genjutsu. He leaned his head towards Sasuke as he began to walk off into the woods again. And nice response time, Sasuke. Now if you don't mind, I need to have a chat with these two about a few things. A clone popped into existence next to him and kept watch over the three as the original walked off. After all, it wouldn't be good for their young eyes to see. Gozu awoke with a start as cold water was splashed in his face. He was only given a moment to sputter and cough though before he found himself violently thrust up against a tree, an arm against his throat. Hello, Gozu. Or is it Maizu? Your bingo book profiles weren't all that clear. A pair of frosty purple eyes bored into his own before the man in front of him leaned back, revealing the Jounin sensei of the kids they had attacked. You know, those puddle trick may work a treat in water country, but out here in the land of fire, you have to pick your approach a little more carefully. Gozu simply glared at the man, he wouldn't tell him anything. This only made Naruto sigh as he leant back, leaving an arm behind him to prop himself up. Not much of a talker, are you? Absently he began to play with a kunai, flipping it up before catching it, balancing it by the point, sinning it by the ring. Strange, your brother had no such compunction. Gozu's eyes hardened, but with a quick glance about he realized Maizu actually wasn't there. What did you do with? Suddenly the kunai that was innocently spinning around Naruto's fingers was embedded up to the hilt in the tree, right beside Gozu's head. He could still hear it hum lightly from the vibrations of the impact, and it immediately shut him up as he gulped nervously. Not really in a position to be asking questions, you know. Another kunai was in Naruto's hands, as if it had never left. Gozu was watching this one a bit more warily. Now, we'll start with who you were sent after. That's an easy one. Gozu spat on the ground in front of him, giving Naruto as hard a glare as he could muster. I'm not telling you, leaf trash any. He was cut off again with a cry of pain as this time the kunai shaved so close it cut lightly into the side of his ear. You know. Naruto leaned forward again, yet another kunai twisting between his fingers. I'm not usually one for torture or interrogation. I leave all that kind of stuff to my girlfriend. She's much better at this than me. After all, she gets results without leaving the body all mangled and unrecognizable. Another unconscious gulp escaped the poor Chonin's throat. He swore Naruto's eyes had flashed red for just a moment. Unfortunately for you, Gozu, those were my little genin you went and attacked out there. So I'm not in the most forgiving mood right now. There it was again, a flash of crimson as the red-haired man's pupils became slitted like a cat's for just a fraction of a second. Did you know that in Anbu, operatives are trained to resist all kinds of torture? Gozu felt a bead of sweat roll down the side of his head. It felt as though the air around him was pressing down on him. However, Naruto was looking at him expectantly, so, still looking at the kunai, he nervously shook his head. Oh, you don't? Well, they take you into a room and leave you in there a while, all alone, never telling you what's going on. The air began to shimmer around the man as Gozu's breathing became more heavy and labored. Then a man comes in holding nothing but a single kunai. Do you want to know what the man does, Gozu? Naruto's eyes were now fully red and Gozu felt as though a house was resting on his shoulders as an aura of anger, hatred and hopelessness radiated off the Jounin. He shook his head quickly, he didn't want to know what the man did. Are you sure, Gozu? It's very easy to demonstrate. Gozu's eyes followed the kunai with rapt attention as it spun and danced between Naruto's nimble fingers. Again he shook his head, although it felt like his whole body was moving through treacle. I'll talk, I'll tell you anything you want to know. Suddenly it was all gone, the kunai, the aura, the red in the Jounin's eyes, just gone, like that. Oh, good. Naruto had a bright smile on his face as he patted the missing nin on the head almost fondly. I knew you'd come around. Gozu breathed a sigh of relief as Naruto leaned away from him, standing back up and absently stretching his neck. What are you? Naruto looked back down at the man in amusement, his eyebrow quirking up in what looked like genuine confusion. I have no idea what you're talking about, Gozu, now, about those questions. Naruto walked out of the forest whistling almost happily, tossing a small scroll up and down before quickly sliding it into a pouch. He would figure out how to deal with the demon brothers later, for now. Alright guys, things are only going to get tougher from here, I hope you're prepared. Sakura's eyes widened as she watched Naruto carefully hoist Emi up and onto his back, letting the girl hang limply with her arms around his neck. We're continuing the mission, sensei? Naruto gave her an easy grin as he began walking along the path again. Of course, Sakura, we're Leaf Shinobi, we don't just abandon our client halfway through a mission. Behind them Tazuna let out a sigh of relief before freezing up as Naruto leveled a cold, hard stare at him. Even if they are lying cheats. He began walking again, leaving Tazuna standing stock still in the middle of the road. After a moment or two he snapped out of it and quickly hurried after him. Wait, you don't understand, our village has been taken over by the shipping magnate Gato, I know. Tazuna started in surprise as Naruto easily rattled off some of the information he had gleaned from the demon brothers. Yes, but he's closed off trade routes in or out of the country, taxed the people to the brink of starvation and built a monopoly on business. I know. Tazuna blinked again, confusion setting in on his wrinkling features as he once again hurried after the Jounin that was setting a fair pace. But then why am I helping you, despite the danger posed to my Jinan? Despite the fact Gato has the resources to send, and already has, powerful missing nin after us? Despite the fact your nation isn't even wealthy enough to pay for the difficulty of the mission we're taking on? Tazuna hesitantly nodded, a little worried about the answer when Naruto put it so bluntly like that. Yes, despite all those things, Naruto chuckled from up ahead, making Emi stir from the vibrations. Who knows? Maybe my cold shinobi heart has a trickle of warmth in it. Maybe I think it's good training for the Jinan. Maybe I'm just thrilled by the challenge. Sakura was looking up at him strangely now while Sasuke was looking ahead, keeping pace with his sensei with a determined look on his face. He turned back, offering the bridge builder a warm, if not slightly disconcerting smile. Who knows, right? Tazuna simply chuckled after a moment's hesitation, albeit nervously. He was now sure there was something wrong with every shinobi out there. He wasn't going to tell that to the ones willing to help him though. So Tazuna. The older man looked up, spotting Naruto waving for him to join him by his side. Tell me a bit about your country, the more we know the better we can help. Tazuna, for the first time in a long while, gave the red-haired man a genuine smile as he quickened his pace. Just. The bridge builder paused mid-step. How about the truth this time? After the quiet boat trip across to the main island of Wave Country, the natural mist of the island began to set in, limiting everyone's lines of sight to a few feet in front of them. While to the untrained eye it might have seemed like just an unusually thick mist, Naruto's every hair was prickled and on end. Lightly he grumbled under his breath as he walked along, making sure to keep Emi in a comfortable position. Why did it have to be Kiri-nin? Seriously, in Anbu, the one country he never had much contact or missions in was the isolationist water country. Embroiled in whatever civil war they were in now, many countries simply left the war-torn nation alone, waiting for it to either collapse under itself or finally get itself back on its feet to take advantage of their extensive trading routes. Information was scarce since they closed down the borders and only the occasional scouting team was ever sent in just to get a sense of the political status. Naruto himself knew next to nothing about what was going on. That was all well above his pay grade even as an Anbu captain. Suddenly though, all of that became the very least of his worries as his ear twitched. Down. Around him his two Jinan dropped to the floor, thankfully having the mind to pull Tazuna down with them. Just in time too, as an enormous blade came flying out of the mist, spinning like a buzz saw. Unfortunately, with Emi on his back, Naruto was in no real position to simply duck, so in a split second he pivoted on one foot, grounded his other, reached out and grabbed the hilt of the massive cleaver. He swore his arm was nearly wrenched out of its socket, but with one foot stuck firmly to the ground with chakra he managed to pull the blade down, carving a neat circle into the ground around them with the tip. A small chuckle escaped his lips as he stood there, sword planted firmly in the ground. Phew, now that's a big sword. Somebody overcompensating for something? Naruto paused and blinked after he realized what he had just said. Damn, I have been hanging around Anko way too much recently. However, a small grunt of annoyance broke his brief monologue as a figure appeared on a nearby tree branch. You may want to step away from the sword, kid. You're 20 years too young to be playing with a weapon like that. Didn't your mother ever tell you it's rude to pick up strange weapons? Naruto grinned at the man, making a show of hefting his sword up off the ground and resting it against his shoulder, carefully lowering Emi to the ground with his other hand. Damn if the sword wasn't heavy though. Zabuza Momochi, didn't anybody ever tell you that it's stupid to throw away your weapon for a flashy entrance? A brief chuckle was his only reply as the large man leant against the tree trunk casually, seeming self-assured with his own ability despite his current lack of weapon. What a cocky brat you are, although it seems my reputation precedes me. Shame the same can't be said for you, Tomato. Naruto chuckled as his eye twitched once. He really hated that nickname. Don't worry, you just don't recognize me without the mask, give it a few moments. Zabuza simply grunted though as he straightened back up, his hands coming up in a seal that Naruto knew many water jutsu stemmed from. Last chance, kid, give me back the weapon, hand over the bridge builder. And maybe I'll let you leave with at least one arm. Naruto's grin faded into the mist as the surrounding area's moisture all converged on that one area, bathing the entire clearing in a thick white fog. Big words, time to back them up. Just before Zabuza lost sight of the glint in Naruto's smile, he heard a multitude of thuds sound out all around the clearing, as well as the larger thud of Naruto planting his cleaver into the ground. It was the telltale sound of kunai striking the trees and earth. One even happened to land near Zabuza, although with mist this thick he couldn't see it, not that he needed to. Think you could hit me with a rain of kunai, kid? That's pretty amateur. His voice sounded throughout the mist like he was everywhere at once, sending shivers down the spines of the still conscious Jinan and Tazuna. They felt an intense weight press down on them as they felt all of Zabuza's focus, his intent to kill them, his sheer bloodlust, permeate the mist. Every minute sound echoing through the fog made their muscles twitch to the straining point as their white-knuckled hands grasped their kunai like lifelines. Here, Peachy Peachy Peachy. And just like that it was ruined, Naruto's flippant voice echoed through the mist, tauntingly calling the master of the silent killing out to face him. Here, Peachy Peachy Peachy. The Jinan felt like a weight had been pushed off their shoulders, their beings filling back up with warmth knowing their sensei was still out there protecting them. Zabuza on the other hand grinned. The fool of a Jounin had so easily given away his position. Using years of honed training, Zabuza moved through the smothering mist without making a whisper, instantly locking on to the source of the noise. He thought about retrieving his blade first but figured a kunai was good enough for this joker. However, as his blade passed through the spot he had last heard the noise, it sliced through nothing but air. That was impossible though, there was no way the Jounin could move silently enough to escape his ears. Here, Peachy Peachy. His eye twitched as the voice called out again, this time from almost the opposite side of the mist. Once again he moved with all the noise of a shadow, appearing right behind his target, cleanly slicing right through air, again. Come one, Zabuza, I'm right here. Zabuza wasn't sure how many times this game, or whatever, repeated, but eventually he reached his breaking point. It was impossible for some upstart leaf nin to so easily best him at his specialty, something that even in the Seven Swordsmen he was feared for. Boo! Zabuza span as something patted him lightly on the back without him hearing it approach, but there was nothing there. Nope. Again he spun around, his eyes moving madly and his ears straining to pick up the faintest of noises as something patted him on the back again. So close. He lashed out with his blade as his hair was ruffled like he was some kind of child, but all that met his ears was silence. Having fun yet? I know I am. This time the voice was from above him, however this time when he looked up Naruto was right there, standing above him, upside down on a tree branch. Who the hell are you? Zabuza blinked, and when his eyes opened again Naruto was gone, like he was never there at all. I don't think that's too important. Zabuza looked down to see Naruto lazily lying on his back, head resting on his hands as he looked up at the cloud of mist above him. The swordsman lunged towards him only for the redhead to vanish again, almost instantaneously. Finally growing too frustrated, Zabuza made a move for his cleaver. He had made a note of where it stood by the vibrations it had made when planted into the ground. He swiftly darted across the clearing, easily spotting the massive weapon as it appeared out of the mist. He reached out a hand for it only for the blade to suddenly disappear. No, that wasn't quite right. Suddenly Zabuza felt disoriented as all the sounds he had been hearing shifted, the dull vibration of his blade sounding behind him now. Sure enough, when he turned, it was right there, looking for all the world like it had never been touched. Zabuza reached for it again only to have that rush of disorientation and his blade vanish again only to once again hear it behind him. What the hell was going on? Feel like giving up yet? Because I could do this all day. This time when Zabuza lunged for the sword only to have it disappear, he turned to see Naruto sitting atop the handle in a crouch, hand on chin and a grin on his lips. "Give me back my sword, kid, or you'll severely regret it." Naruto quirked an eyebrow as he hopped off the massive cleaver, leaning against the blade casually. "As much as I think I might enjoy a kenjutsu bout with you, Zabuza, I don't think giving the swordsman his sword back is the best idea." Zabuza growled as he rushed through a quick set of hand signs. "We'll see if that cocky grin stay on your lips after I show your little Genin a dose of the real shinobi world." Out of the mist, a few water clones of the large camouflage-wearing man condensed and quickly rushed off into the mist. Zabuza had expected Naruto to rush right after them, leaving his sword open. However, the redhead simply continued to lean against the blade, seemingly unconcerned. "I was going to do this the easy way, but if you're really insistent on playing the clone game, I'm sure I can play along." Zabuza furrowed his brow in confusion at what the man meant, at least until he felt his water clones all dispel at roughly the same time, all from almost simultaneous slashes if his ears were to be believed. "But hell, let me do one better." Zabuza suddenly heard the telltale sounds of skin hitting skin as a multitude of people suddenly rushed through the exact same hand signs at the same time. Most alarming though was the fact that it was coming from every direction. Wind release, great breakthrough. The simultaneous call rang out through the thick mist as a sudden gale blew all the mist first inwards, then up and away from the clearing, finally revealing everything. Zabuza could only stop and stare for a few moments as he found himself surrounded by a ring of almost 20 Naruto clones. However, they weren't even the reason he was staring. No, that privilege belonged to the various kunai scattered about the clearing. Very recognizable, almost infamous kunai. Your Zabuza could say no more as Naruto suddenly appeared behind him in a red flash and delivered a few strategic punches that took the large swordsman out of commission. "Naruto Namikaze, at your service." The redhead looked up for a moment as if waiting for something before grinning as another of his clones emerged from the tree line, what looked to be a bound Kiri Hunter nin slung over his shoulder. "Ah, good, we're all here now." He looked about, surveying the damage before nodding to himself with a smile. "Sensei." His eyebrow rose as he looked over to CME, now fully awake and looking about the clearing in confusion. Next to her, Sakura and Sasuke were looking on at the scene in absolute shock. Tazuna seemed to have fallen unconscious at some point due to the high levels of chakra Zabuza was throwing around. "Me, you're up, that's good." The girl blinked in confusion as she looked about to see many of her sensei scurrying about collecting what appeared to be odd tri-pronged kunai. What's going on?" Naruto just chuckled as he once again came over and slung the girl onto his back. "Long story, now Tazuna, you were taking us to your home, right?" The man had just awoken as one of the Naruto clones poured a small water jutsu over his head and quickly nodded, looking about the clearing in alarm and relief. Right. Just what did he sign on for when he hired these ninja? They were all insane. Insane. Gato kicked his feet back and slowly tapped one up and down, trying to keep a measure of calm on his face. He was a short man, so his comfy leather chair, backed by a panorama window of wave country, was lifted to the max to let us rest his feet on the pristine polish of his oaken desk. His features, normally quirked into a self-assured smirk, was twisted into a scowl of frustration as he let out a growl while simultaneously swiping a large pile of documents off his desk. One of his attendants immediately scurried to pick up the loose sheets, but the shipping magnate ignored him, instead turning to his assistant. "What did you just say?" The tall wave country native gulped nervously as he looked back down at the short report he had just read out. Zabuza and his accomplices have been captured by a team of Konoha shinobi who are currently taking residence in the bridge builder Tazuna's home. Gato's eyebrow twitched as a tick mark appeared on his brow, his face the very visage of irritation. "Damn it, I should have known better than to hire missing nin, so unreliable." He slammed his hand on the table, causing another stack to fall messily across his desk. "Ah, sir, if I may." The meek man by his side offered up quietly. "What?" The much taller man quivered under the short businessman's gaze before handing him a sheet. "There was another group offering their services for jobs like these. Their track record is very good." Gatto quickly scanned over the report, his scowl slowly turning into a thoughtful look as he considered the group for a moment. "However, sir." Gatto turned his ire on the man once again, making him cower slightly. "You may not be able to double-cross them quite so easily. I've been told they are very powerful." Gatto huffed irritably as he placed the sheet back down on his desk. "Well, we'll come to that bridge after we cross it." He chuckled at his own joke for a moment. "All right, I'll give this new group a chance." Chapter 19, Same Old Waiting. Zabuza awoke with a groan, a terrible ache working its way up his back to his neck. He quickly realized why when he tried to move his arms only to find them bound behind him. He strained, but whatever was keeping his arms together was tough and didn't yield to his muscles. It wasn't like he had much leverage anyway. More alarmingly was when he tried to access his chakra, searching for that familiar warmth inside of him, only to come up dry. He felt cold, and weak, and most annoyingly of all, helpless. He could only imagine how Haku. His eyes widened in alarm as he looked about the small, relatively unadorned bedroom he was in. The blinds were shut so not a lot of light got in, but he was able to make out the dim outline of things around him like the bed and the small chest of drawers. However, his young apprentice was nowhere in sight. In a few moments after his call though, there was a shuffling sound from outside, and a few seconds later the door was opened, making Zabuza wince from the sudden light. "Zabuza-sama?" Luckily the person who entered was just Haku, now wearing just his underclothing he normally wore beneath his battle kimono. It just consisted of a thin set of black leggings and a mesh shirt. It was obviously so he couldn't hide Senbone on him. His mask was also conspicuously absent, and now that Zabuza realized it, so was the rest of his own gear, Kubi Kiribochu included. "Haku, you're okay." The boy nodded once somberly in affirmation before sitting at the foot of the bed. "Where are we?" Zabuza had other questions, but that seemed the most pertinent. "At the bridge builder's house, under the watch of Namikaze-san." Zabuza scowled. So they'd finally been caught after all this time, and it wasn't even my hunter Nin, it was by a random Konoha Jounin and his brats. "And they didn't restrain you?" Haku simply pulled down his mesh shirt slightly, showing a seal imprinted on his collarbone that pulsed faintly at his touch. "They have suppressed my chakra. Namikaze-san doesn't seem to find me a threat enough to restrain me." Zabuza scowled again, so that was why he felt so drained. He likely had a seal on him somewhere as well. "And me?" Haku smiled lightly. He was always one to try and make the best of a bad situation. "Namikaze-san said that even without your chakra you are a dangerous man." Zabuza grunted. He supposed that was true enough, although his arms were beginning to grow slightly sore. "And they're just leaving us unsupervised?" At that moment another presence made itself known at the door as a young purple-haired girl timidly poked her head around the frame. "Ah, not quite, I'm the one watching over you while the others are at the bridge." Emi stepped further into the room, feeling highly uncomfortable under Zabuza's intense gaze. Finally the man just grunted before scooting back on the bed and leaning against the wall as comfortably as he was able. "Great, I've been reduced to being babysat by a fresh Janan barely out of diapers." His eyes narrowed as a cruel sneer spread across his features, quickly directing another gaze at the rather fidgety girl. "You know, at your age they called me the Demon of the Mist already. Do you want to know why?" Emi certainly didn't look like she wanted to know. In fact, she looked like she desperately wanted to leave the room. However, she had to show strength here. She couldn't be scared by her prisoners, so she tentatively nodded. "It's because in Kirigakura our graduation exam is a little different to Konoha's." At this point Haku was looking down and away from the conversation, his eyes slightly downcast. "We have to really prove our mettle as shinobi, so at the end of our education, at the age of 10 years old, we're all paired up and forced to fight to the death." Emi blanched, feeling a little bile rise up in her stomach at the horrific thing she had just heard. Comrades, students that had grown up together, learned together, trained together and ate together were pitted against one another just like that? However, Zabuza just shrugged, leaning back more and looking up with that same cruel grin. "I guess that would be bad enough, right? Except I took it a little further. When I graduated the academy I was the only one of my generation." He finally directed his gaze back down at the girl, his eyes seeming to have gained a chilling edge. "Because I slaughtered every last one of my classmates." Amy's eyes widened in surprise as she took a subconscious step back. "There's a reason we're called the Bloody Mist Girlie." Just as Amy was about to turn and leave the room, To escape the monster in front of her, a comforting presence gripped her shoulder. Please don't try and spook my Jinan Momochi-san. Zabuza just grunted out a chuckle as Naruto stepped into the room, hand on Amy's shoulder. Jinan? You can't call these gaki Jinan namikaze, not like we were. Zabuza grinned a toothy smile, showing each of his teeth had been filed down to an almost shark-like point. It was a trait all the swordsmen of the mist shared, an initiation ritual of sorts. After all, you had a few nicknames of your own at their age if I remember right. Naruto just smirked back at him with ease, completely unconcerned by the man's unsettling aura. I think there was the second Red Death. Emi looked up at her sensei in surprise, not expecting him to have such a brutal-sounding name. Oh, and the Crimson Flicker was one of my favorites. I never could get something cool like Shunshine Shisui though. He spoke like he was talking about the weather. After all, they were just silly titles that he never really accepted or acknowledged. Although it did amuse him that Itachi never got a nickname. But then, he was Itachi, he really didn't need one. That's not what they call you now though. Is it? The amused hint to Zabuza's gruff voice wasn't missed by anyone, and for a moment Naruto's grip on Amy's shoulder tightened just slightly. Come on Amy, I think Tsunami-san has dinner ready, we can bring Haku and Zabuza's up afterwards. The redhead quickly directed his Jinan out of the doorway and towards the stairs, only to pause at Zabuza's voice. I'll see you later then, bloody flash. Naruto only amused for a moment before walking again, just Zabuza's brief chuckle following him down the stairs. Dinner was a rather quiet, awkward affair. Naruto chose to stick to his own thoughts while Ami seemed perturbed by what she had heard. Sasuke seemed content to brood on his own, only idly picking through his meal, and due to the quiet nature of the rest of her team, Sakura stayed silent as well. It didn't help matters that occasionally the young boy that lived in the house, Inari, would occasionally send a glare at the group of the shinobi for an unknown reason. It was only when Inari had finished his meal and stalked off without a word that Emi finally spoke up, shattering the brittle silence. Sensei, why do they call you the Bloody Flash? Naruto nearly choked on the food in his mouth as he blinked in surprise at the young Kenjutsu practitioner. Likewise, the rest of the table suddenly had their sights on Naruto as the teen choked down the rest of his food with a gasp before looking at Emi incredulously. Emi, that's not really a conversation for dinner. However, now his other two Jinan were intrigued as Sasuke stared intently at his sensei. What does she mean? Is that what they call you? Even Sakura was looking at him, her wide green eyes staring as though they were trying to puzzle a difficult problem out. Wait, who calls you that? At the other end of the table, Tazuna and Tsunami seemed slightly uncomfortable, uncertain what to do as the three kids all ganged up on their teacher. This seems like a sensitive topic. Quickly but gracefully, Tsunami put her chopsticks down and excused herself from the table, even as Naruto stared hopelessly after her. Wait, Tsunami-san, I wasn't going to. However, she was already gone, leaving the redhead to simply trail off uselessly, only to look back down and find 4 sets of eyes staring at him intently. Even you, Tazuna-san? The man simply took a swig of his drink with a large sigh of contentment before grinning at the teen. I don't know, sounds like a good tale. Naruto grimaced at that. In what possible way did any nickname involving the word bloody sound like a good story? Finally though, as his Jinan's eyes continued to bore into him, he let out a brief sigh, already regretting this. Quickly, as if his hand hadn't moved at all, a strange kunai appeared in his palm and he quickly placed it on the table. The Jinan recognized it as one of the ones they had seen at the battleground between Naruto and Zabuza, if it could be called that. Well, you know, my father was the Yondaime Hokage. Tazuna's eyes widened at that. He certainly didn't know that, but even as far out as Wave the Blonde Hokage was famous. He was mostly famous for refining and mastering the Nidaime's jutsu, the Hiraishin, which allowed him to instantaneously transport himself to any marked location. Through it he gained the nickname the Yellow Flash. He had done a lot more than that for Konoha in his brief tenure, but Naruto didn't want to talk about his father too much right now. Normally he would use these kunai to do so as they were already marked. I managed to learn the technique when I was around 14. He paused for a moment and just stared at the innocuous kunai for a moment, a frown flickering across his brow. I was still a relatively young Anbu captain at the time and I didn't know the limits of the technique myself, never having used it much in combat. He sighed, leaning an elbow on the table as his Jinan scooted slightly closer on their chairs, excited to actually be learning something about their rather enigmatic sensei. We were out on a mission in Kaminari no Kuni. It was a fairly normal exchange, just information. He sighed again, poking the kunai once lamely. I don't know who said of the explosives, whether it was one of us with a grudge, or one of them with an ulterior mission, but in moments everything went to hell. I did my best to get all my teammates out of there, but in no time we were swarmed by reinforcements. At that point I still thought we had a hope of getting out. We were pretty close to the border and we just needed to get across. He sighed again, a long withdrawn sound, as he quickly composed himself. It could have been anyone, a lucky shot really, but one of my squad mates went down in a volley of kunai. I had never lost a teammate on a mission before and I lost it. He looked up and the Jinan nearly sat back at the dark look in their normally flippant and happy sensei's eye. It was gone in a moment though. It was over in a few seconds. I threw all the kunai I had and in next to no time all the enemy were dead and I was standing alone in a barren field, surrounded by blood. Both Sakura and Amy's eyes widened as the former paled slightly. Sasuke on the other hand was leaning even further forward, an unusual glint in his onyx eyes. Apparently it's because of my hair that they call me the Bloody Flash, but I'm sure Komagakure tell a different side to it. Sakura looked down at her food, suddenly having lost her appetite. Likewise Emi was oddly quiet, just staring at the table. Sasuke was once again in his thoughts, processing this information while Tazuna just grimaced, a little more worldly than the kids. However, after a moment of pensive silence Naruto chuckled half-heartedly, his usually cocky smile returning, if not to its fullest. Now that was pretty dreary, huh? Come on, we may be on a mission but that doesn't excuse you from training tomorrow, so go get some rest, alright? And with that Naruto pushed back his chair and quickly walked from the room. A moment later and Sasuke walked out as well, quickly followed by Sakura and Tazuna. Emi walked the other way, feeling like she needed some air. However, as she walked out of the kitchen she found Haku leaning against the wall, his head down and an indecipherable expression on his face. It's the harsh truth of the shinobi world, but eventually we are forced to face the fact we are killers, tools for a higher power. Emi wasn't sure if it was the generally gloomy attitude of the boy or some of the frustration at herself bubbling up, but at that moment the girl reached across and slapped the young Yuki. What do you know, huh? You don't know Naruto-sensei. He may have killed, but it was to protect his friends, his comrades. He's not a tool. He's a human being, one of the nicest people I've ever known. She stormed off, slamming the front door as she left, leaving Haku standing in the hallway, eyes wide as he rubbed his stinging cheek. Right, well, I did say I'd teach you guys a new technique when we got our first C rank, didn't I? Naruto and his Jinan were outside, a short distance from the house. It was still early, so Tazuna hadn't set out to the bridge yet. This way Naruto could teach them the basics of the technique and then supervise them as they went about their mission. Before him each of his students had a different look. Sasuke was staring ahead with a cool smirk, excited at the chance at learning a new jutsu. Emi, oddly enough, seemed to have a flame lit behind her eyes and her stance was confident and determined. Sakura seemed the most withdrawn of the three, which made a change, but she still appeared excited. Okay, this jutsu is a difficult one to learn, but its uses are innumerable. That's why it's taught to every new Anbu recruit. Naruto flashed through hand seals before sinking right into the ground, much to his Jinan's amazement. A moment later and he slipped back up from the earth behind them as if it were water and he were just swimming through it. It's called Earth Release, Subterranean Voyage. As you can see, its uses include escapes, infiltration, trap laying and surprise attacks, to name just a few. He grinned at the shocked but enthusiastic expressions on his students' faces before sobering his expression and pointing a warning finger at them. There are drawbacks though. The technique can only last as long as you can hold your breath, so while you're training and until you can perform it effortlessly, do not allow your heads to pass underground. I'll be here to supervise of course, but be careful all the same. After 3 quick nods from the keen students he slowly showed the hand seals, watching them to make sure they got them right. The trick is to imagine your body simply slipping through the earth, just passing through the small gaps like a sieve. And just like that he sat back in a tree and watched as they went at it. Rather unsurprisingly, with his prior ninjutsu knowledge, Sasuke was the first to make some progress, forcing his foot into the ground a few inches. However, once Sakura seemed to get the hang of it, she began wading around up to her knees in the earth, an amused and happy expression on her face at progressing so fast. Upon seeing the pinkette get so far, Sasuke seemed to double his efforts. His learning curve really was something else. On the other hand, Emi seemed to be really struggling, just barely getting the bottom half of her foot into the ground. After a few hours, moving between the bridge and various clearings and occasionally switching out with clones to scout around a bit, Naruto dropped down and approached the highly frustrated girl. For the last minute she had simply been stomping the ground trying to force her foot in. She stopped though when Naruto placed a hand on her head. You need to calm down, getting frustrated will only ruin your concentration. Emi just looked down, her face filled with disappointment. It quickly turned to irritation though as Naruto playfully ruffled her hair. It's okay if you're struggling, you don't need to get it in a day. Emi simply huffed, her arms crossing over her chest in an adorably pouty manner. Naruto just couldn't take his cute little students seriously. But Sasuke and Sakura are getting it so easily. Naruto grinned with a slight shrug. Some things come easier to others, it may just be that you have a water affinity. In which case earth ninjutsu will always be much harder to learn. Sasuke likely has a fire nature from his lineage, and from her ease I suspect Sakura may have an earth affinity. Emi huffed again before allowing her arms to flop by her side uselessly, suddenly lacking the energy to be irritated. You're right, like always sensei. Naruto chuckled and rubbed the top of her head again before she could react. Trust me Emi, it's not always something I like. Emi smiled her own small smile at that as Naruto began to walk off with a flippant wave. Don't worry Naruto-sensei, I'll practice all night if I have to until I get it down. The redhead just grinned back at her as he returned to his spot in a nearby tree. That's the spirit. He looked ready to return to the scroll he was reading before adding, almost as an afterthought, one last thing. Oh, and thanks for sticking up for me last night, those were some powerful words. Emi, about to return to practicing, immediately flamed up with a blush so bright it nearly turned the roots of her hair red. However, she didn't dignify her sensei with response, knowing he would only get more amusement from it. Although it took an annoyingly long time for the blood to leave her cheeks, why did her sensei have to be so embarrassing? After dinner that night, which involved a rather exuberant if not depressing outburst from the household's youngest Inari, Emi immediately excused herself and moved to leave the house. She thought she could still get some training in despite her tired body and depleted chakra. However, as she walked out onto the porch she once again passed the quiet Yuki, who simply looked up at her once before turning away to hide his features from her. Likewise she averted her eyes, some red tinging her cheeks as she remembered how she slapped him last night. Now that she had calmed down, frustration and confusion not clouding her judgment, she felt incredibly embarrassed by what she had done. After all, at the time the young boy seemed to be mostly talking to herself and hadn't said anything advertently rude. If anything, he seemed more saddened by his own words than she was. That was why as she walked by, a few moments of tense silence passed before he looked up and she turned around at the same moment. I wanted to Apollo. Sorry about yester. Both paused, realizing they were trying to talk over one another, before Emi broke out into a small fit of giggles and Haku gave a tiny sheepish smile. Ah, sorry, about slapping you and everything. Haku simply nodded slowly as he slowly reset his features to his normal melancholic expression. Really, Emi didn't believe eyes those large and doe-like belonged on a boy. It made him a hard person to stay angry at. And I would like to apologize about what I said, I was only voicing my thoughts and meant no offense. Emi let her lips quirk up as she nodded, letting him know it was okay. It would have ended there if Emi hadn't paused before leaving, her feature twisting into a frown. Do you really believe that? That shinobi are just tools? Haku's smile turned downwards as he stared at the ground, neither looking particularly happy nor sad. Yes, we are merely devices to carry out the dreams and ambitions of others, either out of loyalty or force, it doesn't matter. Amy's frown only deepened as she rounded on the boy, her arms feeling strangely useless as they dangled by her side. But, we're people too, I have dreams as well. Haku simply gave her that same sad smile and briefly she couldn't tear her gaze away from his large brown eyes. Then you should pursue them with everything you have. Amy's frown only became more confused before she finally relented, waving her arms at the boy. Why is everything you say so confusing? Haku chuckled lightly, brushing one of his long black bangs away from his face. I don't mean it to be. He looked down, his smile growing ever so slightly. You're going out to train, aren't you? Emi nodded cautiously. Why? The violet blinked once. To become stronger? See, now the boy even had her doubting her own words, however Haku still just gave her that same look. But for what reason? Why do you need strength? Emi was about to answer so that she could become a better shinobi, but she felt the conversation would simply loop if she did. Briefly her swaying arm brushed the sheath of the sword resting horizontally across her back and she thought of her sensei, her sister, even her teammates. I suppose I fight because of the people who put faith in me, who helped me be the person I am. At that Haku's smile grew another millimeter and he nodded slowly. Then you understand. And with that the boy simply walked into the house, no doubt back to Zabuza's side. Emi was left on the porch blinking and confused, her mouth opening and closing like a beached fish for a moment. What? She groaned lightly. Why did she have to have the weird deep moment with the odd shinobi boy on their messed up mission? She decided to try and forget about it by going out to train, not noticing Sasuke watching from the corner of the house, a pensive and thoughtful look on his face. Eventually, though, it simply twisted into his usual disgruntled expression and he walked off too. However, neither could really shake off the strange, effeminate boy's words. The next few days passed remarkably quick for Team 7. Between training their new jutsu, guarding Tazuna at the bridge and watching over Zabuza and Haku, they found their days quite busy. Normally, while it would be a deviation from the mission to wait out Hunter Nin for a bounty, their mission wasn't technically over until the bridge was built, so as long as the Kiri Anbu caught up to Zabuza before then, they were able to keep them around. Right now the three Genin were on their way back from the bridge, the sun beginning to set in the sky. However, as they passed through the woods on their way back to Tazuna's house, they heard the sounds of kunai impacting with trees, so quickly moved to investigate. What they found was Naruto amidst a sea of Hiraishin kunai, spread out around a moderately sized clearing. He had a look of intense concentration on his face, a bunch of simple paper tags in his hand, and he was looking a lot more tired than his Genin had ever seen him. There was even a light sheen of sweat on his forehead, and he had removed his standard issue flak jacket. Then, like some almighty being had blinked, he was gone. Only the very faintest of red after images marked the fact he had moved. In what had to be less than a second, though, he was back in place like nothing had happened, although it was apparent that was not true. Suddenly, next to every single kunai in the clearing, a paper tag was slapped down on the surface beside it. All three of the Genin were in shock, trying to figure out just how fast their sensei must have moved just then. However, he surprised them even more when he finally allowed his body to relax, only to frown in annoyance. Damn, still not good enough. Sasuke, usually the last to speak up in any situation save where his own pride rested in the balance, couldn't accept that. What are you talking about? Naruto turned, his expression not changing, as if he had known they were there all along, knowing him he probably had. Instead of answering, though, he simply waved to the clearing, pointing out a few tags that were only half placed, their edges flapping in the breeze. It isn't controlled enough. Sasuke frowned. If they had been kunai, and the tree's enemies, it wouldn't have mattered all that much if they were just a few inches off, not with that kind of overwhelming speed. Why are you even practicing when you have already learned the jutsu? Naruto quirked an eyebrow at the boy before sighing into his hand. Typical Uchiha, all about quantity and never quality. Then again, Kakashi was a bit like that. Maybe it was the eyes? It can always be better. He said it like it was obvious to anybody, only to notice Sasuke was still staring about the clearing, a gleam in his eye. But who could possibly stand up to such an overwhelming jutsu, even as it is? Naruto just chuckled, suddenly appearing by Sasuke's side and laying a hand on his shoulder. This jutsu has been around since the Nidaime's time. You don't think people have been coming up with possible ways to stop or defeat it? He shook his head quickly, flashing back to the center of the clearing to better look at all his pupils. No. Every technique can be improved, even if it is simple as removing the hand seals. At that, Sakura finally piped up, confusion on her face. What do you mean, sensei? Don't all jutsu need seals? Naruto quickly shook his head, a little too tired to be his usual irritatingly amused self. No, hand seals simply help us mold the chakra inside of us in a specific way. Once you have performed a jutsu enough times, the molding of the chakra becomes almost instinctual, and you can use it with progressively less and less hand seals until you use none at all. Usually the first jutsu a shinobi does this with is the substitution. It saved more than a few lives over the years. He chuckled, a Hiraishin kunai appearing in his hand in a flash. My father could use the Hiraishin seallessly, but he always found it quicker to use the Ram seal, even if only for a millisecond. It is a complicated mix of Fuinjutsu and ninjutsu, and the molding of the chakra is just too complex to be effective without seals, at least so far. Ami nodded in understanding from the back of the group. So your goal is to make it more efficient without using any seals. Sakura and Sasuke's eyes widened at the implications of that. Then the Hiraishin really would be instantaneous travel. It would literally be movement at the speed of thought. Naruto smiled at the girl. Something like that. Chakra isn't a substance in the traditional sense, it's an energy and can move as fast as it likes. With enough training I hope to be able to mold it faster than I would be able to form any hand seals, although that's just the first step. He mumbled the last part under his breath, but his Genin heard it all the same, gulping a little at how serious their sensei was all of a sudden. Why, you want to take it even further? Sakura's shocked voice forced Naruto to look up, and the redhead quickly disarmed her with a warm smile. A conversation for another time. If I remember right, none of you have even got the jutsu I gave you down, never mind seallessly. When his Genin simply stood there staring at him for another few moments, he quickly shooed them like one might a stray cat. Come on, get. The three immediately rushed off, making the redhead smirk at the sway he had over them. However, it slipped off his face as he looked back down at the kunai in hand. I may not have caught up just yet, To-san, but I will, and then I'll surpass you like I promised. His fingers curled around the seal-inscribed handle until his knuckles turned white. Just you wait. The days continued to pass with pace until finally almost a week had gone by and Team 7 found themselves lazing about on the bridge. It was a hot day despite the early morning mist, and none of them really felt like moving. Save of course for Naruto, who was helping out the construction workers by moving massive crates of construction materials for them almost instantaneously. He had also offered to inscribe seals across the bridge to improve its durability so it really would be a monument to last through the ages. However, the redhead's ears twitched as he heard a rather large group of footsteps he didn't recognize. He turned to spot a rather bored-looking woman with blue hair stride out of the fog, hand on hip. She looked to be alone, but he could feel the group of around 20 she had brought with her hiding further back in the mist. She caught sight of him quickly enough as he set down a large steel girder and smirked his way, her dark eyes meeting his violet ones. "You're the nuisance we were asked to deal with? I'm actually a little disappointed. I had expected someone I would at least recognize from the bingo books," she sighed as brushed her nails disinterestedly. However, Naruto saw through the pretense. The woman had a startlingly large chakra capacity that Naruto could feel even without being a sensor. She was dangerous. The group she brought with her seemed to be around Chunin level each, but there were a few of them. "It's rude to so casually start a conversation without introducing yourself, you know?" He tried to keep her busy for a moment as he subtly signaled for ME to go and get Haku from the house and tell him that he would let Zabuza go if he helped. He would get the Kirijounen too, but he didn't trust the man not to simply cut and run the moment he was free. "Oh, I suppose you're right, although there's no need to tell me yours, it won't matter in a few minutes." Naruto smirked back at her challenge as he spun a kunai into his hand. "Gato hired us to remove a bug infestation on this bridge. That would make you guys the bugs. I'm your exterminator for today, you can call me Guren." Chapter 20, Same Old Wave. Naruto looked out over the assembled shinobi in front of him cautiously. They too had emerged from the mist once Guren declared her intentions. The most interesting thing he found of note though was their headbands, which bore the simplistic symbol of a musical note. In the time leading up to his dismissal from the Anbu, he had heard rumors and a few reports about the fledgling village being set up in the land of rice. However, the past few months with his Jinan had put him out of the loop somewhat in the political sense. "What's Otogaku doing here?" Guren gave the teen a wide smile, making it clear she was both the leader and voice of this little group. It was odd though, as Naruto wouldn't put her above his age. In fact, with the slight smirk on her lipstick-tinted lips, she looked like someone Anko might get along with. "Like I said, we were hired for an infestation problem." Her face briefly turned into a pout that might have tugged at the heartstrings of less experienced shinobi. "I hope you understand that as a relatively new village, we can't upset our clients by doing something like failing to squash a few bugs, right?" The pout that never quite made it to her eyes quickly melted away into a crueler smirk that seemed more appropriate for her delicate but sharp features. "So be a good little tomato and die without splattering Gato's nice new bridge too much, okay?" Naruto's eye twitched only once. "Sasuke, Sakura, protect the bridge builder from anyone that gets by me, and when Haku comes tell him to do the same." Guren raised an eyebrow as the two Jinan, reluctantly in the case of one, moved to follow their sensei's commands, quickly forming into a tight formation in front of the old drunk. "Oh, you're going to take us all on yourself? I took you for foolhardy, not suicidal." Naruto simply ignored the slights and allowed his customary smirk to slip onto his features. Without his Anbu mask, it served well for unnerving his opponents. However, it seemed Guren had adopted a somewhat similar tactic and wasn't particularly affected. Not wanting to move into her territory and provide a larger opening for the Chunin to slip around him, Naruto stood his ground, slipping into a relaxed but open stance. His smirk widened slightly as he made a quick come at me motion with his hand, only to spot a few of the Auto Chunin seem uneasy about facing such a confident opponent. There was something to be said about the freedom permitted to him outside the tight rules and regulations of Anbu. It was a chance for him to cut loose a little and enjoy his fights more, like he had done with Zabuza. Guren, on the other hand, was quick to eliminate the weakness from her group as she motioned them all forward, apparently not deigning to enter the fight herself just yet. Still staying precisely in position, Naruto waited as 5 of the Chunin charged at him. He was a little offended they thought so little as to only send that many. When the first stepped into the 5-meter radius around Naruto that was his maximum mobility zone, he was quickly flung out to the side with 3 broken ribs, a snapped arm and a nasty concussion. It hadn't even looked like Naruto moved, it simply appeared like the man had rebounded off some invisible barrier. Only Guren caught the slight flicker and blurred edges that indicated it had been pure speed. Oh, so the tomato has a few tricks up his sleeve? She seemed more amused than intimidated, a stark contrast to the 4 other shinobi that had been approaching him only to jump back after seeing what happened to their companion. Instead, they decided that long distance would probably be preferable and began launching wave after wave of kunai and shuriken at him. They would have been simple enough to simply bat away or deflect, but that wouldn't be nearly intimidating enough for what he was going for. Instead, Naruto moved in a slightly more visible blur this time, plucking each and every kunai out of the air by its handle and using each kunai to pin the shuriken to the floor through the small hole. What the hell is this guy? By the time the 4 ran out of projectiles, the area around Naruto looked like some kind of modern art display, with kunai buried into the surrounding concrete through the holes in various shuriken. Unfortunately, there was a slight imbalance and Naruto was left holding 8 shuriken in his hands, spinning them idly on his fingers. He quickly proceeded to launch them all into the hands of his 4 attackers with lethal accuracy, making them all cry out in pain and clutch at their now unusable appendages. This time the message seemed to get through to Guren as the edges of her smirk began to twitch. "Don't aim for him, you idiots, aim for the bridge builder." She looked like she wanted to slap her forehead and only refrained from doing so because of the image she was trying to maintain. Immediately, with a bit of panic, a few of them rushed forward and flashed through identical hand signs. "Water release, water bullet." Their simultaneous cries rang out along the bridge in sync with the release of their jutsu. However, just as Naruto was about to respond in kind with a wide sweeping wind technique, the moisture between the 2 groups seemed to rapidly condense before freezing over into a makeshift wall of ice. It cracked under the combined barrage of 6 separate water techniques but didn't break. A moment later and it just melted away. At the same moment, Emi and Haku made their appearance on the bridge. "Oh Haku, nice to see you." The dark-haired boy, now fully equipped and unsealed, nodded back to him curtly. Naruto was glad he had taught Emi the hand seal sequence to deactivate his chakra seals for emergencies such as these, or at least the one he had used on Haku. Zabuza's was a tad more complex. "Zabuza-sama has decided to take you up on your offer and offered my assistance." Naruto nodded with a smile before glancing back to the Auto group, who seemed to be weighing up the new arrival. "Do you think you and my Jinan could handle the goons while I have a chat with the leader?" Haku's eye trailed over the assembled Chonin, evaluating them with a practiced gaze that almost reminded Naruto of Itachi at a younger age. Haku seemed to find the situation okay, which Naruto could understand. Kiri Hunter Nin were likely a lot more powerful than these upstart Chonin from a fledgling village. "That seems acceptable." Naruto nodded again. At the same moment, Guren's patience finally snapped. "What are you standing around for? It's just too key." The woman was suddenly cut off as her hand snapped up to catch a kunai throw at her. It confused a few people though, as the metal seemed to make a grinding noise against what appeared to be her bare palm. However, the real confusion stemmed from Guren as she looked at its odd tri-prong design. Something flickered at the back of her mind at that, a stray warning from her master and mentor. "Hello, can we have a talk, squad leader to squad leader?" She didn't have much time to ponder it because at that moment Naruto suddenly flashed into their ranks, an easy grin on his face as in the same motion he threw another of the strange kunai directly up into their air, hard. "But do you mind if we go somewhere more secluded?" Guren was too shocked by the teen's seemingly instantaneous speed that she couldn't react in time as the redhead picked her up bridal style and summarily flashed away again. "Emi, do you mind providing support? I may not be able to get all of them." The purple-haired girl looked around in surprise as Haku addressed her in his quiet, calm manner, even as the Auto Chonin got over their shock. "Ah, yes." Her face betrayed her nerves though. She felt like Sasuke would be far more suited for this than her. All the same though, she drew her sword with ever so slightly shaking hands and held it out in front of her as she was taught. Haku, in a move nobody saw coming, ran through a quick set of one-handed seals. Even Sakura didn't know those existed. The air around him condensed rapidly, forming a set of thin, clear senbon in his hands. "To secure my master's freedom, I am afraid I have to fight you. I'm sorry." Before the Auto Shinobi could rally themselves or make sense of why their opponent was apologizing, Haku delivered a fast and devastating round of senbon into their ranks. They struck with vital accuracy, disabling the legs of 4 Chonin at once. They were a little more prepared for the second round, but the boy still managed to implant all his senbon in their bodies, hindering their movements by striking strategic pressure points. "They should be suitably weakened for you now." The stoic boy intoned to his unlikely companion before dashing off at speeds Emi would have only expected from someone like Sasuke, if not a little faster. He flickered back into the ranks of the Auto Ninja much like Naruto had done, lashing out with Senbons in hand that constantly regenerating from the air. He was a devastating force in their midst, crippling and disabling their bodies completely non-lethally. Me could only look on in awe for so long though before a group broke off from their pack and headed for the bridge builder. "Why, your opponent is me." Me held her sword out in front of her in an unsteady grip, but her eyes were aflame with determination. These men were slowed by Haku's medically precise shots. She could handle this. She repeated that mantra as the first approach. At the last moment though, she reversed the grip on her sword so the flat of the blade was facing outward. Noticing her opponent was hobbling on his left leg, Me stepped into the attack, sweeping out his legs before he could launch his own offensive. Immediately the wind was knocked out of the man and Me finished him with a swift kick to the temple. Then she realized what she had just done and blinked, an excited smile appearing on her face. However, it was short-lived as a shadow appeared over her, revealing itself to be another Chonin charging at her with a kunai. She froze in panic before feeling something use her shoulders as a stepping stone. Suddenly Sasuke was above her and with a lightning-fast kick he caught the charging Oto Nin in the throat, immediately taking him out of the fight. The dark-haired Uchiha rolled to the ground before springing up in a ready stance, a smirk on his face. Being cocky is reserved for successful shinobi dobi, be more alert. Me just stared at the boy in surprise as he began speeding through hand seals. Sasuke, you. The boy grunted as he brought his fingers up to his mouth in the traditional tiger seal and spewed out an impressive sphere of flames at the other approaching Oto Nin, causing them to scatter. "Don't look too much into it, my body just moved on its own." Me said nothing but a warm smile crept up on her features. "Now hurry up and get your sword back up if you want to be useful." Me caught herself and wiped her expression clean, replacing it with a determined look as she brought her sword about to meet the rallying threat. She remembered Naruto's words during their training and focused on her breathing, making sure it is in sync with her movements as she prepared herself. Right. A few hundred meters above that fight, Naruto and Guren flashed into existence as the kunai reached the zenith of its flight, quickly being caught by Naruto as he let go of the latter. Her surprise was evident in the short and quickly quashed yelp she released as she suddenly found herself startlingly high in the sky, quickly rushing towards what would be to many, their doom. "So, I thought we could have a brief chat." Despite the wind rushing past them, Guren could hear Naruto just fine as he amplified his vocal cords with chakra. He fell a few feet from her, comfortably laid back with his head resting in his hands as though he were on the most comfortable bed in the world. Guren just growled at his nonchalant attitude to suddenly falling at terminal velocity. "I'm not telling you anything, tomato." She punctuated her words by forcing a set of snowflake resembling shuriken to seemingly materialize out of thin air and promptly throwing them at him. Without any leverage to move off of his speed should have been rendered useless. However, Naruto simply tossed the Hiraishin kunai to the side and quickly flashed over to it. Choosing whether or not he kept his momentum when he transported was one of the trickier aspects of the Fuinjutsu for the Hiraishin, but when he appeared again out the way of her shining barrage he continued to fall at their steady speed. Rude, but rather interesting technique. Guren just growled from her throat again as a set of purple wings with the appearance of tinted glass seemed to grow from her arms. They couldn't make the woman fly, but they allowed her to glide over to Naruto before spinning her body so it resembled a buzz saw. It turned out the edges of the wings were razor sharp, made apparent by the hum they created as the blue-haired woman span. Once again Naruto casually tossed the kunai, effortlessly moving himself out the way of her attack. "Pretty too, that isn't like any jutsu I've ever seen before." Guren emerged from her spin with furious, narrowed eyes. She always kept an eye on the ground though as it rushed up to meet them with increasing danger. "So what? Were you just planning on letting me fall to my death? Sorry to burst your bubble, tomato, but a fall like this isn't enough to kill me." Naruto just grinned, annoying the woman at how easily he ignored her tone and threats. "Good, I was planning on getting more information anyway, this way I won't have to catch you." And with that he suddenly vanished in a flash of red, before Guren could be angered at his sudden departure though she realized how close she was getting to the ground and hurried through hand seals. Crystal release, shimmering cave. Suddenly the water near the bridge below her erupted into beautifully glittering spines of variously shaped crystals, all with a pinkish hue. They grew up towards her, forming a long, slippery tunnel that she angled herself into. It safely carried her the rest of the way down before angling outwards and letting her skid across the water to a relatively peaceful stop. She was a little annoyed though at what falling at terminal velocity had done to her hair. Crystal release? Never heard of it. She looked up to see Naruto sitting atop one of the crystal spires looking down at her. He quickly hopped off, knowing it wasn't the best idea to remain atop a construct your enemy had created, and landed without even a splash atop the water. Well, you're about to know all about it. It'll be the last thing you ever see. Naruto raised an amused eyebrow before lifting a lazy foot into the air. Right. When it touched down, he vanished, only leaving a faint ripple in the lake below them. If she was shocked at the burst of speed, Guren didn't show it. Instead, she smirked for an unknown reason that became clear as Naruto appeared a few meters from her, gently shaking his hand back and forth with a wince. Okay. Ow. The teen had tried to get in close and take Guren out quickly with a series of fast jabs, only to have his fists rebound of a very hard, very invisible surface around her skin. When Guren moved her head to smirk at him, he spotted the faintest hints of a light reflection pass over her. Oh, you coated your body in the thin, adaptive layer of crystal. Guren's smirk only grew at not even having to explain herself. It was nice fighting competent opponents. My defense is impenetrable. Naruto couldn't help the smile that appeared on his features at that. It sounded like a challenge to him. One moment he was there, the next he was right beside Guren, a swirling ball of convulsing blue chakra barely contained by his palm. He wasted no time in crashing this right into Guren's chest, watching her surprise when her impenetrable defense gained more than a few cracks. However, it soon turned to surprise of his own when those very same cracks quickly began to heal over, almost at the same rate the Rasengan was grinding through it. Well, this is a war of attrition if I ever saw one. Guren smirked at him as she brought a hand up to touch his arm. Not quite. She took great satisfaction in seeing crystal begin to creep up her opponent's arm. The fight was hers now. However, it turned to shock and dismay as the trapped Naruto in front of her quickly faded away. Her scowl showed her immense irritation as Naruto once again appeared a few feet from her, looking at the vaguely arm-shaped crystal fall into the water. Damn it, a clone? Naruto shrugged as he analyzed the best way to get around this obstacle. After image, actually. Guren seemed a little miffed by that, but quickly shrugged it off as Naruto nodded to himself, seemingly coming up with a solution. These are clones. Suddenly there were 4 more of the redhead, each of them taking up positions in a roughly pentagonal shape around her. Guren was incredibly wary as they began running through seals and quickly began flashing through her own. Uzumaki sealing technique, Vitality Prison. The clones finished as they slammed their hands down on the water, causing a glowing red circle to spread from each contact. Crystal Release, Crimson Fruit. Likewise, Guren slammed her hands into the floor, causing a gleaming red crystal barrier to spring up around her, completely encasing her form from whatever Naruto was doing. From each of the rings the clones and original had made, lines spread out to connect them to each other before various kanji sprang up within the pentagon. For a moment it felt like nothing happened, but Guren soon felt the tug on her chakra reserves as the barrier around her seemed to thin. This is the endgame, Guren. The woman huffed as she poured more chakra into her construct, keeping it active at the cost of a lot of her energy. This seal drains the chakra of anything inside it. Eventually you'll either collapse from exhaustion or be forced to try and get out. They both knew the consequences, or that Naruto was a lot faster than Guren, and even with her armor she couldn't survive consecutive barrages of Rasengan. However, she was a stubborn woman and kept her barrier up until the very last dregs of her chakra left her system, causing her to collapse to her knees and the red crystal around her to shatter into glimmering dust. Naruto walked over and checked the woman to make sure she was unconscious before hauling her onto his shoulder. Suddenly though, her eyes snapped open and she wrapped up as much of Naruto's body as she could with hers to prevent him from escaping. She took vindictive pleasure in watching his look of horror on his face as his entire form began to crystallize. Right up until the moment Naruto puffed into nothing but white smoke, leaving her to unceremoniously drop into the water and summarily drench herself. Can you please not do that to all my clones, or it's going to take ages to get you back to the house? She spotted another Naruto standing nearby who sent over another clone to come pick her up. At this point Guren really was spent and just allowed herself to be carried, her eyes burning furiously the whole time. Her anger only grew worse as Naruto patted her patronizingly on the head. Thank you. She swore to get her revenge right then, any way she could. Naruto appeared on the bridge again in a flash of red, prisoner still in tow, and quickly observed what appeared to be the aftermath of a large and messy fight. Auto Chonin were strewn about on the concrete, either lightly crisped by Sasuke's fire release, twitched from the slowly melting senbone in their limbs, or disabled through bruises and cuts from ME. The man smiled at his students proudly, even if the abundance of water about the bridge suggested Haku did the majority of the work. Haku, if you would go and get Zabuza over here, I would be happy to fulfill my end of the deal. The young Land of Water runaway looked up at him with a small thankful smile before flickering off to get his master. Naruto took the opportunity to address his Genin as a group, still beaming enthusiastically. I'm proud of all of you guys, you know. It takes a lot to stand up and face so many Chunin at your age, never mind come out as victors. He winked at the two girls cheekily. I still knew you guys could do it though. The Jinan seemed to take the news differently. Sakura seemed to slump forward in relief, taking it as the sign that it really was over now. Naruto was happy to note a few of the Otonin seemed in a daze and confused, meaning she hadn't stood idly by. Sasuke just smirked in satisfaction at the praise, as well deserved as it was. Considering the large number of burned or beaten shinobi, he had likely turned this experience into some kind of competition. Emi just smiled, her posture relaxing as she finally slid her sword onto her back. Her hands were slightly shaking, but Naruto put that up to the adrenaline rush. What do we do now, sensei? Naruto looked over to Sakura and was about to answer when a voice cut in from the far end of the bridge. That is a question I would like the answer to as well, Konoha ninja. What are you going to do next? Naruto took great pride in his ability to remember voices and faces, so when he turned at the oddly familiar voice he wasn't wrong in assuming it was that client he had so long ago. Oh Gato, I had wondered if you would turn up at some point. The Jounin commented as if he were talking about a lost set of keys. Gato on the other hand scrutinized the much taller teen for a moment before grinning. I remember you, kid, you were there when I hired escorts into this country. Naruto was a little surprised. It seemed he wasn't the only one good with faces. That's good, it means I can just hire you guys off to look the other way. That's how you shinobi work, isn't it? Naruto shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, surprising and shocking both his Jinan and Tazuna. More or less. Gato's grin intensified as he reached for something in his suit jacket. Perfect. Now he was shocked then as Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, never having noticed the Hiraishin kunai planted in the ground he was standing by. Naruto had mixed a few into the kunai he was lodging in the bridge earlier as a failsafe in case his Jinan were in trouble. More or less, it's a shame that right now we're already on a mission. Currently that mission is the protection of one bridge builder that you seem all too intent on threatening. Unfortunately. Naruto shrugged again with a slight wave of his head as if internally deliberating. The best way I see of keeping him safe is if you can't harm him anymore. Gato's eyes remained locked in a state of fear as Naruto's hand suddenly whipped around, applying a simple paper tag to his back that paralyzed him in an instant. He fell forward on his face, completely unable to move as Naruto turned his attention to the horde of bandits and thugs the man had brought along with him. Hello. He spoke with such an unnervingly lackadaisical tone that a few of the thugs toward the front of the crowd took a step back with unease. Could you kindly go away now? The men looked at one another uncertainly for a moment before quickly moving to comply with the request. Maybe it was the speed he displayed or his unsettling attitude, however half would agree it was because of the way his eyes seemed to flicker red for a moment. Tazuna and the Jinan could only look on in shock as Naruto defeated an entire horde of bandits with nothing but a spoken sentence. Luckily to distract them, at that moment Zabuza and Haku reappeared on the bridge, the former giving a quizzical look to his now petrified employer. However, his freedom was more concerning at the moment as he quickly shook his bound arms to get Naruto's attention. Oi Namikaze, hurry up with this would you, I have an itch on my nose. Naruto chuckled as he walked up to the taller man, flashed through hand seals and tapped him on the back of his neck, making the man grunt in irritation. So that's why I couldn't find the seal. Naruto simply smirked as he backed off, watching in amusement as Zabuza gratefully stretched his arms and rolled his shoulders before accepting Kubi Kiribochu from Haku and giving it a few test swings. Happy now? The redhead asked the former Kiri nin only to get a toothy grin in response. I'll be happier once I get a suitable lead from the hunter nin. Come on Haku, we're leaving. Naruto nodded at that. He had been worried that Zabuza would try and attack them, but it seemed unfounded. However, a more pressing issue cropped up when a new voice made itself known at the entrance to the bridge. It wasn't Gato this time. I'd appreciate if you stayed right there, Zabuza Momochi. From the mist emerged a man dressed similarly to how Haku was, only older, with Finn-style blue hair and an eye patch. We've been trying to catch up to you for almost a month now. Immediately Zabuza's sword was raised defensively as he eyed the newcomers, each bearing the unmistakable sigil of Kirigakure somewhere on their clothing. You know I'm not going to go quietly, right? Zabuza intones gruffly. The man stared at the former swordsman stonily for a good long moment, the tension growing so thick it could be cut with a kunai, before chuckling. I'm afraid you misunderstand, Momochi-san. He stepped further out of the swirling mist only to catch Zabuza by surprise and causing the man to lower his cleaver slightly. Ow? The man nodded, causing the odd talisman-like earrings he wore to shake and flap about. Naruto recognized the Fuinjutsu on them as one of protection, but for what he couldn't say. A moment later and Zabuza was on guard again, not letting something like familiarity with his pursuers drop his guard. What do you want then? Ao shook his head, motioning for one of the masked hunter nin behind him, who quickly produced a small scroll. Me? Nothing. However, I do carry an offer for you from the Mizukage. Zabuza snarled as he caught the thrown scroll, looking for all the world like he wanted to tear it to pieces right there. I don't give a shit what that bastard wants. Why don't you go back and tell him one day I'm coming for his damn head? Ao just chuckled as he motioned for Zabuza to read the scroll. Reconsider, I'm sure you'll find what she has to say is rather interesting. Zabuza, caught off guard by the remark, cautiously opened the scroll, his eyes widening the more he read through it. Finally, and more than a little shakily, he looked up, an indecipherable expression on his face. It's over? Ao nodded, taking Zabuza's confusion in stride. He was sure the man must have severely conflicting emotions over this news. Happiness that the war tearing his home apart was over, annoyance that he wasn't the one to take down the Mizukage, relief that he could finally return home. I can't believe that woman actually did it. Ao seemed a little irritated by the remark, but again let it slide, and Zabuza threw him the scroll back. Yes, with her leading us we were able to emerge victorious, but there is still a lot to do in rebuilding Kirigakure. Zabuza nodded slowly, and Naruto took that opportunity to weigh in. Kirigakure has a new Mizukage? Ao turned to the man, seeming to stare right through him for a moment before scowling. Konoha's bloody flash, this doesn't concern you, but if you must know, Lady Terumi was elected as Godime Mizukage a few weeks ago. Both Emi and Sakura seemed shocked that for the first time in history there was a female Kage. Naruto on the other hand was shocked for a different reason. There was only one Terumi in the bingo books that could even be considered for the Kage position. However, he was a little more perturbed by the tone of Ao's voice, a moment later though, and suddenly the protection seals and his aggression made sense as the hairstyle clicked in his memory. I remember you. You were part of the Kiri squad that got in the way during our mission in the Land of Tea. If I remember right, Shisui was the one who fought you, but you got away from him somehow. Ao seemed aggravated by the reminder as he fully turned his attention toward the man. I remember you too, Naruto Namikaze, nor shall I forget that encounter. Shisui Uchiha was one of the most vicious and talented opponents I have ever faced. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man, who proceeded to do the same, everyone else feeling the tension beginning to rise again. However, it was broken as Naruto smirked, his hand coming up to rub the back of his head. Well, nice seeing you again, I suppose. Ao seemed to come to a similar conclusion in his mind as he straightened up and nodded curtly. Behind him, Naruto's Jinan nearly face faulted at their sensei's attitude. Take good care of Peachy and his little apprentice. Zabuza's eye twitched at the comment, but he wisely didn't rise to the taunt. Ao gave another curt nod before flickering away. After a moment of pause where it seemed Zabuza would do the same, he stopped, turning to the redhead. I'll be back for a rematch, Tomato, said redhead, simply smirked at him and offered him a small nod of recognition. To the side of them, Haku inclined his body respectfully to the Jinan with a small smile. I'm glad we never had to fight. I look forward to coming across you all again sometime soon. I hope it is under better circumstances. Emi had to suppress a small blush as the boy looked up at her and smiled before he and his sensei flickered away after the other Kiri nin, leaving Naruto and his team, along with Tazuna and Gato, alone on the bridge. The Jounin looked down at the paralyzed man on the ground for a moment before letting his head cock to the side slightly. Now what do we do with this guy? From the side, the up until now quiet bridge builder spoke up, a hint of vengeful anticipation in his tone as he stared at the helpless businessmen. Leave that to the people of Wave, we'll be sure he gets what he deserves.